Good evening. My name is Philip. I'm a serving corps member in Enugu State. On the 27th of November this year, 2025, herders launched a terrible attack in my village, in New Boko village, Chanchanji ward of Tallon local government area of Taraba State. In the attack, they killed my father and 4 of my family members. After the attack, one of the herders took my father's phone and called me. When I asked where is the owner of the phone, he told me that he killed my father directly. I was broke. I ended the call. What is mostly paining me now is how I will get my father's corpse to be buried, because right now as I speak, those herders are there right now in my village, in New Boko village of Chanchanji ward in Tallon local government area of Taraba State. Nobody in my village. I am almost done with my service. After my service here, I am hopeless. I don't know where to go. I don't know where to start. I am calling on the federal government and those concerned to come to my aid and help me right now. If not, I am broke. I am hopeless. I don't have anywhere to go. I don't have anything to do. Everything, I lost hope. Thank you.
Somebody didn't have to send the Air Force and the military to deal with this particular insurrection, this threat to our own sense of security and equilibrium. No, there are easier ways of doing it. Let me tell you where Tinubu should have looked for forces to quell that insurrection. Right here in Lagos, right here, or in Abuja perhaps, I don't know. But there was no need to call the military or the Air Force. I'll tell you what happened. On one of my home visits, this about 2 months ago, I was coming out of a hotel and I saw what looked like a film set. And I said, oh, they're shooting a film. That was on the grounds of this hotel. And a young man detached himself from the actors, came over and greeted me, very polite, very nice young man. And I said, are you shooting somebody? I said, I'm just joking. Are you shooting a film? He said, no. And I looked around. There was nearly a whole battalion occupying that, the grounds of that hotel, in Ikoyi, right here. So I got back in my car and I asked the driver who that young man was. And he told me. And I saw this SWAT team, a mixture. They were at least heavily armed, at least some 15 or so heavily armed to the teeth security personnel. Looked sufficient to take over a small country, neighboring city like Benin. And I think the next time, the president should just call and say, Sheyi, go and quell the rebellion over there. I was so astonished that I started looking for the National Security Advisor. I said, track him down for me. I think they got him somewhere in Paris, but I was with the president. He was at a meeting. And I said, I've just seen something I can't believe, I don't understand. And I described the scene to him. I said, do you mean that a child of the head of state goes around with an army for his protection or whatever? I couldn't believe it. Later on, I did some investigative journalism. And I inquired, and I found that apparently this is how this young man goes around with his battalion, his heavy armed soldiers. Of course, the road was cleared before his car went out. I stayed until it seemed he was leaving. So next time there's an insurrection, I think the president should just call that young man and say, "No, put down those stupid people there. You have enough troops under your command, so don't bother me with all these security issues any longer." Let's not overdo things. This is not the first country that has a head of state. It's not the first country whose head of state has families. And I think children should know their place. They are not potentates. They are not heads of state. And the security architecture of a nation like this suffers some injury and alienation when we see such a heavy devotion of security to one young individual. You'll excuse me, but I'm in and out most of the time. And this place is named after me. It's my center. So if I go off the immediate subject of our ward, I hope you'll excuse me for taking possession of my own center.
My name is Right Honorable Ifeanyi Ugwuanyi, a three-time member of the House of Representatives, member of the 5th Assembly, 6th Assembly, and the 7th Assembly, and then a two-time governor of Enugu State.
You're more than qualified. Take your bow and go.
Thank you very much.
Into the occasion where she was. I don't know whether it's a coronation or whatever it is. I don't even understand what's going on, but you can see her in a castle. I believe that is why it gives them, you know, the way they are treated gives them, they see them like gods, and that is why they carry out anything they want to carry out, say what they want to say out the way they want to say it, and that is quite unfortunate. Now I said, let me first put this video as at the beginning before I show you what already interfered between her and the governor of Adeleke himself. Please watch and then we'll continue.
Communiqué de la Confédération des États du Sahel, AES, relatif à la violation de l'espace aérien confédéral. La Confédération des États du Sahel informe l'opinion qu'un aéronef appartenant à l'armée de l'air de la République fédérale du Nigeria, de type C-130, a été contraint de se poser ce jour 8 décembre 2025 à Bobo-Dioulasso, au Burkina Faso, à la suite d'une situation d'urgence en vol, alors qu'il évoluait dans l'espace aérien burkinabé. L'avion militaire avait à son bord 2 membres d'équipage et 9 passagers, tous militaires. Une enquête a été immédiatement ouverte par les services compétents burkinabés et a permis de mettre en évidence l'absence d'autorisation de survol du territoire burkinabé par cet appareil militaire. La Confédération des États du Sahel condamne avec la plus grande fermeté cette violation de son espace aérien et de la souveraineté de ses États membres. Face à cet acte inamical, mené au mépris du droit international et des règles internationales d'aviation civile et ou militaire, les dispositions sont prises pour garantir la sécurité de l'espace aérien confédéral, la souveraineté et l'intégrité territoriale de ses États membres, ainsi que la sécurité des populations de la Confédération AES. À cet égard, et sur instruction des chefs d'État, les défenses aériennes et anti-aériennes de l'espace confédéral mises en alerte maximale, conformément à la déclaration du Collège des chefs d'État, en date du 22 décembre 2024, ont été autorisés à neutraliser tout aéronef qui violerait l'espace confédéral.
We love you, sir. We love you, Pastor. Happy birthday, sir.
Happy birthday, sir. Members of the Heavenly Family, make a joyful noise. We can do better than that. Members of the Heavenly Family, make a joyful noise. Happy birthday, Pastor, sir. Happy birthday, sir. We love you, sir.
We love you, sir. Oh, wow.
Oh, wow.
Wow. Wow is right.
And right now, please, you may be seated. Thank you very much. We make welcome for a very special presentation for our dear man of God. Let's make welcome God's Scream. Thank you very much.
Some of this rally make my blood pressure go up.
So you should get a filter sometimes, filter your thoughts before you say.
I'll continue to take blood pressure medication.
Why are you getting high blood pressure, Jonaba? Now,
I'm not taking medication for myself. I'm taking it for people like Paul and some of you guys that after the January, February something, and then people like Soludo, that is a good spoiler. I thank God for his life. He's working for my.
And I am ready to die defending Nigeria in whatever way. When it is God's time for us to go, it is.
And you took my time to God. You are ready to defend Nigeria. I gave you my time.
No, I'm coming.
Alex, hold on. You already started.
What I'm saying, defending Nigerians is this.
I gave him my time and he's using it to defend
No, sorry. I'm sorry.
I hope that Nigeria wins. I'm never going to wish any president evil so that I can say I told you so. No, I won't wish them evil. I hope. You see, I'm not praying. There's no point. I can't pray for Nigeria to be fine. I only hope that Nigeria wins and Nigerians win. Because if you choose a dodgy doctor who has a dodgy record, who has, all sort of accusations leveled against him, to say this doctor, we think he's done this, or this doctor, this surgeon. Yes, he's a senior surgeon, he's the most whatever surgeon, but there are a lot of accusations leveled against him. If you choose him to operate on you, and you tell me to pray for you that it doesn't kill you surgery, what's the point? I can't pray. You might make it, you might not make it. My prayer won't change anything. So I hope Nigeria and Nigerians win during Tinubu's 4 years. Thank you.
Thank you.
Uncle, right? I have the right to address Showore the way I like. You don't know what Showore did to me. So learn to control your emotion. right? That's the only thing I'm going to tell you. But if you don't want to control your emotion and you insult me here, I'm going to insult you 100%.
Okay.
You understand? You cannot insult me on a normal ground. Physically, you can't insult me, right? I will treat you like a child. If you insult me physically, I will handle you like a child. I don't care your age. Do you understand? You are powerful over the camera, so you can say whatever you want to say, but you can't dare say it to me physically. You understand? I will handle you like a kid.
Can we arrest the meeting ground? Can we arrest the meeting ground?
So let you control your emotion.
I'm there with people bigger than you.
Okay.
Please don't take him out. I also have a right to respond because you mentioned my name. There's no need to take him out. All you have to do is to meet them or something. And you're taking too long to admonish them.
Comment.
What did you say?
Comment.
I know, but he mentioned my name, so I'm asking to respond to him.
When he gets your time, then you make a...
No. He mentioned my name.
If you want to make it rowdy, I will take you out.
Take me out, you son of a bitch. Take me out. You think you're a big boy because you're moderating.
Take him out, please.
Hello, come on. Don't use such word now.
Don't forget, that state is now an oil-producing state. So they now have derivation, if you are not aware. So if you want to speak for anybody, please do not defend a Kalata like a Yabelo. Please do not.
Okay, let me respond to him. One second.
Do not defend a Kalata like a Yabelo. Do not.
All right, thank you, Mohammed.
The people of that state.
Can I respond to him?
No.
Then go to hell. Rudolph, go to hell.
All right.
Rudolph, I've never seen this part of him before.
Tinubu is a criminal, yes, of course, a categorical grade 1 criminal. The only person more criminal than Tinubu in Nigeria is probably Babangida. But he's a criminal, and is he fit for purpose? Absolutely not. Should Tinubu be the president of Nigeria? Categorical no. Is there a better option than him? That is subjective, so show me who he is.
All right, welcome to the show. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. Today is Saturday, December the 13th, 2025. We're coming to the end of the year. We thank you so much for joining us wherever you are. And thank you for being here for another Saturday when we are going to talk on issues in the news. A foiled coup. There was a coup that was supposed to have taken place in Benin Republic. It failed because Nigeria intervened on behalf of the president of Benin Republic under the guidance of France, according to some reports. So that coup failed. But there are other stories that are continuing from that. We had the Nigerian aircraft, military aircraft, landed in Burkina Faso. Emergency landing. There was something that is not clear about what happened. We were going to look into that. We know as of this time that they said they were flying. Nigerian government is saying that if the plane was flying to Portugal on a mission, we don't know the mission, and we can hear a report that the government of Portugal summoned Nigerian ambassador to explain why is the plane coming to Portugal without them knowing. We don't know all this since there are so many things that are not clear to us. Nigeria asked that they should release the plane and the soldiers. As of today, I'm not sure they've done that. So they are still held in Burkina Faso. The Sahel Alliance, the 3 countries, issued a statement, warning Nigeria that any attempts to do this kind of thing again, they are going to shoot down the plane. So interesting thing going on across West Africa. But the coup itself is something that should be of concern to everybody. It's going around and we don't know where to end, where the next one will be. Also in the news, Remi Tinubu had this confrontation with Adeleke, the governor. I don't understand those things. You guys will tell me more what's going on. Why is Remi being carried across some states? I don't understand. But beyond Remi, Wole Soyinka, finally, a scale fell off his eyes, and he saw for the first time something bad about this government that he needed to criticize, and he did. And it was Sheikh Tinubu. He didn't touch the father. He was talking about Sheikh Tinubu and the security he was using to move around the country. Just imagine if a big scale should fall out of his eyes. He might be able to see some other things going on in this government. But that's another issue to discuss as we continue today. There were killings of women who were protesting in Adamawa. The military came out to say there was no such thing, that they didn't shoot anybody. They were not even in that territory at all. Nigeria, I don't know how we do this, but we will keep discussing everything that is going on. Here in America, the American delegates that went to Nigeria, went to Benue, came back, and I don't think the report they are going to give Trump will be something that the Nigerian government would like. They came back and they were saying that what they saw was worse than what they thought. We played some of the videos of their responses and the way they saw things, and gave you a take. Again, thank you so much for joining us. I will share the link for those who want to join. If you are in the studio already, please turn on your camera. We can bring you in. Thank you, all of you who are watching at home, those on the comment section. We appreciate all of you. You are the ones who make this thing work, not me. So thank you, everybody. If you can share, that would be good. If you can like the video, that would be good, so that more people will be able to see it. That's how it works. Again, thank you for joining us. We're going to have a wonderful 3 hours conversation on Nigeria, Africa, especially West Africa, and everything else. Again, I appreciate you. All right, Mr. James, welcome to the show.
Yes, hello. Thank you very much.
Yeah. I don't know if you celebrate Christmas or not. Does it mean anything to you? What do you normally do on Christmas Day?
I read books. I go to work. That's what I do for a living. That's what put bread on my table.
On Christmas?
Yes.
Do they open? Or you go to your office?
Yeah, I work in my office. I have a lot of things to do.
Yeah, I can get it.
It doesn't make sense to me celebrating Christmas. If Christ died, he did not die for me because I was not alive when he died. Although he said in the book of John that those who believe in him will not perish but have everlasting life. But he died centuries before I was born. So I do not see how his death will rescue me from my iniquities. So I cannot find the link. So it means nothing to me.
One day we will actually get into this. I really want to know, at what point did you get to start feeling this way? Were you brought up in the church by your parents?
Oh no! During my primary school days, it was compulsory for us to attend church service on Sunday. If you do not go, the following Monday, they flog hell out of us. So we were compelled to go to church during my primary school days.
Yeah.
So.
When did you have that break? When did you say, this is not making sense to me?
When I was getting to primary 5 and 6.
What happened?
Oh, well, my father was a civil servant working with the white men during the colonial era. He imbibed some of their habits. He gave me some latitude of freedom, and I was exposed to literature during my primary school days. I started reading C.P. McQuincy's African Night Entertainment, King Solomon's Mines, the simplified version, Cry the Beloved Country by Alan Paton, the simplified version. So it opened up my mind that all this, and
Also, I had some friends who were Jehovah's Witnesses. They gave me some of their literature, well written, like Watchtower and those kind of things, listening to the great truth that leads to eternal life. So I read this, and of course the Bible itself, I read it from cover to cover, the Jehovah's Witness version, because it's written in simplified English. So I was able to grasp most of the things we are saying. So at very early age, I started seeing contradictions in the way we live and what the Bible says. So I just felt, I mean, I should chart my course. I should live my life the way I want it. And my father did not disturb me. He allowed me to live my life just like that. So I went to secondary school. When I got to university, I took philosophy courses, geography major, philosophy minor. When I started reading people like Spinoza, Machiavelli, what's his name, John Locke, David Hume, Søren Kierkegaard, Immanuel Kant, Montesquieu, and quite a lot of Western philosophers, both empiricists and rationalists, it dawned on me that the whole exercise is just a scam. That's what I believe, because in the history of man, there are some, what I would call officially recognized fraud that has been approved by government. One of it is banking. The other is social security. The other is insurance. And the next is religion.
I know we have to come to move on, but let me just, one day we have to interview you, really. How did social security become insurance? What is become a scam?
It's a scam because social security in particular. I remember when my father, completed his service, when he went on retirement, it was almost impossible for him to collect his entitlement. From Benin City, he travels to Abuja, back to Benin, but it is torturous, it is excruciating, it is, I mean, I don't know the right adjective to use to collect that money from government. And many of his counterparts died without collecting their money. Social security.
Yeah, but that doesn't make it
National Provident Fund. It's a National Provident Fund.
I know what you mean.
The money somewhere so that they invest it, with which the proceeds from which they take care of pensioners. But the way they spend the money, the way they embezzle the money, is very frightening.
Yeah, but it works in other parts of the world. So that doesn't mean, because it failed in Nigeria, doesn't mean it's a scam.
It's not, look, all African countries I've been to, it's the same thing. Even in South Africa, it's the same thing. The pensioners,
so it's a failure of the Africans. It's not a failure of the system or the idea of...
It's a scam. As far as I'm concerned, it's a scam. If you dig into the American system, I'm not used to it, you see that there are playing some games here and there. As for
but people still get paid. When they retire, they still get.
How much are they paid? How much are they paid
enough
to what they are entitled to?
Yeah, what they're entitled
to. It's just a fraction. To keep the scam going.
This is how it works here. Depending on how much you put in, that will determine how much you got. Even if you don't put in anything, you'll get something. But at the end, you'll get something, and what you get is enough for you not to be on the streets, to be homeless. They have medical insurance where you can go to a hospital.
In the United States, I believe, even if you do not work for government, you do not contribute anything, to the scheme, the system still have a way of taking care of your basic needs. You get what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's not.
All right. Mr. James is frozen. But let's say hello to Revolution now. Revolution now, welcome to the show.
Yeah. Good evening.
I will be with you. Morning. I want to change my. I have some. Okay, I'm okay now. Yeah. Okay, so the scheme itself is fraudulent, fundamentally. Now, if you go to the bank, for example, you pay for everything, the check booklet, the service. They don't render any free service. Now, when you when you lodge money in your account, the interest they pay you is about 2% or 1% of the amount. But when they are lending the money to other people to trade, they charge them 30-40% in the case of African countries. So the disparity is so wide. So, is fraud.
So James,
government is meant to protect the interest of the people.
James,
government hold their arms.
That's why you should start your own bank. Instead of charging 34% interest, you charge 5%. Everybody will bring money to you.
If I form my own bank, that does not make it less fraudulent. It's a fraudulent exercise. So banking, insurance, social security, and religion, they are the greatest fraud that has been approved by all governments of the world.
All right.
Anyway, that
especially religion.
Oh, as for religion, it's unadulterated fraud. Because
that's what
fundamentally, God does not exist. So for people to be piling up money in the name of somebody who is imaginary, who does not exist, there's no fraud greater than that. To the extent that Christ, in the Bible, Christ will tell you, those who believe in me shall not be destroyed but have everlasting life. And this is a Christ who could not save himself from being executed. He's promising people everlasting life. How do we reconcile
eternal life, eternal life. I want to live eternal life. God save my soul. I want to live eternal life. God save my soul.
You know, you never can tell what you're going to hear on this show any day. Thank you so much, Mr. James. Revolution, and welcome to the show.
Yeah, good morning, Mr. Rudolph and Brother James. I salute you. Most of the time I agree with you. The only place where I disagree is say I believe say God did. But all those one what they do for church, I don't agree with them. Anyway, for me, I've been very sad.
Why?
Because today is a day I woke up very sad. I don't hope you don't mind, Mr. Rudolph.
No.
I put on my cloth today.
Yeah. Okay.
Of our brother who has been incarcerated. I was just wearing this cloth. I don't know why. My lady asked me, "What is this? Why are you wearing this cloth?" I thought it's for. I say yes. Today I woke up feeling very, very depressed. That a very noble man is being locked up somewhere, suffering for a crime that he didn't commit. You understand? And I know the Nigerian system. Very slowly now, his case will be forgotten, like so many cases have been forgotten. So for me, I want to, if you allow me sometimes to put on this cloth, if it's not against your...
No, we don't care what you wear. That's okay.
Okay, thank you very much. Because I want to take the permission so that it don't look as if I'm trying to...
No.
You understand me? Because sometimes we have to hold solidarities to heroes of Nigeria. I know very well much that our country have tried very much to suppress those speaking for the poor. Of lately, I've been listening to Nnamdi Kanu. I never knew that this man is a prophet. Almost all what he was saying is what we are seeing today. You understand? So I'm in a sober mood. I hope you don't mind. Though Mr. James have brushed me up by what he just said. He saw me laughing and smiling. And I've learned, I always come here to learn. So let me stop for the moment till we get into the show. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Revolution now. Bolo, what did he do this week? Welcome to the show, Ovia.
What did he do? Oh, what are you waiting to know do? You tell me.
So
I don't know how to come in. I don't know where Mr. James, I should say, is the serious one. He's been sarcastic today. And Revolution come with a revolution mind. But Mr. J is softening it up. But let me break your heart, Revolution. That religion that we are making use of today is coming back. Right? I say religion. Some people say religion is the opium of the masses. I say it's the vitamin of the weak, and the weak are more in number. So we are seeing a class of civilization, and whether we like it or not, Christianity or Western civilization and Islamic civilizations are here to stay. So they're taking center stage again, just like the way it was before now. So it's on the full force. But on a more serious note, I think I will indict Dr. Dameji. You know, I use him as a point of contact to the media, Nigerian media. Past week we go down in history, at least. In the next maybe 80 to 100 years, we will still remember the last week. I'm talking about the Trump national security strategy that was released. You know, out of what, 39 pages. Guess how many pages was dedicated to Nigeria or the continent?
0, I hope.
Just 3 paragraphs.
Oh, they tried. I didn't know. I'm not ready. I wonder what they said. There was no need to write about Nigeria. It wasn't Africa in the whole thing.
Yeah, but Nigeria wasn't mentioned, but
yeah,
terrorism
what did they say about
that? To those who, you know, I don't know how some people in this time and age will come on national platform, they would say, oh, it's never about resources, it's never about resources. Like, do you really actually sit down? You think that one grown man somewhere will be thinking about your stinking house? I won't come to save you from either your fate or anything. No. Out of that 3 paragraphs, it's all about resources. You are moving to the age of age, ideology is out.
Okay, I hope you can give me a second to just interject if you allow. Can I?
Go ahead.
Please, my brother, you see, when we talk about all these things, most of you very educated people used to confuse us we no go at all. When una come, una go dey talk say these people are coming for our resources. Many of you, not only you, many high-placed educated people, this is like say una gather, make meetings, say na the only thing wey una go dey take the full us, we no go. Say anybody we want come help the poor Africans, say they want come and take our resources. Resources where me and you know, say even the man waiting for that Niger Delta where they come on for in ground, you no see anything inside that resources. No benefit at all, apart from pollution everywhere. Now Indian gets. Meanwhile, there are people, black Nigerians, who are benefiting 100% of it. And then when according to religious way you thought say now they rule now, now go continue to rule, you break my heart with that. Then when we come now, cry out. One of our big brothers come say, let me take this one, come save my people. When I go to say he's coming to take our resources. Now that place are they confused sometimes. So that is where I get confused. Now I want just talk. Make una try to see him in another light, please.
All right, I hope that Dr. Dan will give me a few minutes here. See it. Let me break it down in a very layman way. See it from this angle, right? You leave your village or you leave Nigeria, go abroad, and because you know seafood chop.
Yes, now.
Say you don't really see food chop.
I don't get shoe when I did Nigeria. I don't talk about this platform.
Hold on first. Now not talk of shoe. Food. Say you don't see food chop.
But it's part of it. Food, shoe. Where
no. Oh my God. Just. I mean, I know they try won't make you understand why the resources are the center of everything, right? You understand? So if you leave Nigeria because you know see food chop, right? Now you dey where you dey so. If you no come up for your house, if you no come up go work for the next 6 months, you go see the seafood chop, right? But why you
for
see
where
the work?
That? For
where you dey so? Where you dey so?
You. If you no work here 1 month, they go throw you out. They go cut your benefits. Yeah, no, not like that though.
Hold on now, my point is that regardless of anything where you they do, no matter what you they make, food is still important. You still need to eat. So the world as it is, not energy they make and work. And that energy where they make the good, that food where they make you survive, stay alive, now be the energy where they make the world they work. So first thing you have to understand where you belong for this committee of nation. which you they contribute and how you they contribute them. Now you talk one thing, say we get the oil, our people know they see them use. So the first question is why? And you arrive by some people they sit down on top of them. You are also right. But what will make those people they successful? Why me and you no fit challenge them or take them out?
Because they carry gun now.
Good. Yeah, because they carry gun now, be. What is that they use those guns? They protect those resources. So now we need to analyze who are the partners, because our people, when me and you know, they know they educated powers. They know if you come out the oil for grant. Now people they come out them. What is the agreement?
Now business, so, they collect, give you back your own share to share with your people.
Exactly. So whenever they refer to say now our resources, we are coming from that angle, because majority of us know. Say that's how it works. So the more we understand, our goal is to break that partnership or negotiate them. You understand? So it is not that we are complaining. Rather, we are trying to make people understand that the only reason we're going to make Bola Tinubu children carry gun or any other people that carry gun now because of that resources. And if we can dissuade the partners away from them, we stand a chance. So when they refer to the national security strategy, it's only centered about that. It has nothing to do with it that they can't save you or your religion. No. All they want from now forward, they don't even care how you govern yourself anymore.
Okay, now your opinion be that too, not opinion of us.
Now, see,
it's your personal opinion.
That. Now my opinion, so allow me hear it out, right?
Sorry.
When I say they don't care how you govern yourself, Saudi Arabia is a critical example. Nobody cares how they go around their government, human rights or whatever, because they have a good relationship with their resources. So that is the relationship they are saying they are going to have with us now. How we govern ourselves going forward is none of their business.
All right, we have to structure the show now. We have to move on.
So you now have a chance, right? We now have a chance to say, okay, where will they complain now? They say they don't want to deal with us from that angle again. This is now your own chance to react. Since you know they believe us again. So they are saying now they don't want to call ideology again. They want to do business. So are you going to be involved in that negotiation? Because that's where we are now. Because what the current government of Tinubu and Buhari is doing is to stay neutral in terms of the war between the West and the Chinese. But in staying neutral comes with consequences. So now that consequences that comes with it, we are trying to actually analyze what our leaders are giving us. They are telling me and you for their own benefits. So at the center of it all is analysis for us to actually understand, not complaining. We cannot complain. We are not in the position to complain. We don't get anything. Now people will get skin in the game if you complain. Me and you cannot complain. Nobody they listen to our complaint. So I am not your problem. You are not my problem. I am just trying to tell you, where I sit down now, wait till they see this. You don't have to take it, right? But the world work as a system. We not just they live like that. There's a reason you are where you are. They select you, but you don't know.
Okay.
You know that you are selected to be where you are today.
Okay, we have to end it in 2 hours, in 2.5 hours. So let's start the show. So these are some of these. I mentioned some stories at the beginning, but let me just add this to the issues we can touch on. Wike is now he celebrated his 58th birthday, and he told the nation that he had no regrets supporting Tinubu. Tinubu issued a statement saying that Wike is one of the shining stars of his administration. Dr. Chris Ngige, former governor of Anambra State and former labor minister, is now at EFCC trying to explain some 2 billion naira he spent while he was minister. Malami, the former attorney general, is also at the EFCC trying to explain some money too that he spent. People are looking at these arrests and this as another way of putting pressure on people who are not supporting the government, according to those who are looking at it that way. Ovia mentioned the media. There's something editorial today in the Punch newspaper, or today, no, yesterday, Punch newspaper. They were going off what Shoyinka said about Sheikh Tinubu. And one of the perspective that people have out there is why did they have to wait until Shoyinka spoke before they wrote an editorial about Sheikh and what Sheikh was doing with the security? It was so we have reasons to criticize the media in some cases. Yeah. What else? Tinubu is also looking for 20 trillion naira loan to support or to pay for the budget of 2026. So these are other stories. We have Reno Mokuri approved, I think, to be an ambassador with other people. The Senate thing that was going on, those of you who have watched, there was nothing serious about that other than when Oshomole and Dume, they had what people considered a conflict over Reno, but people will say it's a show. We'll talk about that. So quickly, let me say hello to people who just joined, and if they have anything they want to bring up, a topic that maybe is not mentioned, we can just mention it. KJ.
All right. Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, Rudolph. I'm not really ready for the show, but I was drawn in by Mr. James and my brother Revolution, and even Opobulo's last comment. But I will leave it since we have moved on. Nigeria is I don't know how many theater literatures you read, but there's a theater book that if you read theater arts, you will have read. It's called The Theater of the Absorbed. Nigeria has become a theater of the absorbed. There's nothing that happens in any other clan that happens in Nigeria as it should. So every single day, there's several stories. In fact, right now, like I said, if you are practicing journalism in Nigeria, you will run out of you run out of time to follow the stories because they are breaking everywhere, left, right, and center. Unfortunately, like the media, practice in Nigeria, you are not giving money to follow stories. You just have to sit on your decks and write a very good, literature for people to read, and then pick some of what government have said and put in it. So government is actually the initiators of stories in the Nigerian media, which doesn't give it any standard. That's why people hardly will refer to those writings in other media houses outside of Nigeria. And you see, I also noticed following the story going on, we had a Nigerian strategic section in DC. The way they reported it, the story they reported had made Raleigh Moore look as if he had given Nigeria a different story and now telling a different story in America. But they chose what they want, and the perpetrators of such people is a very people I respect, like Ruben Abati. He chose what to tell the people. And when you choose that, you see, the real story is not complete. There's no way the congressman who went to Nigeria will have given you a contrary story and now saying a different thing when they go to the US. Mind you, they were there fully protected. So I don't know. So that is one story. I don't know if you mentioned that. Then the other story, of course, is in fact, I don't know which one to tell you, Rodolph. There are so many stories in Nigeria, you don't even know which one to follow. But I don't want to blame, taken from, I don't know if you get there. The reason why I stopped trying to, have discovered that almost everything in the world is a scam. So, Mr. James, what if you think, religion is a scam? Everything in the world is a scam. Every goddamn thing is a scam. Right from the books you read, because these are people's ideas that they're putting out. So you're only reading it to either confirm or disagree with them. So if you disagree with them, you start a new level of knowledge altogether. So it's not as if there's somebody who sat down there and these things came to the person, and the person, everything is manufactured and all written to suit one purpose. As a journalist, in fact, as a documentary producer, you start, and Rudolph can be a witness, you start your story from one end. You already know where you want to land. You just get people to build you up to where you want to go. And at the end, you conclude that this is what is happening. That is always the issue. There are very few times that you don't arrive at your desired conclusion. In that way, you have to change the title of your documentary or your story or your book. So everything rises and falls on the same level. What we have failed to do as a people, black people, is we are refused to come to the table with our own ideas. We allow other people to set the agenda for us. Then we begin to chase them and give them names. What stops us from coming to the table with our own idea and say, this is how we're going to deal. This is our level of dealing. If you don't want it, well, let us find. And we don't come with anything. You don't even come to meetings with people who can understand. Look, Rudolph, let me give an example. We went to a conference that other people organized on behalf of your people. Other people left their job, left their family, came to organize a conference to find how to safeguard people from dying in your country. Guess what? We sent people from Abuja to come and defend why that thing should not be right. It shouldn't be right. And they are not looking at it from, just imagine how it is. A man is speaking and say, I flew in from Nigeria and I've come to, try to put things right. That you guys are looking at only the small portion of this problem. This problem is versatile. It has so many dimensions. My brother, if you go, man, what would be going on in your mind? That these people are so totally stupid. Because at the end of the day, you don't have anything to lose. They lose everything. They lose everything. Now, that is how we are. And until we realize that we have to also initiate programs and follow the narrative. By the way, Rudolph, if you want to doubt me, look at all the African nations. Can you even go to African nations by yourself without paying a huge cost? Can you? You can't. If you're Nigeria calling any of the French distance, it is routed through France. Okay, to get to that country. Have we ever thought about that? We don't do this. So why can we now blame Weibo man? Of course, if I was going to help you, do you think I should help you free of charge? I will also name my price. Anyway, I'll stop that so I don't take your time. Thank you, sir.
All right, KJ, thank you. One Africa, Odi, welcome to the show.
Hello, everybody. We always start very calm and cool, and then, temperature rises many times. Revolution now. I think you asked very pertinent questions today to our friend Okpebolo. When people are let off and they just go into theory and go into an overdrive, sometimes just simple questions of logic, just kind of expose things. Number one, and I like one of the things I would have loved us to talk about is what's going on in ADC, because, here we always we want to bring up solution about how we can move forward in Nigeria. Because one way or the other, it has to be politics, right? Because...
Hold on, you say what's going on in ABC?
ADC, yeah.
ADC, the political party, okay.
Yeah, because, one way or the other, if things continue this way, APC is the only party in Nigeria, and they are going to win, right, in 2027. And if they win, you don't expect things to be better in the second term, right? Second terms are usually worse. Buhari did something marginal in his first term. Second term was just a house on fire. And you can imagine if things are bad now, catch me in 4 years' time. But going back to, I wanted to just talk back to what that question that Revolution now asked. About, why do we always say these people are coming to take our resources that they already have? What resources? The French have our resources. I heard a story that the French people have our tax information. I'm not sure what that's, if it's, and, we know, the leader we have is almost like, it has exposed us. And people are here, saying, oh, no, we're trying to protect ourselves from who exactly? Or is it just to do mental gymnastics? You know, I don't understand our people. And, you know, there's something that happens. Most of us here live in the West, but the West is our, you know, like our major enemy. You know, sometimes, you know, I don't even blame Trump. You know, you can see what's going on in the Somali, you know, neighborhoods in Minnesota and all that. You live in the West, but you hate everything about the West. And the West is just what you wake up in the morning, you want to beat up the West. You know, someone saying, oh, we don't believe in religion, but we are true Africans. Africans have always been religious people. Our forefathers were deeply religious people. You know, and you can have beef with Christianity. I do with many things that we've been sold. But you should have beef with other religions. You know, one of the things that I see people stay here, last time forefathers was here, they just set up Christianity and they were throwing eggs at it. Well, how about Islam also? Can people just say Islam is actually more of a problem in Nigeria than Christianity? If you put both religions, you know, side by side, you know, if you look at what we have gained from both religions, but people, oh no, you know, this one, Jesus Christ did this one. No. It's not even a European religion, you know, but let's, you know, I can go on and on. I don't want to go back to that. You know, this is a religion has been closer to us in Ethiopia and Egypt than it was to the Europeans. It's just that somehow it's circled back to us. You don't have to agree with it, but don't say we are not religious people. We are. My forefathers were. We had our gods we worshipped up to tomorrow. You know, you can, why don't you, if you feel you want to be very African, go back and worship do African traditional religion. And then you be true African. And don't just, the people who afforded you electricity, someone asked, so why are you here? Why are you here? Go back to Nigeria. You like Nigeria so much, you hate the West, just go back. You know, and you know, this, you know, recently they said, you know, and I'm worried about France and, you know, what's going on with France in Nigeria, what they are doing, you know, and I'm going to just land on that. If you know what's going on in France, the French young people are escaping France like Nigerians are escaping Nigeria. The youth of France are running away from France the way the youth of Nigeria are running away from Nigeria.
Where are they going to?
Oh, they're migrating to United States. They're coming to California. They're setting up, they're migrating to Australia,
UK too, United Kingdom.
UK. They're all running away from France. And what our president every day goes to France, and France says they are coming to protect us from, and nobody, I don't even see people criticizing France here. You see, people are biased. When Trump comes to say, hey, you know, I'm coming in, everybody, oh, United States, this great witch, this, you know, but what about France? France is the boogeyman, but Trump it has to be something about Trump. But, you know, how can you even escape Trump? You know, Trump is Rome, whether you like it or not. You know, this is Rome, United States. Whether, you know, just look at all the metrics you want and all the people every day, China, this, Russia, this, everybody still comes to DC to settle their quarrel, or New York. And please just take it easy and let's say what the truth is. But anyway, I hope we talk about ADC, because there has to be a pathway, or it's going to be APC and Tinubu and Wike fight. Every day we'll be watching a show between Fubara. They are releasing new songs now in Port Harcourt every minute and every second. It's actually a disgrace in what's going on in Rivers State, you know, and nobody even knows what's going on. But well, it's nice to see you all. Let's get our weekend therapy, and I'll be waiting for my turn again.
All right. Thank you so much. Paul, you're the last person, then we start. Welcome.
Thank you. Doctor, the one that just marveled me a little bit, kind of funny in as much as it's good, but it's it's hard for me to say it's misplaced priority, but from my own perspective, I can call it misplaced priority. Is Dangote promising a $788 million, 1.3 trillion naira to support young people for education? I know people will look, what are you talking about? It's good. But for me, it makes me laugh a lot because, doctor, I operate all type of equipment you can think of. I started as an aircraft technician, so I know how to operate the catering lifter, the toilet bowser, the water bowser. I can push any aircraft. I can push DC-10, one of the biggest aircraft in the world. But why am I saying all those things? Doctor, do you know there's no company in Nigeria? There's nowhere in Nigeria you can learn how to drive truck. And this Dangote truck, literally killing people anyhow. You can see the saga that happened in Edo State not so long. You understand? And therefore that thing. There is no one trailer company to say, I want to go learn how to drive this trailer. There's no one. Dangote cannot even just stand up and say, with the way people try to shame me with this last saga that happened back to back, just even set up one. Other company can learn from it. Even though the Nigerian military itself can even send their so-called soldiers to go learn how to drive those big, heavy trucks and then for that thing. You can use it to certify people. As Nigeria is today, there is no one. You understand? During COVID time, the US is looking for almost 80,000 drivers, semi-truck driver. Canada is looking for almost 50,000. Nigeria couldn't take that opportunity because you can't even say, this is where I got my license as a truck driver in Nigeria. It's not there. Nowhere. You just do almost here, you just learn motorboy and everything. That if you are lucky you didn't kill people or you didn't hurt yourself, one day you become driver. Then you start bragging that I can drive from Calabar to Damanturu, from Damanturu to Gongola, from Gongola back to Econ. That's what we get. You understand? I was expecting when he even said so, to even take this opportunity, correct some wrongs. You understand? To say, okay, let me set up that trucking school to learn how to help people. Even though the Bible said, it said, I will bless you with the work of your hand. That's a good skill to learn how to drive truck the proper way. He just brought 10,000 new trucks this same year in Nigeria. But there's nowhere in Nigeria, anywhere in Nigeria, that you can say, I want to go learn how to drive truck. Nowhere in Nigeria. It get me worried. So it's just hard for me to even applaud him with this thing that he said he tend to do. And in as much as it's good, what is misplaced priority? We need to grow young people with skills. It's not everybody that will be so academia like my big brother James and KJ and Dr. Damages. Like, it's not everybody that will be like that. Some of us will stay with OVA, will not go school. You understand? Or Pebble them. You understand? OVA, am I lying? That's my take for that.
May your days be long. May your days be long.
Thank you.
Rameji, make I help you market your book since you are shy. You know,
We'll
you drop a novel. The keys.
We'll talk about that.
There was let me read it. Let me read out something in celebration of that, right? There was a novel by Michael Dobdin, Dead Lagoon. He said there can be no true friends without true enemies. Unless we hate what we are not, we cannot love what we are. They are the old truths we are painfully discovered after a century and a more of sentimental cant. Those who deny them deny their family, their heritage, their culture, their birthright, their very self. They will not lightly be forgiven. The unfortunate truth in these old truths cannot be ignored by sentiment and scholar. For those people seeking identity, and reinventing ethnicity, enemies are essential, and the potential most dangerous enmity occurs across the fault lines between the world major civilization. So the central theme of that novel is that culture and cultural identity, which are the broadest level as civilization identity, are shaping the pattern of cohesion, disintegration, and conflict within the post-Cold War. So unless you are not paying attention, that's the only way you think that we are making excuses. But again, we are in it. Very soon it will hit you in your face. Then you know where you belong.
Wow, that's interesting. Thank you, Ovie. Thank you so much. Let me, we're going to start our conversation. Constance, I see you, but we have to start. I want you to be the first to weigh in. Niger, see, Niger is Vahala. I will bring you in. But before then, let me just play this, talking about, people and...
Supposed to have an electric car by the year like 2030 or some ridiculous year like that. It's just not going to be that way. I don't think it'll be some like hybrid, some kind of like gasoline powered. I mean, the nice thing about gasoline is we have 2,000 years worth of we have more gasoline, we have more oil and gas than any country anywhere in the world. Is that right? And they want us to go to batteries. Let's go to batteries. We don't have battery content. So let's go to batteries, according to these morons that were in our country. Let's not use oil and gas, which we have more than any country in the world. Let's go to batteries. Well, we have to go to the Congo and get it from China. But I actually stopped the war with Congo and Rwanda, and they said to me, please, please, we would love you to come and take our minerals, which we'll do. But I stopped the Green New Scam. It's a total scam. And, we had, they used to call it global warming. Then they called it 15 other things, and none of them worked. So they came up with climate change, remember? Climate change. Because you can't go wrong with climate change if it goes up. Remember, global warming, and then the...
Ovie mentioned the National Security Strategic document that was put out recently. It's something that I think people will need to spend time to consider. Even Europeans are worried about America. If not that, we know that Trump has no idea what's in that document. But the people who run the government, they know what they are doing. And it's scary. It should be scary to people, anybody who is from anywhere else, even people who live in America too, should be concerned, because it's obvious that America is giving up the chance or the right to compete, that is going to compete, and its idea is going to dominate the world, is trying to say that it's going to influence even the governments. They want regime change in Europe. They want to restructure Europe in their own idea of what it should be. So it's a dangerous thing that is out there, and a lot of people who are on the right in Europe are embracing that. It's going to transform the world as we know it. If they have opportunity, I'm not talking about this administration, but if they continue, if you have someone like Trump come follow Trump, then that will really be a serious issue. Anyway, we will talk on that. That's actually a bigger issue that we should discuss extensively, but I will bring in some guests that will break it down for us. All right, so we want to start our conversation with Benin Republic. There are different angles to that. There's this sense of fear. When you hear Dangote talk about bringing out trillions for students, there is real fear in most parts of West Africa that this is not a stable structure. The democracy we have is not working for people, and that this coup or a version of that might still go around most African countries. So we have to do something to make sure that we don't have a very good environment for that to happen. So there will be other activities that we're going to be seeing in days to come, movements and involvements of France and other countries. It's complex what is going on. The chessboard is complex. But anyway, let's talk about what happened, the coup, and what Nigeria did, how France reacted, and even the opposition leaders in Benin Republic. They are against Nigeria's involvement, and they want all foreign soldiers to leave their country. All right, Constance, let me start with you because you've not said anything. Welcome to the show.
Welcome. Good day, Dr. Damages, and all the panelists. KJ, Dr. James, One Africa, Revolutionary, Bobela, and the sons and brothers. And One Africa. I wanted to say something different, before you bring up this issue, but all the same.
Yeah, add it to what you are saying. You can add it.
Okay, because what I wanted to start with this our caliphate, the bizarre caliphate. That's what I wanted to start with. That bizarre caliphate. Since we are born, we have been hearing about that caliphate. Even most of the leaders who rule Nigeria, even those from the east, from the south, all those people, before they rule, they have to go to the caliphate to bow. before they can get the mandate to rule. But unfortunately, that place is a terrorist place, which we have been. It's unfortunate for us to have such a place. And we hear that Southern Sokoto have oil wells in the east and east, former old eastern states and the south. But you start looking at it. These terrorists have been ruling Nigeria. These terrorists people have been going to these terrorists to bow. But it's unfortunate. I thank Donald Trump. Whatever anybody can say about that man, I think him coming to power and him exposing this now has made us to look into ourselves and know that there are many things wrong in Nigeria, that can make Nigeria not to go forward. If that Gumi, that caliphate is what protecting Gumi, that caliphate is what protecting these terrorists, that caliphate is where the evil in Nigeria is situated, and that is where people go to get power. That is where people go to ask for power. That's where people go when they have any problem, they go there. That shows you where Nigeria is heading to. And that shows that Nigeria, whatever happens in this life, it can never be. On the issue of Benin Republic, what this man did, he said that the Benin Republic president asked him to intervene. It was not the Benin Republic president, it was France that asked him to intervene. And now he has given our tax this into France for them to connect collecting taxes in Nigeria. It was the tax man, it was that man, because even the Benin president, the day he took over again, he never even mentioned Nigeria. He never even congratulated Nigeria, only congratulated France. Because it was France that sent him to come there. And when you look at the whole thing, the whole scenario, Nigeria is Anglophone. And Burkina Faso, France, all of them, Burkina Faso, Benin Republic, all of them, Mali, all of them are Francophone. So what is an Anglophone going to do in a Francophone country to intervene? There are many Francophone countries that are supposed to intervene if that is needed. So I think this man, where he's taking Nigeria to, he's taking to Nigeria to, I think maybe him and his family take to Nigeria to their own hell. Because Nigeria will not survive where this man is taking Nigeria to. And when you look at all these people supporting this man, you look at them, you think whether these people are okay. Because this man, when he ruled Lagos, where is Lagos today? After ruling Lagos, all these people that are supporting him, he deprived the people job. He deprived many things. Almost all the government houses, he took them. Many of the money of the Lagos people, he took them. He made many people they are poor because he's a drug lord, and drug lords only care for themselves and the immediate families. And today, like what Adeleke said, since we have Abacha loot, we are still going to have Tinubu loot. They don't know those that maybe other people, both Yoruba people, some Yoruba people that are supporting him, and the other people that support him. They never ask themselves, where will Nigeria be after this man rule? What will happen to the next man who's going to come to rule in Nigeria? Where is that man going to start from? Is the man if this man can destroy the INEC, he can destroy the judiciary, he can destroy other institutions, then that man will follow from there also. So what will be the decision of Nigeria in the next 5 or 10 years more to come? That's what people are not asking themselves. And that's what people are not even asking themselves, because as of now, the whole thing in Nigeria, he had destroyed PDP, he had destroyed LP, he had destroyed most of the parties, because those that he doesn't want, now he engages him. If you go against him, even if you're a APC member, you go against him from anywhere, you'll be arrested. So he wants everybody not to talk anything, not everybody to say it's only you. But as a criminal and a drug lord, drug lords only protect their own empires. He will destroy everything about Nigeria to protect to be there. And that's what the man is doing. Every day looking for money from different angles. Nigerians are not even asking, those that are supporting him are not even asking themselves, where are we heading to? Even if today Nigeria disintegrate, the Yoruba people, the Southwest, they don't know what they're doing to themselves. Because that man will try to put them in their pocket. They can never even, if him and the family, Yoruba people, all of them, they cannot even bring up their face. because that man will put all of them in their own pocket because then it's a drug lord, and drug lords only look for their what that is good for them and their families. And that's what Nigerians are not, those that are supporting him. And those some of these, I already said before, any Eastern governor, or even any man, any Easterner that is in APC is a terrorist like them. Every APC man is a terrorist. They only care for that people they are destroying. Today, Matawale cannot be arrested. Upon all the whole evidence against Matawale, he can never be arrested. Many times, Matawale, I had the news that Matawale goes to the bushes to talk to this. He sent his boys to go and talk to this, what they call the terrorists. So that during the election time, they will destroy everything. They will make him to win. So that is why Matawale is still in that government. And that is why he cannot arrest him. He can never do anything to him. So it's unfortunate where, for those who believe in it, who said one Nigeria or who said Nigeria will, where the country is heading to, I don't know. Because I said it earlier, when this man finished ruling, what will be the decision of Nigeria? Whether he finish this year, whether he finish next year, whether he finish in 4 years' time, what will be the decision of Nigeria? Thank you, Dr. Damages, and God bless you.
All right, thank you, Constance. While this is Javier say, we try to, there's been so much push that we should make some corrections when needed. I just want to point out concerns for one of the things you said. You know, there are many things, but the one I'm concerned about is that if you look at how the world geopolitics of the world is, you said that why is Tinubu from English-speaking country going to France, Benin Republic? In West Africa, Nigeria is the power in West Africa. So you expect that the structure of West Africa, everything about West Africa goes around Nigeria, and without any kind of bias about what is going on with government and France and everything. Nigeria has a say in what happens in West Africa. Just like if you go to East Africa, you find out that Kenya will have a say. You go to North Africa, you have Egypt. So you don't, there's a reason why Nigeria will be involved in any case. You know, it's not about, it has nothing to do with what you are portraying, you know, whether the language is English or Portuguese. Any major country in one region will have influence in that region. All right, Mr. James, you go. Go ahead.
Yeah, are you referring to me?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, I want to hear your view on.
Hello.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, my internet is very weak. If you are not hearing me, you can take me off the studio.
We can hear you. We can hear you.
I hear you.
Okay, good. Concerning this problem in Republic of Benin, I've listened to a lot of opinions on on social media. From the look of things, people are advocating good governance as a recipe for coups. That if you have good government, there will be no more coups. Everything will be very good. I do not agree for a certain reason. Let me explain it this way. Slave trade started in around 1441, according to Adeleke in his book, Topics in West African History by Adeleke. Says slave trade started around 1441, when the first set of slaves were taken from West Africa to Portugal. Now, for 400 years, slave trade flourished. Africans gained nothing from the trade. When the Industrial Revolution was launched in Britain, there was no more use for slaves. So they decided to listen to William Wilberforce, Gravy Sharp and his people, and their people. They abolished slave trade. They said, take them back to Africa where they come from, so that they produce minerals, agricultural produce to feed our industries. So they established Sierra Leone and Liberia, and they stopped the slave trade. They now brought what they call legitimate trade in agricultural goods, minerals and things like that to feed their industries. When you produce whatever you want to produce, they determine the price. And when they finish processing it, they also determine the price of the finished product. So at the end of the day, the legitimate trade did not favor us. It got to a point, they now said, they now took over our administrations. They administered, in fact, slave trade was abolished in 1807, after 400 years. They brought their own government from 1807 to around 1960s. they were governing us. We gained nothing from their governance. Now, after that, they left their own system of government, gave power to men and women of their choice to take over the administration. Since 1960 till now, we still gain nothing. The solution to African problem is not trade. It's not good governance. Africans need to reinvent, or they need to invent their own system of government, how they want to be governed. Because there's no way you can master the white man system better than the white men understand that very system. So this is the root cause of the problem we're having today.
Mr. James.
Excuse me.
Yeah, hold on.
Yes.
India, Singapore, all the successful Asian countries that are following democracy.
I'm coming to that.
Okay.
I know the point.
Okay. Go ahead.
My internet is very weak. Anyway, you mentioned India. I think I have an idea of what you're referring to. South Africa, the changing government democratically. Things are not working for the black people in South Africa. It is true that India and other countries were also colonized, and they are making headway. Why is it that we are different? The reason is because India has years of civilization they are falling back on. They had written scripts. They knew how they were living their lives centuries before the white men got there. The same thing with the Chinese and maybe Turkey, the Arab states. They have their own civilization. Our civilization is lost for good. We were not writing. That is one major problem that is disturbing us today. This is why we are unable to do what the Indians are doing. Now, sociologically, we are not Africans, neither are we Europeans. It's just a mixture of the two. So this is where the confusion, is coming from. So what I think, this is my personal thought, the intellectuals in Africa, they need to come together, sit down and work out a system of how the continent should be governed. There's no way you can govern it using the WTO rules and regulations, United Nations and what have you. While they were formulating these rules, you were not there. No African was properly represented while these rules were being drawn out. Now, after drawing out these rules, they are now imposing it on African countries. While they were planning it, they were seeing Africans as suppliers of raw materials. That was where they factor in Africa. Like what we said, that about 2 or 3 paragraphs was written about something. Africa was not taken into proper consideration. And if that document happened to be implemented in future, you will discover that this problem we are grappling with will even become more compounded. So this is the time for African intellectuals to sit down and work out the modalities on how the continent should be governed. But again, when we talk of intellectuals, who are the intellectuals these days? Take Nigeria, for example. Our professors are INEC professors. When you listen to them on, Channels TV, Arise TV, the way they talk, in fact, somebody like Rufai, whom I respect so much, Senator Rufai, rubbish our professors every day. You will sit them down, put it to them, I put it to you that X, Y, Z, and you hear professors blabbing before this young man who read animal science. You get the point I'm making? So this is the problem we are facing today. Our educational system has collapsed. People like DK, is it DK, the historian from Eastern Nigeria, Jacob Festus Ade Ajayi, Professor Nurudin Alao, what's his name, Adu Bohen of Ghana, Ali Mazuri, Edred Jones of Sierra Leone, that generation is gone. Our educational system has been badly polluted by international donors. When they want to give you any form of aid, they attach conditions to it. And one of the conditions, or the conditions they're attaching to it, is affecting the educational system very badly. This is the reason why the quality of education I received, you received while we were in Nigeria is not the same as the children are receiving these days. So this is the problem we are facing in Africa. We need to sit down and work out the modalities on how to be governed. There's one man they call PLO Lumumba, I think from Kenya or Tanzania. That man speaks reasonably well. He's a well-read man. He can head such a project. There's nothing wrong if Africans in Africa and those in the diaspora should come together, assemble people of his type to work out the modalities on how to get out of this problem. So no amount of operating the white man system that will get us out of this predicament. You cannot outsmart the white man. In the Gambia where I live, we produce a lot of groundnut. We produce a lot of groundnut. Yeah, we produce a lot of groundnut. We don't determine the price of the groundnut. At the end of the day, we take it to France or Britain. They produce groundnut oil and they bring it back. We don't determine the price. I mean, a groundnut farmer in the Gambia finds it very difficult to buy a jerry can of groundnut oil. When I was in Uganda, briefly, Uganda grew a lot of coffee. It is laughable that most coffee farmers cannot even buy Nescafe in Kampala supermarkets. So this is the situation we find ourselves. We are tied onto a world economic system. The way the system operates, we don't know. We don't know the principles. So this is why the situation is like this. I'm not blaming the white man, because if we were to be in their position, we will even do worse than they are doing to us today. This is how I see it. So it's every man to himself. We should learn to be responsible members of the human race in order to get out of this predicament. The white man's panacea cannot work for us in Africa. Thank you.
All right, Mr. James, thank you. Just for you to think about, maybe next time we come to you, the Benin Kingdom has been there for hundreds of years before the Europeans came.
They were not writing. No, excuse me. How did Oba Eware, Oba Vorame and other, how the ideas they were propounding, we don't have it anymore. It's already lost and gone. The only place we can get it now, just bits and pieces of it, is the, what's it called, the archives in the Arab world. Before the white men came, the Arabs were coming to Africa. When they go back home, they were writing certain things about us. So if we are able to gain access to their libraries and archives, we will be able to know how we were reasoning, the kind of things we were doing while they were, having contact with us.
All right, thank you, Ms. James. Let me go to...
Just like the economy started to the Western economy, the Benin ideology started to the Nigerian state. So we not even move without it. Just like the Biafran,
No, I didn't want to belabor that, but when I was in high school, I remember high school, we wrote essays about issues like this, and we said the kind of thing James is saying now. So why is it that 30 years after, that's the question we should ask ourselves. 30 years after, we talk about why are we not making things, final products? Why are we still selling raw products to Europe? Who is stopping us? Why can't we sell to other African countries? I've had people say that when they produce, they're not allowed to sell to European markets or American markets. But what about African markets? Why can't a company in Lagos make?
One of the problems we have with African markets is that we don't have a complementary production structures. Nigeria produce granite, Gambia produce granite. Nigeria produce cocoa, Ghana produce. So agricultural produce, an agricultural state cannot trade effectively with another agricultural state. The trade is me.
But you are saying, James, you're saying
one of the solutions to this problem, excuse me, just for a second or two. One of the solutions to this problem is industrialization. Africa
that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Who is stopping us?
Be able to get out of this problem.
Yeah, who is stopping us? If you are saying that people in Gambia, they are buying processed vegetable oil from France or from other countries in the world, who is stopping Nigeria from producing it and selling that final product to Gambia or to China?
Rudolph Ogonkwo is stopping us. Mr. James, let me answer.
All right, thank you. No.
The Nigerian state. Hold on. No, you are the Nigerian state train you as an engineer for you to actually be a pioneer of that production system. But what did you do? You could not withstand the pressure. You ran away to go and be a teacher somewhere else instead. So everybody now wants to be like you from your village. They don't want to stay,
No. I've told Dr. Damages why I left Nigeria. I've told him, you don't have time for that now.
Why is he not producing?
Okay,
That's the
excuse
question.
me.
Why are you not
When it get to my turn, when it get to my turn again, I will explain why I left Nigeria.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. James.
Mr. James, not you. I'm talking about Rudolph himself. He's an engineer. He's a trained engineer from Akure. And they use the Western money to train him. You cannot.
Okay, keep quiet. Let's go to where is Niger? I'm trying to get Niger. Niger is Wahala. Okay, can you hear me? Hello.
Yes, I can hear you. It's not Wahala. It's not Wahala. It's Niger. It's Valhalla.
What does that mean? Can you please explain? I thought you couldn't spell Wahala.
Valhalla is a Moose mythology. No. It's a Moose. It's a Moose mythology. It's paradise for Teutonic Anglo-Saxons. So it's just like flipping the script against the colonialist. It's just like putting the middle finger there. But then, good evening from here. I'm talking from Borno State. My network is just so poor. I hope you guys will be patient enough with me. If the network permits me, I would like to say a few things. I hope everyone is doing well. Can you guys still hear me?
Yes, go ahead. Yeah, we can hear you.
I don't think the network is that. If the network is not that good, I may still be in the background. Then I'll wait maybe 10 minutes. Then I can come in and say my piece. But right now, I'm really enjoying what the elder Mr. James is saying. Then I can still come in. But I have a few things to say regarding all of this.
If you can hear me, go ahead.
I beg your pardon, because of course you guys know how the network in Nigeria is. Well, I should just go ahead, right?
Go ahead. Go ahead. Yeah.
All right. Okay. Let me start with the geopolitical landscape in which Nigeria finds herself. And even though a lot of us like to think of the world as ideal and think about all these principles, democratic principles, as if they are set in stone, and in the way in which they function is it's true and universal. I think if we are being true ourselves and rational and looking at what has happened since this world order, since the United States became the sole superpower, the principles do not apply equally to all the people. And if we are telling ourselves the truth, in the strata in which the world operates, at least in racial terms, the black man is at the bottom of the ladder. Whether we like to tell ourselves the truth or not, whether we...
All right, we lost you. So maybe you can come back another time, or another, log off and come back and see if that will help. Let's go to revolution now. We're talking about Benin, Republic of Benin, and the coup that was foiled by Nigeria. What is your take on
that? Greetings to everybody again, and let me show my solidarity to our brother. I'll be doing that time and again, because we shouldn't forget Nigeria. We normally forget good people. Thank you very much. I just want to tell you about Benin. First of all, I want to just jump in a little bit about what Mr. James said. He's asking us that we should bring our own system. This is the problem I have with very highly educated Nigerians. You know the problem of Nigerians being greediness, wickedness. That is what black people are known for, especially Nigerians. Emilokon. When he reached my turn, I go do him as I like. Then you want to discredit the system that one man has taken upon himself. It's my turn, I do what I want. And it's now asking the intellectuals of Africa to try to figure out a system that works in Africa. What system do you think can work for Africa again? I don't know. Can a typical African man stop being greedy? Can they? That is the simple problem of Africa. Black people, not only Africa, even American blacks, Jamaican blacks, I've met a lot of them. When you do business with them, they want to cheat you. So let me leave that matter for you guys to digest. Those of you who are more educated than myself, you might say I'm talking shit, but this is my own understanding of what is wrong with black people. Benin Republic can also link up a little bit. Tinubu is in Nigeria. He cannot take care of what is happening in Nigeria. You understand? In his own backyard because he's guilty. But he can go to another man's backyard because he feels he's stronger than Benin. He couldn't do it in Mali. He couldn't do it in Burkina Faso because he knows that place they will give him a tough time. He went to that normal, which is what I say again, Dr. Damages. That is a black man system, African man system. Oh, I big pass this one, make I finish up. Quick. The one way in go fit using brain tackle, you go run away from those areas. So for me, what happened to Benin Republic is pure, what do you call him? You just interfere to something where can backfire. Because what he has done now, he might think he has succeeded, but I know the Beninois, they don't think like Nigerians. I've been to that country, everything works in that country. They don't think like, they might just say, okay, you use how Yoruba do for Lagbawa Loju, you take power, slap us, because you think say you get money or you strong pass us. Okay, no problem. They keep quiet. Because if coup was successful, but he went there and changed it just to show power among the elites. So for me, what Tinubu has just done in Benin Republic is just nonsense. Nonsense. There's nothing to, I hear most of these professors giving their own views. You know, our problem in Nigeria is over education. Some people go school, so they don't even know what to do with the school where they go. When they come to television, you expect them to touch the corners. They will just go straight. Yeah, we support Tinubu, he did it. Benin is our neighbor. When it happens there, it could happen in Nigeria. When they know that Nigeria is not doing well and it will happen, it's just a matter of time. Things will happen in Nigeria to save the poor. That is what I will say in this issue. Benin Republic should be left alone. They are an independent nation, sovereign nation. All the professors in Nigeria are telling America not to come because they are coming to, with my brother Ovie and most guys here where go school, those highly educated. They don't want Trump to come to Nigeria because he's coming to take our wealth. But Tinubu can step into Benin and destroy Benin. And he's not going to take their wealth just because Trump is coming to save the poor like us, the people who are not, who have no hope. You understand me? So Benin Republic for me is just a simple shame on Nigerians' part. You have something in your eyes. You didn't remove it. You are telling somebody, say, look your eye, remove your own. This is what I see. There's no other thing to say about Benin Republic. We are just watching like we normally do to see maybe next week we'll go hear another new something development. That's what I'm just waiting for. And again, please, Nigerians, don't forget Nnamdi Kanu. He didn't do nothing wrong. He's just being prosecuted wrongly for fighting for the poor. Thank you again for giving me opportunity, Dr. Damages.
All right. Thank you, Revolution. Now, One Africa.
Hi, everybody, again. Thanks for giving me an opportunity. You know, sometimes we just get lost in drama and poetry. You know, Mr. James talks very well. Obviously, he spends a lot of time reading books. But, you know, that's the problem, you know, when people speak good English, and the problem is what's the end product. You know, this man is saying that the new system, see, we talk about evolution. You know, things never change, is constant. You know, he said, what he's advocating is that the only way, that there's no way forward. That's what this man is saying, that we should all give up and then we should go for a conference, get ourselves together, Africa, find one governance system that works for you, then we can be free. Does this make any sense? You know, so that means there's no hope. But we have to move forward every day. You just asked him about Indonesia. Look at China. China is using almost the system given to them by the West. Essentially, they pilfered from the West to outdo the West in their own game. And, you know, why don't we just stop using the cell phone? Or don't drive a car, because you have to find your own way of means of transportation. Don't fly an aeroplane. Find a way to spiritually walk. No, we already have science. We have systems. We don't go to bank. No, there are systems that have evolved that we have to make use of to get the best out of our system. We are our own worst enemies. We know what is going on. Someone asked about, Bebola was making fun of Rudolph and issues about his engineering. The problem in Africa, at least for lately, has been with France, especially West Africa. 2019, we're going to, the 15-member ECOWAS country was going to launch a currency, a common currency called the ECO. We already have a common passport. And that was going to give Nigeria the platform to do all these things that you're saying. Because if we have the same money, then we're just moving forward. It would be easy to just go to Ghana. Why are you talking about CD? That means I can just sell my Indomie or sell my eggs in Ghana or in Mali, and all these guys, we can even mix together more. We were already there. Buhari was there. Everything was set. The French president, this guy, had a conference with Alassane Ouattara, and they came out, and France said, no, by the way, we're bringing out these Francophone countries are not going to use the CFA again. We're going to have our own ECO. What? ECO that we've been discussing for how many decades? France says, no, we're going to do our own ECO for these guys. It was a sabotage. Why do you think there's been coups in West Africa, in Francophone West Africa? Because these guys are sick of France. But guess what? We are running head-on, embracing France, and people are not saying anything. Problem Nigerians have is Donald Trump. No be juju be that. Donald Trump is our problem. When people are running helter-skelter from France, people in Cotonou were happy the other day because they said, oh my God, we're going to be free from France. For it's just the mental slavery that France has 50% of these people's, all the sales that they make in their bank in Paris. Okay, we have problem with England and all the British and all this other, but at least we have our stuff in Abuja. We're not doing so, but these guys are slaves to France. This is modern day slavery. What's going on in whatever you call Francophone West Africa? Look at what's going on in Cameroon. We have Tinubu. At least Tinubu can articulate himself. They have a dead man in their government house, and it's a joke. How do you, if Nigeria gets to that point, you think maybe with France taking over Nigeria now, who knows? Maybe if Tinubu will die and still be there. This makes no sense, and people are here running gymnastics about what the problem is, talking philosophy. No, we have ECO. ECO was going to give us that black freedom that we were looking for. It was going to put us together. We'll have one money. The same thing that these guys did in Europe. What are these guys trying to do by developing what do you call it? You have the Asian countries, right? Everybody's trying to bring together to have more people for trade. And we have our people here. We're one people. But France is saying no. France continues. Nobody's talking about ECO again. Alassane Ouattara is in his 4th term or 5th term. I don't know what is. Tinubu, maybe after his 2nd term, will go for 3rd term. The same thing. Look at the guy in Benin. Can't you see the playbook here? Who's your enemy? And people will be here talking. Look, Mr. James, go and people are making groundnut oil. If you don't know, you don't need to ship your groundnut to anybody. In Nigeria, we make groundnut oil. If people in what's Gambia, they need that, we'll send it to them. They don't need the one that is coming from England. In Newi, or it's filled all over the place. What is going on? We can make stuff, you know. Look, the other day someone talked about the Star Paper Mill, you know, like we're making books, now we're shipping. Even China is part of our problem. Can you people see the things that we're making for ourselves? When we're growing up, we were making books that we used to write. All the books, toilet tissue, everything was made in Nigeria. Now China has taken over and is dumping everything on us. But guess what? Every Nigerian, oh, we want China now. Oh, now let's divest from this guy. Nobody is your friend. China, US, UK, everybody. Nobody is your friend. You need to just get your shit together. And how do we do it? We have to do politics. We have to fight the system. Well, maybe we'll pray for, well, a benevolent dictator. Who knows? But not philosophy. Not hoping that there's one magical system that we're going to dream in or read books and come out and, oh no, tomorrow there will be an African system that will fix everything for all of us. Then people are going to their graves and talking nonsense. Thank you, sorry.
All right. I'll give James 2 minutes and to respond before we continue. I will bring back KJ Paul.
Okay. Thank you. He has spoken well. I want to draw his attention to something. In the Republic of South Africa, the Kingdom of Lesotho, Swaziland, and Zimbabwe, and to some extent Namibia, the South African rand is accepted in all these countries if you want to buy anything. That does not make them industrialized. The problem we are facing is if Nigerians can produce groundnut oil, it's very fine. If Gambia can produce groundnut, it's fine. They can trade. But WTO regulations, World Trade Organization, will not permit them to trade with each other. There are a lot of hidden things behind the scene which you and me are not seeing. This is the point I'm making. Whatever idea you are bringing is not rubbish, certainly. I agree with you, most of the things you said, but we still need to come together to find out what went wrong and how can we fix the system. A situation whereby the government of Senegal will run to France to do we should stop exporting our problems to other people to look for solutions. Look at what was it called? Donald Trump did in Congo recently. They signed an agreement last week. I told you that it will not work because even though signing the agreement, they refuse to shake hands with each other. War has continued in DRC. So the problem is Africans must find out how to solve their problems. Look for African solutions. I'm not saying we should cut off ourselves from the West. No. There are a lot. Take the Brazilians, for example. They've started producing fighter jets. I don't know. I heard it. I've not been able to find out. Submarine warships in Brazil. They are using the white man's language, Portuguese, as the medium of communication and writing. They've been able to make progress. This is because they were able to sit together and find out.
Please, I'm going. I will come back later. Thank you.
We're able to find out solutions
I will be
to the
enjoying
problem.
on the
This is the
background.
point I'm making. There's no amount of traveling to the white man's country to look for solutions to our problems, and we hope to get out of this mess. Slave trade started 1441. It's almost 800 years ago. We've been having dealings with the white man for 800 years. I'm not blaming the white man. It's every man to himself and God for us all. But for 800 years, if you have been my friend for 800 years and I'm not making progress, what is the need for the friendship? This is the point I'm making. Africans need to open their eyes.
Thank you. Thank you so much. KJ, you're next.
I will sign out and come back again, please.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Dr. Davis. I was enjoying myself. One Africa is just hitting the point. That monetary this thing was called the ECO, for which Emmanuel Macron sabotaged the whole of West Africa through the French-speaking Africa. Now, after that happened, they continuously behave as if nothing went wrong. by now, West Africa will have been at least a model for the rest of Africa. But we failed in doing that. And today, what do we witness? The same French West Africa is what we are now defending. And I'll be a little bit deliberate here. We have Yoruba IDP camps in Cotonou who ran away because of the attacks of the jihadists in Oyo and other axis. We have not resettled those guys. We have the rampaging ISWAP, Boko Haram, Fulani terrorists, which is the sixth most deadliest terrorist group in the world, ravaging our country. In 2 hours, we have not been able to send the jets of Nigeria to go bomb them out from the Sambisa forest where they have been lodging themselves and other parts. The Air Force have not been able to mobilize themselves in 10 years, going to 15 years, to be able to take on those guys in our own country, Nigeria. But in less than 2 hours after the call of our puppet master, Master Emmanuel Macron, Tinubu sends in both Air Force and ground troops to Benin Republic. Now, I have followed the French news for some days now. And if you listen to their news, they are not happy. Now they see Nigeria, and I'm talking about the ordinary person in the street. They see Nigeria as one of those who are, standing in the way of progress, not only for Benin Republic, but for the whole of Africa, because when their explanation, they give you how many times Nigeria have stood in the way of other African countries. Whether their argument is true or not, we have just demonstrated that we can be able to stand in the way of other people making progress. Now, Nigeria used to say that, listen, we are a sovereign nation. It's like we forgot that Benin Republic was a sovereign nation. So what moral justification does anybody have to say here that when Donald Trump decided to send in, guns are blazing, we should be able to complain? We shouldn't complain, because he also have seen certain things that are wrong. And probably me would have called him, say, please, so President, come and help us. So we are dying, So nobody should now say that he doesn't have any right to come into the country. He has every full right to come in there. Now, what is even there? The same Nigerian government sent a C-130 military carrier plane, which was supposed to be going to Portugal. Now, those who fly are not the pilots, have said that even if they wanted to go to Portugal from Nigeria, you have no way going towards, Burkina Faso. So there's a different, there was a different plan. But let us even accept that there's no plan. When when a plane is going to fly over nations, before you take off, and the police is here to refuse whether I'm lying or not, you take permission over those airspace you're going to fly over. You don't just jump into the airspace and begin to go. Most of that you are a military plane. Most of that you are a C-130 that can carry, even armor tanks can be carried in those places. Can carry anything. Okay? You jump in and begin to fly over other people's territory and hoping that no consequence. I said to myself, the guy called the president of Burkina Faso, Traoré, is a very nice guy. Because if I'm the one, I'll shoot you down. I'll shoot the hell out of you out of the skies. I'm telling you the truth. I will even say, what is going to happen? The only thing you say, oh, sorry, it was an enemy this day. And the whole world will believe you because it's a military plane. It's a military plane, for crying out loud. Okay? Do you let's even say it's a commercial plane, it's a different thing. You are flying a military plane over people's territory that you know that see you as a hostile enemy. Okay? We know what you try to do in Benin, in Niger Republic, when you, if not for the resilience or the agitation of the North. Now, look at it this way. The North said, no, you can't go to war with Niger, and you couldn't go. But your relatives that are in Benin Republic, you want to go and bomb them. Supposing today the people of Benin Republic wake up and say, okay, all these people who have been here taking shelter in Benin Republic, oh, I'm not going to go on a place. your people are wicked. Look at what they've done. They are now telling the Nigerian soldiers to leave Benin Republic. The people, the ordinary people are saying to them, you guys leave our territory. All right. See, so if you, any way, which way you look at it, it leaves a very bitter taste in the mouth. Thirdly, you are fraternizing with France. France have been in West Africa or in Africa for so long. What is there? Is there any good story? Any of those countries France have occupied for so long can tell? Is there any good story? If you get into any part of the country where they've occupied, the only place that you can have anything stable is in their own colony. I have gone to Ivory Coast. The place you can get everything done for you is the part that the French live. And you can't access it except you're a foreigner like myself who comes with a different identity, or you're a French citizen, or you are an American. Now, the other places are, ghettos and all that. So what has France now done that is engaging in that we are now so proud to identify with France, to the point that we put our own neighbors in jeopardy? What? Okay, this is the same France that have been a problem to us through the Cameroonian border. If you remember, many of the time the clashes they were having in Cameroon was engineered by the French. Okay, and so if not because the Nigerian people, and just like I said, Traore is very, very kind. He refused to go into battle, and let's be clear, because I see some Nigerians making a comment that Nigeria will just walk over. There are just 24 million people. My brother, no be number. You see, if not number, if not by size, I'm not sure say Goliath go survive. I mean, David for survive Goliath. Now strategy, my brothers and sisters. And so you have tested, and you have seen that they are very much ready and very well aware of their sky. That means that they are much more ready, And look, let us even face the fact: are we going to go into war with 3 countries? We can't. These guys have been fighting war all their lives. I mean, serious wars, not like what we are doing. Okay, and so earlier we understand what is being done, the better for us. Okay, well, just 1 minute. So sorry, I have certain things written up, but you see, I want to just simply say this: what Tinubu have done is going to leave. Okay, you see, we are gradually handing over the nation of Nigeria to France. We are gradually getting to that point. We are not going to get anything better, because the French, even those of us who read history to a large extent, will know that assimilation was never anything good to the Africans. If assimilation was good, Cameroon would not be a village like my village, like as it is today. If assimilation was good, all these other nations would have been more developed, but it is worse than even the indirect rule that was used, our direct rule that was used in Nigeria. So I will advise whoever is advising these people, because they don't even listen to anybody, that road he's taking, there's no road there. It's totally all going to be a problem. It's going to be a problem after he has left. It's going to be a problem for us to even recover, because now we are ceding so much to France based on what? You see, that's been my major problem. And that's sometimes I decide not to discuss geopolitics, because we are not even able to get our own internal policy together. So why do we discuss geopolitics? Now, the problem here is that you aren't going to get any mileage going to the French. The French they don't even allow their people to die on other people's soil. So what are you looking for? They are signing security pact. You are signing security pact with Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia the other day. Because America is coming. If Saudi Arabia, if they are so powerful, why are they having a military pact with America? If they are so powerful, so we are just everywhere and nowhere. At the end of the day, we are getting no mileage at all from any of those things. And I think it's time that somebody calls his attention to it. And he has people who can advise him. Look at me, Professor Akiyemi is there, the former Minister of International Affairs, during the time of Obasanjo. Very articulate, man, and he's there. He can just give him advice free of charge. This is nonsense. I'm telling you the truth. This is totally nonsense. And except we see it that way, we are not going to survive what is coming. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, KJ. We have about 1 hour for this segment to end, so we have to quickly get to everybody. I will come back to you, Paul, but I wanted Niger to finish his thoughts now that he's back. So, Paul, can you just? I'll give you 2 more minutes to finish roundup. Niger is Valhalla.
Thank you very much. Niger is Valhalla. Niger is paradise.
Okay.
Not Wahala. Yeah. Anyway, well, first things first. Regarding the Nigerian Air Force plane. Okay, first of all, it is a cargo plane. A C-130 Hercules is a transport plane, essentially. Whatever people would want to say, they may say, but the reality is that it made an emergency landing. And if anybody is familiar with how, pilots and the protocols that are, instituted when there is a technical emergency during a flight, it's not for you to land in in a friendly country or a non-friendly country or whatever. The protocol is to land in the safest, nearest available airport. Now, during that flight, it happened to be that landing in Burkina Faso was the safest thing. The captain is not foolish enough to risk the lives of the crew and even, to lose the airplane just because we have a problem with Burkina Faso. So it's the rational thing to do to land the plane there. Then the diplomatic, process will take over, and then the plane will be eventually repatriated and the people. Okay, that said, while a lot of us may make excuses for what happens, well, the United States have had spy planes, brought down in China, sometimes in Iran, sometimes in Yemen. A lot of these things have happened, and nobody points a finger. Those are literal spy planes. Now, this is C-130 Hercules, and anybody who is familiar with what that plane is essentially a just cargo transport airplane. So, and when even the Burkinabes, opened the hull of the plane, they found just our military guys who were on their way traveling. There was nothing, no lethal weapon, nothing in there. So people will say what they want to say, but I believe Nigeria will continue to act on its interests. Whatever we say of Tinubu and his foreign policy, I want to ask anybody who thinks somehow because Tinubu, is cozying up with France, to tell me any other country that does not, in Africa, that does not have, some form of relation with a quote unquote stronger economic, Security Council member that can give it some form of diplomatic backing in whatever it is that it does. Yeah, Tinubu is unconventional in the sense that he is the first president to cozy up to France. But and it is true that just because Russia and China are now cozying up to Africa does not mean that they have our interests. The intelligent thing to do is not to commit to one side, but to navigate all of them and get the best deal out of them. If you commit to one side, then you set yourself up to fail because you're going to be beholden to only one interest. So as far as I think what is happening is the optics and the incomplete information that a lot of Nigerians get from the news pushes them to take to make conclusions that may not be rooted in the realities of what is happening. And majority of what happens in diplomatic cycles happen behind closed doors. So that is what that is essentially. So I want to also talk about this talk about the North and the caliphate and all that. You see, and the kidnapping and the banditry and all that. I'm from Borno State. I'm from Maiduguri, and we do not shy away from saying that we have our own problems within our societies, and that we have bad eggs, people who have misinterpreted, the doctrine of religion and have become enemies of their own people and are killing their own people and are, bringing untold hardship to the people. We do not deny that. In fact, we push them out. We make sure we make scapegoats out of them, even though we are the primary victims. We do not shy away from that. And as far as kidnapping and banditry goes, before anything kidnapping started in the north, it was predominantly done in the south. Before anything killing with arms and armed robbery, all these things were predominantly a southern thing. In fact, there was a point in the north that whenever you hear kidnapping, say, oh, you see these southern people, how can a human being kidnap a human being? So all these things were not normal. They started from the south. Now, this stereotyping the whole north as saying caliphate the north, as if the whole north are some form of barbarians, because the north usually are conservative and they do not come on platforms. They do not control the media houses, so that narrative is always out there against the north. They do not, they are not so much outspoken, and they are not people who philosophically carry Western civilization on their head and think that is the all and be all of life. So people in the South mostly are falling into this pitfall to assume that they have some form of superiority or other cultural or intellectual superiority, while in the real sense they do not. The North is, even though they do not speak English, if you go to the platforms, the social media platforms, just go to the Hausa platforms, that is where you see intellectual discussions that the North is having within itself. And we do not shy away from our own. If Nnamdi Kanu was a northerner from the North, believe you me, he will not be getting state governors visiting him in prison and distinguished senators making fools out of themselves trying to defend the indefensible. Shekau and Mohammed Yusuf were summarily executed, and a lot of falsehoods are going out there about the North, which is not good, and about the Fulani. And lately, even though a lot of the Fulanis are into banditry and things like that, they hardly do that without the help of the indigenous people, wherever it is that they are carrying out that thing. And one thing too, painting the whole North with the Fulani is another mistake too that I think that is going on. And the whole Christian genocide thing too, I think, and this belief that somehow Trump can force Tinubu to do A, B, or C. It just doesn't make any real sense. But I assure you guys that the North is watching, and the North understands all these things. And at the appropriate time, the North will they will say their own piece. They will say their own piece. And I just want everybody to agree that the South, apart from Lagos, which is very developed, and that is quite by the accident of geography and the history of government settling there, and probably the hospitality of the people of that region, every other place in Nigeria is practically the same. I do not see any difference from what I have been to Ekoma, I have been to Ikotekwene, I have been to Umuahia, I have been to Lagos, I have been to Ikiti, I have been to Ilorin, I have been to most part of Nigeria. It is fundamentally the same, and we are all facing similar situations. I am beginning to see jungle justice meted on innocent Hausa people in southern Nigeria because of this atmosphere, and because the US somehow has given light to this thing. Now a lot of Southerners think that they have an open field to start attacking Northerners just like that, just because they are Northerners. And a lot of Northerners do not speak English. So, but there will be consequences if these things continue. So we should not be thinking in black and white. We should start thinking quite rationally. I know I'm going to raise a lot of hairs, and frankly, this needs to be said. So therefore, I'm going to keep quiet here. But I have one more point, because I don't want to be long-winded and waste you guys' time. One more point that I would have loved to make, but let me just keep quiet here. Now, if I get another chance, then I'll make that point. So thank you very much.
Okay, right. Rudolph, if you don't mind.
No, KJ,
no, just give me. You have to give me 1 minute, please.
No,
just
no,
just
KJ,
1 minute. Okay, 30 seconds.
No,
30 seconds.
I still
no,
said
please. I just want to respond to him before I forget.
No, before you respond, wait.
Hold on, sir. Hold on, sir, please. Before you say what you want to say.
I sent my number to you, Valhalla. I sent my number to you. So please, can you reach out to me? I want to talk to you, and then go ahead, KJ.
All right, good. Mr. Valhalla, when you people term the Igbo coup, which have been running from 1966 to today, it wasn't generalizing the whole Igbo people, because I don't know when we had a meeting to discuss that certain measures are going to hold an Igbo coup. So now, what goes around has come around. You don't want to be identified with it. Secondly, I want to let you know that whatever you said concerning the Hercules 130 is wrong, because in the first place, there is what you call the flight pattern. The flight pattern doesn't tell the story, because Burkina Faso have traced all that route, how it went and why he got to that place. And my brother, you see, when you come to talk about these things, talk in a more, talk with facts. They also have been able to trace that it was forced down. It didn't have any emergency landing. They forced it down. Okay? And that is why it is where it is. And that is why they've also been, if you listen, the president had a broadcast yesterday, and what he said is there for the open for anybody to see. So what I'm simply saying is, let's not be playing this kid. Nobody is a kid here. Okay? We all are open to information if you want to get it. Okay? Now, having said that, there is, even if the Portuguese have said they don't have any, I repeat, the government of Portuguese say there is no prayer arrangement that Nigerian Hercules 130 was coming to them. If they said that, they're in the open. So you get off from your country and begin to head to another country with a military plane without letting the people know that they don't even know why you're coming. These are things that are there. And you see, I want to say something. Kidnapping started in the south is true. Just like the pogrom started in the north. So now, buying of people has become a problem. You forgot that you guys started buying people in the north from 1966 to before the coup to the end. You say about about July, August to December. In fact, if you want to know that testimony, it's not even told by an Igbo man. Go and listen to Pastor Adesh, what's his name now? Shomolowe. Okay? Who just gave his own account, a Yoruba man's account of how they ran from the north and how long it took and what happened. It's not an Igbo man saying the story. These things are there. So let's not rewrite history, my brother. And if you want to say that there is a reason, hold on, sir. We didn't interrupt you. Don't interrupt us. We didn't interrupt you. No. So when you come to tell us what you think, hold on. You are the one who is getting that.
No, don't
listen to me, my brother. I heard you and I heard you clearly. I want to let you know that. See,
calm down.
You should calm down. Let me speak.
Let me speak. Everybody, hold on now.
Let me speak. You spoke. We didn't.
It's my turn.
Everybody, hold on. This is what I was trying to avoid. I know that it starts with, let me have 1 minute and 2 minutes, and it to become to the distractors. So, KJ, thank you. I hear you. I think you've made most of your points. I will say, I'm thinking of something else. But let's continue. I will get back to this topic in terms of, just stay with us. Niger is paradise. Stay with us, and we will maybe after we go around, everybody weighing in on this topic, and then we can maybe have time for this, okay? A response from you and from other people. KJ, also, thank you. I will come back to you. I don't want us to go far away from the topic. Go ahead, Paul.
Dr. Afoni, I wrote some things, but I'm telling you, the topic has slowly changed.
No, go back to the topic. Go back to Benin.
I'll be forced a little bit. So, Doctor, today, if you call Egypt, you say Egypt is an Islamic nation. But Egypt was not a Muslim country back in the days like it used to be. Turkey was not a Muslim country the way it used to be, and everything. But today, they basically run it like a Muslim country. Then when you even talk about the Niger said something about the north and everything, it kind of get me worried a little bit. But also from my history, the few knowledge that I know, Maiduguri and the likes, when you talk about the story of Usman Dan Fodio, who sell Islam to Nigeria more and the like, it was where he died. You understand? So when you hear in the north, you see like the Emir of Sokoto, the Emir of Kano. When it comes to Maiduguri, they have the Shehu of Maiduguri. You understand? It was tough for them. And these people never forget, even though when you look the Boko Haram thing, Maiduguri suffered it more and the likes and everything. So religion issues in that part of the world is really happening, because he make mention of Fulani. Fulani is even minority tribe in that belt, but they literally run that area. By my thinking in social study and political science and everything, they say minority we have their say and majority we have their way. But when it comes to the north, the minority have their way and the majority don't even have their say or their way. You understand? They literally beat down the Hausas, and the Hausa had to follow. All my life, I hear Hausa and I know Fulani. Somewhere along the line, we started hearing the English started changing. Hausa, Fulani, like we Nigerians who speak this, our American and British English, so they go barbing saloon. Fairly to understand that. The British call saloon, the Americans call barber shop. We just put it together. That is what is going on with the
Little correction. The Fulani has nothing to do with what is happening in Maiduguri.
It has nothing to do, but I will tell you that it has a lot to do, because the former president Buhari keeps saying it. They say these guys that are doing all these things are coming from neighboring countries, and these are Fulani people who are coming from neighboring countries. And if we are the biggest country in West Africa, we dominate very well, then it is easy for us to take care of it. So if we can't take care of it, if we can't take care of it, then we become an accomplice. You understand? We welcome it. Buhari plants some of these people to win elections. And everything.
No. You just said something that is wrong, and then you just continued as if. Let me check you on that.
What is wrong?
You said Buhari said the Fulani came to Borno State to be Boko Haram, or to kill people, or to bolster Boko Haram ranks, or what?
Buhari said it clearly that the people that are causing this mess, you understand, in the north are coming from Chad, are coming from Mauritania, Niger, and the like. And these people are the nomadic people who also snowball into Nigeria, and we cannot do anything. You understand? And everything. And the collateral damage is also affecting. The collateral damage is also affecting my Hausa people in the north. It's also affecting my Hausa people, my Hausa Muslim in the north. It's also dying. Like the Christians are also dying. But I will go back to Doctor's topic and the likes and everything. Doctor, you make mention about Benin and Africa, and when it comes to trade and everything. Doctor, it is easy for us to do trade. So, Doctor, Netflix, I have a YouTube that I pay 4,000 naira for family plan. And that's in Netflix, YouTube Premium that I don't get no ad is $25 in America. But when the same YouTube send it to other small country, they bring down the price to get more customer. Netflix is 4,000 naira in Nigeria. It's also $25 in America here. That's over almost 50,000 naira, more than 50,000 naira. So you see the likes and everything. So, for example, the richest man in Africa, Dangote, For Dangote to go other countries, you hear people say things like this sometimes. They say, oh, Dangote cement in Enugu is a bag of cement is 20,000 naira. But when you go to a place like Burkina Faso, if you do the conversion, it's like 12,000 naira. That's how you do. That's how you sell market. And what is the environment? Is the environment conducive for you to do trade? What is their economic size and everything? Because the economic size, the GDP from region to regions differs and everything. Like in the US, like in Nigeria, lifestyle of 200,000 in Lagos. If I use that lifestyle in some other places, I may be doing much, much better. So that's the thing. So these are the things that we can do. But in excess of that, we are not yet ready in Africa to understand these things very well. Third richest country in Europe, like Switzerland and the likes, they still keep their own currency up to date. Places like the Norwegians, you talk like Norway and the likes, they still use their krona or whatever, even though when they still attest to euro and everything. So when you do good business that people can benefit from, they can still open the door. So it's time for us to keep doing more and push more. But in excess of it, Africans are still not really wake up to do business. It's just this big manism, maybe money laundering and the likes. They are not yet ready very well to capture business. Doctor, there's a phrase they use in Nigeria that you don't get anywhere. You say, oh, expatriate the multinationals. Every one of us in Nigeria, we all dream to work with all these so-called Cadbury, Nestle, Shell, Chevron, the multinationals, but none of us are willing to work in the so-called big Nigerian organization. Do you know why? They pay them very well. They take good care of them, their benefits and the likes. So it is time for Africans not to look people that if I'm big, I'm helping you. Instead of you to understand that let us grow together as a team. That is also affecting business. You know, doctor, one thing I do a lot since I've been in America, I like graduation. I've been to so many graduations. Last year, I was in Georgia State. I see the Saudi Arabia students who graduate, they're going back to their country. I see good percentage of Japanese people, they are going back to their country. You see America, they open this visa H-1B, where they know they are lacking, they start looking for people. The state of Arizona is looking for more nurses. They make it easy for people to apply as a nurse in Arizona. If they are not looking for that part, it may be a little bit harder so that the indigenous people will benefit for it. But when they are looking for it, they make it a little bit lenient to attract more people. These are the things. So the things that we are lacking in Africa, we have not put that incentive to send people out to go get the knowledge and bring back home. These are the things Singapore did. These are the things the Chinese is still doing up to date. They still send their best brains, sometimes even spy, to come to America to come study, to go to the UK to come study and bring that knowledge back home and the likes. But we don't really do that. Neither we keep exporting our best brains, you understand, outside the shores of Africa. These are the things. So Africa, to some extent, is African problem.
All right, thank you. We have so many people who they're interested in coming in to weigh in. So I'm reducing the time I'm giving everybody to 3 minutes. We have done 2 hours and almost 2.5 hours. So
yeah. Doctor, do you mind if I just say my last piece, our exit, so people can come in?
Yes. Doctor, now
just one piece. Yeah, hold on. He has given me the word. So, you know, look, I didn't want to really, you know, so the Nigerians, one thing I'll recommend is that if we really want to be one country, let's speak uniformly. You know, everybody, we've been talking about how can Nigeria be better. We've got different views, different opinions, which is fine. But you know, this young man comes in here, said it's Vahala, comes in and is telling us that the North is watching and the North will respond. Go to hell. What do you mean by that? That the North is watching and the North will... Remember who? The North is the poorer part of Nigeria. The North has been leading Nigeria. The North is the poorest in health index, maternal mortality, infant mortality, in everything. The North has been ruling. What is the North going to remember? What threat is that? Who the hell are you to come in and say, you know, the North is watching? This is all over internet. People are just saying this nonsense. You know, we're here. If we want to be one country and we want to commit to ourselves,
You know, you're here defending the government, talking about how is the North, how are you benefiting from this mess that is going on, and you're telling us the North is watching. What are you talking about?
Well,
who are you threatening?
Well, I heard you before I came in. It's not a threat. You seem riled up. I'm talking about the media singular narrative of putting together the whole North. There is prejudice in the way you talk. So just because the northern leaders have left, you think the ordinary northerner has gained anything from that?
But that's what we should agree on. But don't threaten us.
No.
Don't threaten. Of course, the North has been ruling.
No, okay,
so the North has been doing whatever he wants with Nigeria. What have he benefited you, my brother?
If you feel threatened by mere
no, I don't feel
words,
threatened. I feel that it sounds very stupid that you're saying it. I don't feel. How can I feel threatened? It's not bugging me.
Well, it sounds very immature of somebody like you.
Well, it's okay. I can give it back to you, but I don't really want to go there.
Doing that. No, yeah. Well, you started it. You don't want me to finish it, please. Let's be civilized, then we can have a good discussion.
No, you came here threatening people, saying that the North is watching.
It says more about
what do you mean by the North is watching? What nonsense language is that?
All right.
The North is watching.
It's the same kind of language of generalization.
Just say what you people generalize. That's what human beings do.
If you can dish it out, be ready to take it back.
No. Don't tell anybody that the North is watching.
There are quite a lot of people that are watching you worldwide. Control the platform.
No, I hear you. I know, but this is also important. I want us to have conversations. I want people to air their view and people to be challenged. So part of it is that sometimes it might be rowdy. I'm still here. I know that everybody wants to weigh in, and I hope we have more across the board conversation. That's really my interest. That's my first interest. So I know what I'm doing. So it's all good. Thank you, One Africa. Let me get other voices in. I think we've forgotten about the topic we are talking about today. As it is with some of this, Chris, I'm not coming to you yet. There are so many people who are here, so don't raise your hands.
I've been here since the beginning.
No, I didn't see you. So I want to go to.
Now only two people first me come here.
Yeah, Ovie, go ahead. Ovie.
Yes. No, I mean. Anyway, first of all, if my brother Revolutionary is still watching, let me apologize to you. I think those of us who are, who are conspiratorial, propagating the Western side of what we are going through, I don't think we are doing a good job enough to actually break it down to the level of whereby the majority of people will understand where we are coming from. I think it's a failure on my own part and on other people who are actually seeing things from that perspective. Now, talking about gymnastics, me referring to Dr. Damiji earlier on, it's not gymnastic. He asks a very pertinent question. Why are we not producing? It's a question we should be asking. And it's true. And if you understand solely point here that very day, is at the core of it. Why should I respect those that came before me where they have not done anything to deserve respect? So where I was pointing at the damage is to actually see maybe Ingo understand that that first principle, that why in read engineering in the first place and why in decide not to go through, because that is at the core of the question that he's asking. So it's not necessary to put him on a spot on a stage or a gymnastic as some people see it. Another gymnastic, when we use the word West and France are the same. West and Britain are the same. So the idea is, now they do gymnastics. If you don't understand that part. Today, at the core of what the world is going through, when I talk about it on this, it's civilization. And those who are propagating this civilization, they hardly refer to Africa, which goes back to the question, those who are asking about with the black people, what is our ideology, what do we stand for, what is our government and all that. Because the world today only recognize the Western civilization, which cut across North America, Western Europe, Australia, New Zealand. Then the Chinese called the scenic Chinese civilization. right? The Chinese diaspora, sometimes include the Koreans and the Vietnam. Then they also refer the Japanese civilization as unique, separate from that of the Chinese. Then the Islamic civilization, starting from the North Africa through the Middle East to the Southeast Asia, right? And they're talking about the Indus civilization, primarily based in India. Then the Soviet Orthodox, which is the Russia, the Serbia, the Greece, the Bulgaria, and what have you. Then the Latin America, which is a little bit distinct from what Western, due to their Catholic corporatist culture. Then before they go begin to talk about where we belong, the Sub-Saharan Africa, possible civilization. So that's what we should be thinking about, and that's why everybody they overrun us. So most of this thing is at the king of that, not necessarily nation individual. It's beyond flexing muscle as a nation state, but everybody is fighting to preserve it as civilization. That's where we are. The consequence of that today, and what you see playing out in Benin is also at the center of it. Me and Tunanja were trying to make an understanding of how dangerous it is to be a neighboring state to a superpower. You know, go get rest of mind. That's what those who are fighting with the Russians today are going through. Go ask the Indians. Forget it, they go on TV back to back with the Chinese. They don't have that good relationship because of the interest their neighbor who is going to be a superpower, and that's what the Benin Republic is feeling from Nigeria. Nigeria is a potential superpower among our region. So the fear of all those small countries is what Bola Tinubu is flexing. Right? You can see it from either way you want to see it. But again, to break it down to our own Nigerian value, you have to go what is happening to us, all this school and everything. Go back to the 60s. You go back to the 60s, it happened the same way. Now assassination go follow after this school. If it couldn't solid again, they will assassinate because it happened in the 60s. And then the fight then from the outside was basically the ideology of the West again, which is the capitalist system and that of the Soviet Union, which is at the center of it. But only on the local level, his clash of civilization too, tribe, whether we like it or not. The outside Fulani man claimed that he's superior. Even Buhari said in an interview with Arise, it's fight of superiority. The Igbo man believes he's superior. The Yoruba man is superior. Whether we like it or not, whoever gets to power, flex and exercise that muscle. So the leaders now, they are being very careful because what is coming, as I said earlier on, how you govern yourself no matter to the bigger power. So the local power understand that. So they are trying everything they can to make sure that the system that they will hold when those higher power come, it will be the system that they will negotiate with. That's what you are saying. So because, and this is a failure of us not trying to understand how our government works. If Tinubu travel any years, yes, the media will focus on the theatrics about it, but at the core of it, waiting and go there, they do. We don't bother to ask. That is our own failure. So if you understand that this government, whether we like it or not, they are serious, but they might not be serious about us. But they know exactly what they are doing. Then, so if you look at that from that perspective, Nigeria is a melting pot for ideologies. I said it here before. They always ask this question for years now. What is the future of Nigeria? Is it Islamic social state, or we are going with the Western capitalists? It's at the core of what is happening. So it says who is going to lead the next world? It's not necessarily about state, but your civilization, whatever that it is to you. So the question again we should be asking as Nigerian and as Africans, who are we? So if you live in the West, that is at the core of the conversation. The immigrant have to go or they assimilate to our system. The idea that people in the Congress of the United States Congress, there's a big, I think Dr. Rudolph mentioned it last week, the idea of dual citizenship is on the way out of the window. If you live in America as an immigrant, go and study and read Project 2025. If you live on this planet Earth, go and read Class of Civilization by Samuel P. Huntington. But most importantly, as a Nigerian, as a human being that lives today, go and read the National Security Strategy that came out last week.
Thank you. NSS.
Sorry.
Thank you very much.
But whether you like it or not, it's either you are black or you are a Christian or you are a Muslim. That's how they see you, and you are going to be treated like that.
All right, thank you, Ovie.
So
We have
again, if you think 2025 is worse, it's not going to get better.
Okay, thank you. We have to move on quickly. Let me go to someone in Nigeria before I see. I'm trying. I'll get to
I'm in Nigeria.
I'll give only 3 minutes now. Anybody I call, I'll give only 3 minutes so that we can get to everybody. We are running out of time. Let me go.
Ovie, check your message.
Maruf, I think you're in Nigeria.
No, he's not in Nigeria.
I'm currently not in Nigeria.
Oh, you're not in Nigeria. Okay.
Yes.
I've called you, but anyway, go ahead. After you, I will go to forefathers. I think KJ. I don't know who. KJ, I don't know if you're waiting, but let's go first. Let's see.
Yeah, I have been following your conversations for long, but it is today that I decided to join. I'm from Kano.
I see you in the comment section sometimes. Yeah, so go ahead.
Oh, you. Yeah, nice.
So, what do you think about what we are talking about? We started with Bola Tinubu's intervention in Benin Republic, and it went off the rail. But anything you want to weigh in, go ahead.
Well, I have been hearing people claiming that Hausa people have been dominated by Fulani, but it is totally wrong. I think there is no such thing as Hausa, as Fulani have dominated Hausas. Any Fulani governor that you see, he was voted by both Hausa people and Fulani people. No, any Fulani person can just decide to become a governor without being voted by the Hausa people. So I think the conspiracy that Fulani people have dominated the Hausas started, I think, during Buhari's administration, and it has been propagated by people from South, I think, and Middle Belt, just to separate the union between the Hausas and the Fulanis, and it will not work. It will not succeed. For example, now, I am from Kano. Our current governor, as well as his deputy, are Fulanis, and we voted for them. The APC gubernatorial candidate is Ibrahim, and he got 990,000 votes. If not because of gun dodgers, bad policies, that Ibrahim will have won the gubernatorial election in Kano. So it is not about Fulanis dominating the Hausas. It is the Hausas that are voting for any Fulani candidate that you have seen today. There's no such thing as
Maruf, are you Fulani or Hausa?
No, I am Hausa from Kano.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. Let's let me hear from at this point we go to KJ. I'll come back to you. We had your voice several times. Let me go to forefathers.
Thank you for having me, Dr. Damages, and greetings to all the panelists, the chat, and to the viewers. Man, like the previous speaker said, I think some of the stuff I hear just makes me seem like we are really crazy or sometimes. But are we mad or something? Like we don't even know whether we have been defeated. Like, how can you not know that the Fulani is dominating the north? The Emirs, where are they from? How can you not know that? He would have ruled you matters. Are they Hausa Emirs? And the Sultan, is he Hausa? Can somebody answer me if he's Hausa? Tell me if he's Hausa. So if you cannot know that you have been dominated, then it's even worse than I thought. And one of the reasons, the stuff I wanted to say when I came on, it wasn't even related only to Nigeria. It was related to, if you look at the way the Niger-Congo group, the people that you like to call black people around the world, the way we behave, something is seriously wrong with us. Because all the way from Mauritania to Kenya, the way they relate to the people around them is all wrong. Like, if you look at what happened in Sudan, the same thing. Like, they are being taken over by Arabs in Sudan. And if you look at in Kenya, the relationship they have with the Somalis that don't like to ascribe to these black people is more generous than the Somalis ascribe to the Bantus that are in Somalia. You see that imbalance in our relationship, like the way we deal with the West now, the same thing. Imbalance in relationship everywhere. We are under attack from every front, and our people are so ignorant to the point whereby somebody sitting here telling me that Hausas are not being dominated, they just voted them in. Are you serious? You've not produced a president in Nigeria, and you are the largest group in the country. Are you serious? You don't even know when you are being swallowed whole.
Okay, can I talk?
No, I've not even started. See,
okay.
Like somebody said earlier on about being concerned about China and the others. Like, is it not obvious? You worry about the lion that is tearing you apart now than worrying about the hyenas that are hanging around the periphery. The people that are ripping us to pieces right now are not the Chinese or the Russians. Are they? Are they at the heart of things right now in our politics? They are not. They are not the ones threatening to invade us. They are not the ones funding terrorists that have said that they funded terrorists in Nigeria. Are they the ones that destroyed all our kingdoms? What is wrong with our people? We don't even know how to prioritize this at all. For the life of me, everywhere I don't even know whether I should start blaming only Nigerians now. The problem is everywhere. The problem is everywhere. If you look at the ground, just look at the way we relate to other people. Look at Mali, next door to Algeria. Look at their security posture versus that of Algeria. Till today, it's still like that, even if they have a military regime. What is wrong with us? Something is seriously thick among Black Africans, even when they are allied with Russia or they are allied with the West. Maybe it's something internal. We don't understand when we are being attacked. We don't see it. The excuse that Niger Isbahala gave about Nigerian planes flying somewhere in Sudan and landing by their own accord. Where they landed, you cannot land there by accident. That, I think it's Bobo something, somewhere very, very remote inside Burkina Faso. You have to cross multiple countries to get there. You don't land there by accident. Whatever game Tinubu is playing, he's not playing. If he thinks he knows what he's doing, I'm not sure he does. Any nation that is out of in their way out of bondage, this is not what you see. If Tinubu is working for France, what does he ask for France? What is France done for us? This is not how it works. Before China got out of the bondage of the West, they went to Russia and demanded nukes. India demanded something similar. I think it was Canada that gave India their nuclear technology. What have we got for anything? You are going to intervene for this thing, coup plot, because you have the power to do what? To ensure we remain in this bondage that we are in. Make no mistake, we are even in a situation that is probably worse than bondage. And our relationship with everybody else around us, we seriously need to recalibrate it, because something is seriously wrong the way we relate to people. Because based on my calculation alone, because when I do these things, I actually do a little bit of analysis with the projections. And now you all have it, but you don't even bother to do those analysis. In time, we are losing ground. We will be losing ground continuously, just like the North is moving south. Like in Nigeria now, you see a situation whereby the Islamic population is expanding while the Christian population is not growing as much. In 50 years, they are going to make up 60 to 65% of the population. Yeah, are you planning for that? Are you planning for stability? Or are you planning that those people that are expanding, they are not so brainwashed like the ones in Sudan right now, that are going to ensure we too are exterminated? Because that's how it happens. That's how North Africa Islamic, Arabic. They are not just only Islamic, they're also Arabic on top of it. They double down. our problem is really bad. It's not even one nation anymore. It's just everywhere in our communities. You can see the way we relate to other people. Other people are so strategic. I don't know how. I think I know to an extent, because the people that founded them are actually leaders. The people that are running our countries are not leaders. They basically don't even understand the game. They really don't. They don't understand how to fight other people. They don't understand how to plan. They don't know how to do anything, because they were not forged in fire. These people don't understand what it takes to truly rule in this world. They can't. How can they understand it? They never really lived through it. They just were not. If you look at all the nations that are doing so well, the regions that are doing so well, they were forged in fire. These people fought and died for it, and people that founded their nation passed this inheritance to their children. What can you say the people that got independence from the British can pass to us? That you can go to Stansted, the way they study military academy in in the UK, or you can go to Oxford to go to school, then come back and you expect to aspire for your people. You can't. It's impossible. This idea that I don't know what Odi was talking about earlier on, like we should take it easy on America. And later on, he was the one that went and said America too is also part of the problem. They are all linked. Jesus Christ, how can you not see? Our people, our moon wear trousers, we wear it and we tighten it, and we are dying. We'll still tighten it tighter. Let's finish our people off. You hear somebody come online here to tell us that these people are willingly giving away power. I surrender. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much for
that.
Thank you. Thank God. Good to see you. Greetings, everyone. And special greetings to good people with clear conscience. See, I'm a weapon fashioned against deception and takia. You know, I overheard somebody telling us that the evils as we have today in Nigeria emanated from the southern Nigeria, and probably infected the northern Nigeria. No, I'm here to educate whomever that made this fallacious statement. Let me start with prostitution. In Hausa language, they call it karuwanci, right? Prostitution is an immoral vice that came from the northern Nigeria, dated far back as 2 or 3 centuries ago. So prostitution in Nigeria, as we have it in the south today, if you don't know, comes from the northern Nigeria. Now, terrorism, the act of terrorism and criminality also emanated from the northern Nigeria. In 18th centuries, we had one Fulani warlord, Osman Danfodio, who successfully initiated jihad in the northern Nigeria. Jihad is an Islamic war, actually, where the Hausas were being dominated. Hausas were buyed, cleared the land, and taken over by Fulani people. And that was why you have Sokoto Caliphate today, because at the cost of doing that, they were able to institute Sokoto Caliphate. Now, if not for the little tribe, just little tribe that is not up to a state in the south, called Jukun. Jukun were the one that stopped their nonsense. Now, you don't come here to tell us that we did not washing. What are you washing? What do you think what do you think you are washing? This is not 60s. This is not 60s when we don't have social media, when it was only BBC that concocted lies against the South. And no, don't interject me. Dr. Damage, smooth this boy. Don't even try to interject me. You can interject others. Don't do that. Please interject. Please.
Yeah, hold on. Can I hold on?
Don't come with
you can't interject me. Please, Dr. Damage, smooth this boy. Nobody interjected him when he was.
Can I hold on?
Move this guy. You dare not do that.
Okay, hold on, guys.
You dare not attack Muslims and think you can just get away with it, man.
I didn't call your name. I did not call your name.
I don't even know your name. Please, Dr. Remi, teach him how we do it here. No interjection, please.
Everybody hold on.
I wasn't condescending in any way. Dr. Remi, it's my time now. Please, you reverse my time.
If you let me finish now, let me just say my thing, then you can continue. So please, as much as possible, let's make it something people can watch. If 3 people are speaking at the same time, it's impossible to watch. If you like, go back and try to watch it. So I'll give everybody time. I'll give people that need to respond. I'll give them time to respond, but let's give Kene time to finish. Kene, you have 2 more minutes. Go ahead.
Yeah. After the jihad, we have the Metasines in the 70s. The Metasine, the leader, Marwa, was a Fulani man. He brought civil unrest in Kano. And then we have the later we have the Boko Haram. No, before the Boko Haram, we have the ISWAP, the Islamic State, where they're trying to force every northerner, both the Christians, both the Hausas, to go by Islamic teachings. Now we have Boko Haram in 2002, came in again to cause civil unrest. And then from you see, this is how it operates. From terrorism to forcing people out of their land, taking up the land, from kidnapping. They initiated kidnapping, the Fulanis. The Fulani is Muslim. He initiated kidnapping in Nigeria. And somebody is coming here to tell us something that we know before their fathers. Do you understand? Now, we also have the current defense minister, Minister of State for Defense, Bello Matawale or whatever. He's a Fulani man. And the Hausas in his locality, the Hausas are calling him out of being a sponsor of Boko Haram. They've accused him of buying cars for Boko Haram leaders, right? And nothing has been done about that. And that was why when I came up here last time, I said that for you to have peace, for you to have good security in Nigeria, you have to take away Fulani leaders in the hands of our case. Take them out. If not, most, I'm telling you, 99.9% of them are terrorists, right? And you having them in charge of security is not going to bring any solution to that problem. Now, we have this xenophobia coming from the north, initiated by who? The Fulanis. See, we know that Fulanis are not Nigerians. Fulani just invaded Nigeria when the Igbos, the Yorubas, and the Hausas were living happily. Then the Fulani people invaded with the jihad and began to cause mayhem in that country. Now, we have been enduring this, and somebody is coming to tell us that you are washing. What are you washing? You can't do anything. The highest thing you can do is to give them guns to begin to... Come down to Southeast. We have your medicine. It's very simple. We are not like the Yorubas that you've taken up their Kwara state and you are now about to take up their Oyo state. See, we are not like them. It's just that my pity for Yorubas is that they have refused to wake up, join forces with the Igbos and the Hausas to kick these people out of this land. See, the Hausas know, they're beginning to wake up now, that they are not the same with Fulanis. The Fulani is trying to use religion to buy their support against the original orders of Nigeria, right? So Fulanis, Hausas are beginning to speak up against these people, trying to disassociate themselves from Fulani. The Middle Belt is not North. The Middle Belt is Middle Belt. They are distinct people. They have their religion, mostly Christians. They have their language. They are not Hausas. Even in Kano, as we speak, Kano used to be predominantly Christians and atheists, but today Kano has turned to Muslim Islamic country, state. This is how they come with their takia, and then some people on the comment section, like the likes of AY, though I know AY is overgrown baby elephant, are agreeing with this guy. So we are saying, whatever you are washing, continue to wash. We are washing too.
Can I thank you?
Thank you.
All right. Once again, I have to say at this point that this platform we don't support generalization where you pick up a group, whether it's Hausa, Fulani, Yoruba, Igbo. I'm totally against that in any way, but that's what happens when people talk, and we just want to say it's not the policy of this platform. All right, let me come to let me see who I'll give you the chance to respond. Okay, don't worry, I'll give you a chance to respond. Let me just hear from 2 more people and then we'll give you a chance. Dexter, welcome. I wanted KJ, but KJ is not here. Dexter, go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Damages, and everybody on the platform has taken time out to join. Regarding the...
We started with Benin Republic, but I don't know where we are now.
Well, Dr. Damages, the first thing, I want to give a shout out to this guy, Donaza, again. I listened to his videos today. Very, very educative. I think we should be listening to that kind of guy. Secondly, I want to say, Dr. Damages, Dangote stole my intellectual property here. Remember when I told you the investment in education? You see,
yeah, your audio is not very good. Your audio is, I don't know why.
Well.
Okay, go ahead.
Better now. Yeah, so Dangote stole my intellectual property.
We should sue him.
We should sue him.
Yeah.
But that's what I'm saying. I was happy for what he did. You understand? And that's what Nigeria needs. So imagine that Dangote does that. He has a 10-year plan. So think about how he's going to shape the narrative of everybody that gets involved in his program. If he does it well, then I can assure you that 20 years from now, Dangote will be controlling the government of Nigeria. Not controlling in the sense that we mean, controlling in the sense of value system. You understand? He will become the people that sit at the table to determine what happens. Because 20 years from now, a child that is 10 will be 30 years old. A child that is 20 will be 40 years old. So imagine the impact you have 50 years. That's a generational impact it's going to have. I think we should chase that kind of dream in our own small way. Yeah, so that we'll have an impact in our generation. Now, on the idea of what happened in Benin Republic, it's a shame. We should be able to accept reality. It's just like your house is stinking. You keep on saying, my house is not stinking. A time will come whereby your nostrils will not even be able to detect what actually stinks and what actually smells right. You know, what's happening in Nigeria and the Benin Republic, the whole stuff is clear that the head in Nigeria is bad. You know, as much as I want to wish Tinubu and his administration well, the point is that it's rotten. Everything about them is absolutely rotten. No matter how well, no matter how you try to, it just doesn't work. And it goes down to, I agree with the points Peter Obi made. You can't come in as a thief into somebody's house, climb through the window, enter the house, then tell you, no, let's start arranging the house. No, it don't work that way. And that's what's happening with this administration. We are going to intervene in Benin for whatever what is what. But look at what's happening to the soldiers in Burkina Faso. The government came out the other day and said, the soldiers have been released. But today, Rufai posted and said, look, the soldiers are still in Burkina Faso. They're still trapped there. And that's why I was saying, when a general was killed, Nigerians don't even understand the value of life. See, the value of a Nigerian is going down every day fast because of the people we have in leadership. And it's because of many of us here who cannot actually choose a proper leader. Imagine when it was time to do an election. Some prominent people say, I'll choose this person because all of them are thieves. My thief is, your thief is worse than my thief. The value system we place is very bad. And I don't see how Nigeria will make progress, across board. Now, the only difference is this, whether we like it or not, the way Nigeria has been construed, the only people that you might say, maybe they might not be that bad, is because of the persecution they face, is the people from the East. I'm not saying they are not bad, though, but because of the persecution they have faced, there's a tendency that, okay, maybe they've not been allowed, we have not been able to see how bad they can be. You understand? Because their attack surface is not so big. We don't have a very broad spectrum to measure them. But if you look at it in general, it is absolutely bad. It is shameful, And the sad thing I say, Dr. Damage, is that many of us here fall into that category. We fall into because of our, we have been indoctrinated. The code that has been written in our DNA cannot, there are some Nigerians here, even if you place them they cannot make a logical right choice. The moment it's time to make a decision, the first thing that will come out is tribalism, religion, all kinds of primordial sentiments that will come out for them to make the choice. You know, and it is very bad. Now, on the whole stuff that we have been debating here, the truth is this: across every tribe in Nigeria, you have people that have done wrong, and you have people that have done right. Now, the only way we can move forward as these countries, the things that have been done wrong, you must accept you have done wrong. One of the biggest problems we have in Nigeria is this: you want to move forward, say, forget about the past. That's why I got very pissed off with the, what do you call it? The deeper life, that Jigo, whatever, Kubuyi. When he came out and said, forget about what Tinubu has done, forget about it. How can you say that as a man of faith? You don't, what is justice? Justice and fairness is that if you committed a crime, we forgive you, but you will face the law. You will face the law. That's what justice is. And that's what Christianity is supposed to be. It's not, oh, don't worry, we forgive you, forget about it. In Islam, in the Lord, they will say, oh, it is God's will. How can somebody be stealing from you? How can somebody be perpetrating injustice there? You say, oh, it is the will of Allah. It is the will of Allah. Let it is his own. No. These are part of the things that is putting us in bondage. That's why, for me, I believe that religion we have to cut the influence. Because if the religious leaders don't use the opportunity they have to shape the country in the right way, we need to, because it's not working. Let us go with science. Let's go with STEM. Let us, all of you that give money in church, give tithe and offering. Stop that. Come and join this club. Let us put our money and put it in STEM. At least we know 1 + 1 is 2. 2 × 2 is 4. We know differentiation, integration. We know all those things that will work, give us exact results. Not religion of prayer and have faith and the person will steal your money and go. We should bring all those tithes you and bring it here to the Burkinabe show. Let us invest in education. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Dexter. I will bring KJ, and but before then, there's a comment that I highlighted. I don't normally do that, but talking about, this is from Mustafa, and he writes, Hassan, please leave all these criminal-minded people. This is the kind of thing that I think that people do that a lot, to just describe everybody everywhere. And sometimes we point at other people as doing it, especially when they do it to us, where whatever group we think we belong to. It's something I wish that we can find a way as a people to move away from that, you know. All right, KJ, go ahead.
Thank you so much. You are too kind, Dr. Rudolph. You see, one of the things that we must avoid is to think that other people are coward. And sometimes people kind of, because of the privileged position that they've had, begin to see other people that are not as pressing as they. You know, I read the comment section, you know, all the time. AY is chiefly one of them, who always writes that, you know, what I say is propaganda, and without no evidence. But it's cheap to say that, because when you don't have enough fact to put across, you want to distract the person by calling him names or trying to, you know, water down whatever the person is saying. And it's most unfortunate, because, like I said, it is for you to come with an open mind and listen. If you don't want to listen, it's your business. You know, I'm not going to follow you to other places where you're going to go and put your views across, and however they see it. I just want to say something. See, people like us, we are the ones who take down bullies. As you see me, so I'm not very tall like Rudolph, but if you ask those I went to school with, yeah, they will tell you I take down bullies. Me alone, I'm a one-man squad, okay, and I'm not afraid. So I don't come here to look for friendship. You know, once in my university, one guy said he was a Capone, and I told him I don't need to be a Capone to deal with you, and he got a test of it. Okay, it was him and all his people that left. So what am I trying to say in essence? That when you come and begin to threaten a whole people, tell us that we are watching. Just like Kenneth said, though, this is not 1966. So let us wake up. Okay, the thing we are facing is an existential, and I want you for that's what they are. Existential threat to everybody. It's not going to spare you. It's not going to spare me. Before now, when we're talking about it was in one location. Now it's everywhere. Let's wake up. You see, Rudolph, as I was making a point earlier on, I went to a conference. Nobody Igbo people come to fight there. Now Nigerians and Nigerians. Okay? The Oibo man set up the meeting to see how they can help you. But you are more concerned about nomenclature. And you are more concerned about saying, this thing people are saying is not the way it is. It's more complex than it is. It is not about Christians. Talking about the Christian genocide, just a little bit out of it. After all, more Muslims are being killed. And you listen to yourself, more Muslims. So, does a Muslim supposed to be dying because he is a Muslim? It doesn't. So, help me make sense out of it. We are talking about a human life. People who are not members of your community are saying, look, you guys are losing too many people. Let us talk about it. When you come there, your mindset is to try and remove that tag by saying, look, don't even bother yourself because we're handling it our own way. But we just want to let you know that more Muslims, not these Muslims are human beings. Some of their generation will never be recovered. It doesn't bother you. More Muslims are being killed. So why are you guys organizing this thing? Because you want to take our resources. Does anybody benefit from the resources in Nigeria? Who does? I don't think so. So in order not to take you too far away, Rudolph, I just want to say, look, let's learn to be, look, this thing is coming, it's coming. And we know, look, okay, I don't know what to say, but I just trying to control my emotion because it is beyond what you are saying. It is beyond what you are saying. It's not about the session because what goes around comes around. The problem with crime is that it can start in your backyard, but you end in your neighbor's backyard. The problem with fighting is that some of you have never seen war. At least those of us from the southeast who have tasted a bit of it. Okay? The other day I was asking my mom, how was it in the war? He said, you don't want to know. But you see, all kinds of things happen. And they know. So, until you've gone through it, don't think you have a head of it. Yeah, that 1966 can never be repeated ever. So, disabuse your mind from it. Having said that, I also want to say this. The Nigerian army was so boisterous, so to say, to go into Benin Republic and deal with these guys within 2 hours of being on ground. But we have having this problem in our nation. So if you are a Beninoan and you are somebody who is sitting in Conakry, or is it Conakry or Cotonou, and you are seeing this thing happen, how do you feel about the ordinary Nigerian? If you are a Beninoan and you've seen what France have been doing to your people, for those who don't understand, every French speaking African nation, whatever product you have, your first this thing offer is to France, and France has the right to declare whatever they want to buy it at. So you cannot even argue. So whatever France said, this is what they're going to buy, that's what it will be. They only have the first right of refusal. If you don't refuse it, you must sell it to them. And when you finish selling it to them, you put your money, 50% of your money in their bank in France. Okay? And when you come to take that 50% which you have put as savings, they will charge you interest on it. And then you guys are happy that Tinubu want to stop people trying to get these nonsense guys out of their country. Well, because you think you are Nigeria. My brother, what goes around comes around. One day also, somebody will come and get you guys out because they also feel that what you are doing is not right. Thank you.
All right, thank you, KJ. We go to Paul, AY, and then the response, and then that will be it. We do the rant when we take a break and come back. Go ahead, Paul.
Yeah, thank you, Doctor. I almost want to ask for it, and you just give it to me. It's just kind of funny, and I think Forefather did a very good fight for me, talking about this Hausa and Fulani. How funny enough they started using the word Hausa Fulani. You understand? It's just kind of funny. And Forefather has a good question. Hausa have not even produced president in the country, even when they are majority ethnic group. The Fulani ethnic group is only 6%. You understand? They become emir. They become governors. They become ministers. They become presidents. Not one, not two. They contest. They are so influential. and you that happen to be the minority. Like I said in my political science, it's as simple. It's just 101 political science. Simple. The same minority, we have their say, and majority, we have their way. But in this case, the minority is having their way. The majority cannot even have the say. You understand? They can't even talk. They whoop them. You understand? To fall, lie low, and everything. It's just funny. Where is the Hausa culture today? You've lost it. And Buhari said it clearly. You understand? How funny it is. Ali Modu Sheriff, who brought this Boko Haram in his own time with all this problem that he caused and everything. Ali Modu Sheriff is from Kanuri. But guess what? He brought the Boko Haram. They still punish the Maiduguri people very well because they still have that hatred that this is where Usman Danfodio died and everything. They still punish them. That's why you see the history of the Boko Haram. They suffer it more in Maiduguri than any other place you can think of. And everything. And you people cannot wake up. You still just believe because they fool many of you to say, like I get this thing, they say, IBB is the most nicest man. IBB come outside to come take dinner with 5,000 people. The question I'm asking all the time, when will IBB's son also sit down there and eat with this 5,000 alamajiri? It's those children are somewhere in Switzerland, the people that they call Aram. In America, the people that they call Aram. They train them well. Their own children are not alamajiri. They are far. They are board of directors. You understand? They don't sit with you people. You people cannot wake up that these are control. They are controlling you people. It's time for you to wake up, smell the coffee, and everything is, oh, you want to divide us. You want to divide us. My brother, it is these people that have divided you people. Like I said, go look the story of Egypt. It's not a Muslim country. Go look the story of Turkey and everything. But guess what? Turkey to some extent may be doing very well. If you guys have your own kind of ideology and you want to marry each other together, I don't have a problem. Just do well for yourself. There's a story how Singapore was once in Malaysia. It's only insult that they insult the Singapore people that they are dirty people. And they said never again. If you fly to Singapore, you cannot eat chewing gum. You cannot chew gum. It's like an haram. It's a curse. You understand? They keep the city very clean. They say never again to take this insult and everything. And they're doing well. Doctor, I'll quickly touch the C-130, the Eclipse. The C-130, the Eclipse, it's a Russian flight. What is he going? Where is he going to Lagos or Lisbon? There's a place called Lagos or Lisbon. What is he going there for check? You understand? When that aircraft will be going to Russia, you understand? Nigeria registered our aircraft with 5th November. When you see all our flights, you see 5th November and everything. Then the universal issue when you want to declare...
It's not Russian.
Huh? So
the Hercules is a Boeing, not a Russian flight, not a Russian made. It's Boeing.
The Hercules that they hold. You understand? Then, doctor, if you want to declare emergency, whenever there's an emergency is going on and everything, you just declare Mayday and everything. Then if you are flying into another country airspace, when you do your flight preparation and everything, you already inform all this place. They give you the heights that you fly. Doctor, if you observe sometime, you discover that you are flying sometimes you fly, you say, oh, you fly 5 hours. Sometimes you fly the same route, you fly it 4 hours. It is the height. The higher the height, the faster you land. They give you even the heights that you fly. Because other aircraft too may be also flying. So they can tell you fly 40,000 above sea level. The other place in fly 35,000 above sea level. These things, you already prepare these things. You already inform these people. That is one, why you fly. So you have a right to fly into another country's airspace. Or you inform them, they even tell you the heights that you fly. That is one. Then two, if you have an emergency, there's no parking space up there. Yeah, you can declare, but what do? You declare Mayday. I'm expecting the Nigerian government, like we get in places like in the West today. Where is the record that you record this thing that we declare Mayday and they approve you to land? You can land anywhere. A mother forgot his child at the airport, was flying from Germany to Singapore. They declare Mayday, you understand, from Germany. She landed in Amsterdam there. Things happen, we all understand. But there should be the recording. I'm expecting the Nigerian government to show the recording how they declare Mayday, how they clear them to land. Because one thing is for you to land, but you cannot say you will not inform the people because you land. You can cause crash. There is something called runway and there is something called taxiway. Sometimes even your runway can be busy. They can clear you to land on the taxiway. You understand? That's how it is. Sometimes you will see on the streets in some countries, in California every other day, we see aircraft who will land on the freeway and every other thing. So things happen like this. I'm expecting Nigeria to make a good case to say, oh, we declare Mayday. This is the recording. This is the flight pattern. This is the time that we declare Mayday, Mayday, Mayday. The way you declare Mayday in aircraft, the same thing you do in shipping. You're traveling with ship. That's what you do. So these are the things. Make good case so that we cannot be hating our neighbors or our neighbor hate us. You understand? For negligence and stupidity. This big manism and everything will not help us, and it will never ever help us. That's my take for now.
All right, thank you, Paul, for that. It's always good to hear from people who have personal experiences or professional experiences. And Ewa, you're next.
Hey, Dr. Damage, good afternoon from here. Good afternoon, every panelist. Dr. Damage, first of all, I want to thank Dr. Damages for allowing free speech on this panel. If not for Dr. Damage, trust me, some people will not want people that don't look like them here. I think it's an example of in Nigeria we can all learn from. He doesn't care where you're from. He doesn't care your religion. He doesn't care who you are. But he just want to listen to people. In that way, we learn this about ourselves. I want to quickly correct some things. First of all, Nigeria is a regional power. If not now, it is a potential regional power. We need to put facts across. You need to understand this fact. It doesn't matter how you look at Nigeria. Egypt is a regional power. South Africa is a regional power. So when there are major issues across this region, the first line of contact from the superpowers in the world, they will reach out to this country. It's just simple. I don't know how you say you are educated, you don't even understand these basic facts. Even if they are not regional power today, Nigeria is supposed to do more. Nigeria have right to go into any West Africa country to stop any bullshit going on. But because we fail in our own way, that is why you see we are kind of like, it seems we don't know what we are doing. I'm not in support of what happened in Benin Republic and the action of President Trump in Nigeria, calling is going to come and invade Nigeria. It's totally different thing. These are simple things. The president of a sovereign nation call for a help. It is the duty of that country to give help if they can. If president of Nigeria decide to call on help, say, America, we need your help. Yeah, they can give support. It's just simple. This is not you don't need to shout on everything. I'm not in support. Let me put it out there. I'm not in support of France, what they are doing in Africa, what they are doing in Nigeria. I'm not interested in Tinubu relationship with France. I'm not supporting that. That's BS. I don't believe we should be romancing France. I like the statement Vahala said, if I could pronounce your name correctly. He said, basically, make a friend with all the superpower. Just protect your interests. It doesn't matter if it's US, if it's Russia, if it's France, if it's China, whoever. It's just all about our interests, but we don't understand that. If I'm the president of Nigeria, I'm not going to say, oh, I'm only an ally to America or whatever. I will work with whoever I'm going to work with to make sure my people progress. That aside, the other thing I want to really hammer on, you see, we don't give any empathy to others, but we always expect it. This lack of emotional intelligence a lot of us have. It's just like when you are insulting somebody's father, you think your father is better than the person's father. When the person point his finger at your father, you don't complain. Today, I'm just surprised that some two northern guys are here trying to make their point. Ode that is here every time, calling on northern that they are not educated, they are illiterate, they are this. He can't even have a reasonable communication with Valhalla. You should have it. You should have it. It's so easy for KJ to come, defend the IPOB, defend the ESN, the people like Jay-Z, like Ekene, defend the IPOB, defend the ESN. They don't even, with the killing going on in the Southeast that was going on at least, with the madness that was going on in the Southeast, with the sit at home, they will come defend these people, defend the activities of Samuel Ekpa, defend the activity of Nnamdi Kanu. But today, somebody is here, they are not telling you their own version of the way they see what is going on in the North. You are attacking them. Why are you attacking them? Because you can defend your own. Let the other people defend their own. That's why I tell a lot of you that are tribal bigots on this platform. When you come, you are insulting Tinubu, for example. I will tell you, okay, why are you complaining? Just wait for your turn. Now go do what Tinubu is doing. Because you don't believe in one Nigeria anyway. This attitude, you think you are better. You are not better than the other person. Last week, me, myself, and the forefather were on a one-man show where a lot of our brothers from there, the way they were supporting the Yoruba, the Tinubu activities. In fact, forefather got pissed. He even left the platform. Because this is what Nigeria do in such a way that even if they have foreign power to come and slaughter their whole people, they will sign up for it. They will make their mouth. You don't even understand. If you don't want to be in Nigeria, why don't you return your passport and get the fuck out of the country? Don't go there. Return your passport. Stop making your noise. You hate your country. Anything that hate Nigeria, you will support it. No, I'm not going to support. I will never, ever support anything that will go against my country. Nigeria is my motherland. If you come, we want to discuss the issues we have as Nigerians, that's good. I'm also against them. I want good things for Nigerians, irrespective. I want social good amenities, basic infrastructure. I want security for Nigerians. But when you come, all you do is hate for your neighbors. Oh, because you are from Kanuri, you hate Hausa man, you are Hausa, you hate Igbo man, you are Igbo, you hate Yoruba man. You are part of the problem. You are not different from the politicians that are dividing the country across tribal and religious lines. You are part of the problem. So you look at yourself in the mirror very clearly before you come here and be speaking blah, blah, blah. Every time we fight you people on this channel, stop putting everybody on the same, with the same brush. Stop petting people with the same brush. But you people will not listen. All you do, people will say, my tribe is the best in the world. My tribe is this. Tribe. That educated people. How are you better than the whole tribe that is, for example, 20 million people? How are you better than a whole country that is 100 million people? Are you dumb? Please, let's have some critical reasoning. Let's have some emotional intelligence when we're discussing about other people. Also, listen very well. You need to listen to them to at least say their part. Thank you, Dr. Damages.
All right, thank you, AY. After Ike, then I will let Maruf and Valhalla to respond. Go ahead, Ike.
But Dr. Meji, sorry. In my vicinity, they're having a party. You can hear the sound of music. So I'm in the office. The company is making some Christmas sales. So I wouldn't let me be listening. I would not want to.
All right.
Because there is a lot of noise.
All right. Thank you, Ike. All right. So let's hear the responses, and then we take a break. Come back for the rant. Go ahead. Valhalla, go ahead. You're first.
All right. Thank you very much. Am I clear enough?
Yes.
Good. I want to start with the man that said something about the Hausas and Karuanchi, and that it started with the Hausas and all that. Let me give him a little bit of history, right? Even though I'm not Hausa and I'm Kanuri, I'm from Borno State, and a Hausa guy was talking, but they shouted him off. The brother is probably is Tamara, and that's not to mean anything, but of course, people like that should, be given more space if we're being inclusive, because naturally the way they talk is a little bit. So it's not because of a lack of what to say; it's because people talk over him that because they may sound more coherent. But I'm telling the other guy that's telling me that it's not 1966 or anything like that. That I can trace my lineage back to the 12th century. Every written record of my father, my great grandfather is written down in the archives of the Shehu. We have a library, we have a history. We are a more sophisticated people. I challenge him to trace his lineage just 5 generations. Just 5 generations. I challenge him to do that. And I want to tell people like him that just Western civilization is not the all and be all of civilizations. In fact, I would argue that it is a fundamentally flawed, at its base, it's a fundamentally flawed philosophy, and it encourages this cutthroat capitalism. And the people who actually push that way of thinking, I don't think they are people who understand morality, because if you read people like Max Weber, Karl Marx, especially if you read people who protested ethics and the spirit of capitalism, that is the reason why the United States, for all its greatness, it's just a pirate country at the end of the day, causing wars, killing people, living mayhem. People want to claim that the United States is a Christian country. Now, if the United States is a Christian country, then the trail of blood, the genocide, the killing that the United States have done in the name of Christianity, then it doesn't even really compare. That is just talking about recent history. It doesn't really compare to what people would like to accuse the Muslims of doing, even though people have the right to their opinion. And he was talking about Tekia from an ignorant point of view, from listening to somebody who is ignorant, not ignorant, because it sounds very cheap, and it's a talking point that it's not rooted in knowledge. It's rooted in the bits of propaganda that people pick up online and things like that. I doubt if he has read any book in history. That said, the other one that I was talking about, Turkey being a Christian state, but now it's Islamic. It's not Turkey, it's Anatolia. When you talk about things in history, be correct about the historical context. You cannot remove today's Turkey with the history, and you cannot use historical context to judge today's reality.
I'm sorry, I never said Turkey be the Christian country. I never said Christian. I never said Christian.
Don't interrupt.
I said it's not a Muslim. You did that with me, so it can be Moses' law sometimes. But I never said Christian. I just want to correct you. Go ahead.
You did. You did say it was a Christian country, but now it's a Muslim country. You said jihadis that.
I never said so. I said it was not a Muslim country. Nation. I never said Christian. No, I didn't say Christian.
That's not what Paul said. Maybe you misunderstood it. That's not what he said. Just move on from that point.
But no. There is history there. So even though he did not say it, okay, then we'll go back to the history. Then it makes more sense if you've read history and know what happened. Then you know that the Hagia Sophia was actually a church converted into a mosque. But a lot of things happened before that actually happened. Now we're talking about hundreds of years back. Okay, now trying to bring that, and then because you have an agenda, you want to push it down and then generalize and then tag Muslims as some kind of barbaric jihadist people who want to take over people's land or things like that, I think it's kind of pedestrian and very intellectually shallow to talk like that. Anyway, moving on. You see, philosophically and how Nigeria has been, working. I think, and especially what is happening right now on this platform and the way the guy who said he deals with bullies. I promised you, you have convinced yourself that you are morally right, and that is hubris. And even you are proud of it. That means you are not humble enough to understand what you are talking about. And if you continue like that, we are in for a rude awakening. Because I was thinking you were going to say some things that are even rooted in doing right. You're talking about university politics and dealing with whatever it is you are dealing with. But Rudolph, what I understand is happening, especially when forefathers was talking, is there's a problem of identity crisis, right? Whether all of us like it or not, our allegiances are spread thin. While we are Nigerians, and for me, I am a Nigerian and believe in Nigeria. And unfortunately, a lot of people only believe in Nigeria because they carry the passport. They are only willing to have to be Nigerians as for what Nigeria will do for them. They don't want to do anything for Nigeria. They want to crush Nigeria. They want to project Nigeria, the negative sides of Nigeria all the time, and being fifth columnists, being people who want to see Nigeria destroyed at home and abroad by propaganda. I think those people are only harming themselves, and they are already, because people are looking and are understanding these patterns, and these patterns, people are taking notes, because at the end of the day, what comes out of it is a fundamental understanding that if you hate my country, if you hate my my well-being, that means you hate me. That means you are a threat to me. And of course, if you are a threat to me, I will not stand and just look at you. I would have to protect myself. So initially, when I said we are watching, that is what that is supposed to mean. And then we are Muslims. Some of us are Christians. And then some of us carry westernization on their head, or modernization. So what is essentially happening is that we are conflicted, most of us, especially the Black person, especially the sub-Saharan African. He is Christian, at the same time he is traditional, and at the same time he is a Westerner. Now, this fundamental clash of civilizations that my very big friend Ovie was talking about, a lot of us don't even have a hint of understanding of what that is. What that is in practice is that when you elect a leader, for example, and he is president, and he has to take probably a critical decision, okay? Because this is all of our socialization, what we have gone through. When that decision comes to his desk, he is not thinking purely as a Nigerian. He is thinking, okay, this is an important decision. What am I supposed to do? He first thinks, okay, this decision, how do I take this decision such that it benefits my tribe or my region? One. And then how do I take this decision such that it benefits, my religion? Two. And how do I take this decision such that it benefits, or it looks modern or acceptable to the Westerns? Because if we like, we can all, kid ourselves, but we all know that majority of our policies are dictated from the West. Policies that we implement here are dictated from the West. So what leaders typically end up doing is taking decisions that are halfway, in between, neither here nor there. And of course, those decisions end up being ineffective. Now, I don't think this is a particular Igbo, Hausa, or Yoruba problem. The even problem with most Nigerians is assuming this arbitrary thing that only Igbo and Hausa Nigeria. Meanwhile, there are just three loudest and maybe population, they have more population and have that advantage. But we have over 500 different ethnic nationalities within Nigeria, and everybody matters too. Now, if you have a parochial way of looking at things, then and do not have, you know, the wherewithal to understand the nuances of history and what goes on in reality, then that's up to you to go and, you know, equip yourself for this kind of things. So we are facing a situation, a critical security situation. Instead of us to unite as a country and look at how we can manage this thing, all of us are falling back into parochial, ethnocentric, and religious and sentiments. That fundamentally blinds us to dealing with the problem. And when it festers, then we begin to complain, which is wrong. Now, look at it this way. Egypt, it has 100 million population, or 100 million plus or more. We have almost 250 million. We are so much under policed, we are so much under police. Our security, the ratio of people who are supposed to secure the country relative to the population is so much poor that there is so much vacuum. They say nature abhors a vacuum. Why do you think the Fulanis go through the villages? Because there are empty spaces that are not being policed enough. There isn't a lot. Why are our borders so porous that arms and militias find it easy to come into our borders? It's a structural security problem. But all of us want to just sit back and point fingers because Fulani is no longer 1996, it's no longer 1966. Who the hell gives a damn about what happened in 1966? Where in 2005, go and get a psychological evaluation and deal with your trauma. If you have a trauma, go and deal with it. Don't come and be projecting and putting on people. So let me just leave it here. If there's something I'm going to say next, maybe I may say it. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Doctor, this young man just rant and rant and rant. He didn't say anything. He just rigmaroling round and everything.
Nah,
he didn't mention of the topic. He didn't really say anything.
He said a lot. He said a lot. He said a lot.
Let's hear from Maruf. You're muted. Can you unmute yourself, Maruf?
Okay.
I've done it.
Okay. First of all, I would like to reply for fathers. Well, it is true that all the emirs in Hausa land are Fulani. This is obvious, and no one will deny it. However, do they have any power to make political decisions? No, they don't have any power. They are just ceremonial leaders. So why should I care if only a Fulani can become an emir? I don't care. Moreover, emirship is strictly based on lineage. Only the descendant of the royal family can become emirs. So I don't care. Let the Fulanis keep becoming emirs. It is not my business, and it is not affecting me in any way. In addition, any Fulani governor or legislator you see is because we voted for them. There is no way they can make themselves governor or legislators. We voted for them because we believe those Fulanis were the best for the position they contested for. We did not vote for them because of their ethnicity, but because of their quality. We don't vote based on ethnic lines. We just vote for the best candidate. For example, now in Kano, we voted for a Babur man as our governor from 2003 to 2011. We voted for Malam Ibrahim Shekarau, and he is a Babur from Borno. In the 80s, we voted for a Nufema we voted for a Nufema to govern us in Kano. So the point I want to make is that any person that we voted for is because the person is the best for the position you contested for, not because of his ethnicity. There are a lot of Fulani governors in Hausa land. No one is denying this.
Sorry, are you telling me the result we are seeing now is the best? You don't understand what you are saying. You are
you should allow him speak because of
let him finish. Let him finish. So I just thought I'm a bit confused when he says these things. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, you cannot anticipate or you cannot know whether a candidate will perform well when he became a governor. You cannot know that. You can only measure their performance after they entered office. So I am not denying that some of the governors are performing poorly, and it is up to the people to vote them out in the next election. So if okay,
go ahead. There's a question on the comment for you. I thought it was a good question. Somebody wanted to know, are you saying that all these since 1999 there have not been any good Hausa candidate for governor?
No, there are. A lot of Hausas became governors. A lot. And we don't vote along ethnic line. We only vote for the best candidate. And if the person that we expect to perform well failed, we vote them out. Simple.
All right. Can I respond to that quickly? Because there is what he's saying, not to vote along ethnic line in the country. That is something I would like to see in terms of as a nationalist. But what I'm describing here is not that. The structure, the power structure in that region has been completely usurped by a minority. We know that. And the fact that you are pretending as if this is normal thing to be happening, this is only the only place I see this happening is in the area we call Nigeria. That we see this happen, where people think that other people it looks like other people do the job better than they do. And somehow the emirs, the sultans, and all those people are the ones ruling. And you said that it's based on lineage. Whose lineage? Why not your lineage? See, you are subscribing, you're outsourcing your own sacred survival, your own people's survival to other groups. Do you understand what you are doing there by saying other lineage should govern you in perpetuity?
But they don't have any power to make political decisions. They are just ceremonial leaders. Emirship is just
if you believe that, you're going to believe anything. You know that. You know better than that they have influence. They influence leaders, they shape politics, they shape.
Have you ever what's your relationship with the North forefathers? What do you know about the North?
I'm a Nigerian, and I've been.
What do you know about the North? That's not my question. What's your relationship with the North?
You're asking me that. How is that?
I'm asking you because at this point, the hypocrisy is mind-boggling. He's
Okay,
a person. A person is telling you that he's fine with what happens in his landscape, in his political sphere. He's telling you that. He's explaining his society to you. You, from the other side of the country that has no interest, you have nothing to gain. You don't, obviously from the way you speak, you don't even understand his society. He's explaining it to you and you're here trying to propagate, well, don't you think they're doing this? And don't you think they're taking political, if you believe that, maybe you should. He's telling you what it is. You're telling him how it should be. I don't understand this hypocrisy with Nigerians. You've never even been there. Hold on. So hold up, and I'm just calling out your hypocrisy here. All right. So this person is telling you how his own home is run. You've never been there. This is why I asked you, have you ever been there? At least with people like KJ and the rest, we can say they probably have an idea. Have you ever lived? Have you ever lived there?
Now I have to have lived there for
15 years. Yes. You have this tendency. No. It might not be important, but you don't. You obviously don't. Stop coming here pretending like you don't have an idea how these things work. You don't. You've tried to pretend like you've been in the army. You've tried to pretend you know about planes. You've tried to pretend. You've tried to pretend like you know about the law. You've tried to pretend like you're a security expert. You don't know all these things. Stop pretending. You pretended like you worked in diplomacy. You have no idea how they work. So stop coming here trying to bamboozle people. So let me finish. Stop coming here pretending to us.
Hold on, two Nigerians, one.
Two Nigeria, where is the Hausa culture in all these things? Where is the Hausa culture?
Yes, Rudolph, I'm listening.
I hope two Nigeria as one brain. I hope you know your time is going. So this is what you.
No, I didn't know my time was going. I just interjected. But if that's the case, listen. I didn't know. I just interjected the other brother.
Right,
because
so you have 3 minutes, and then I'll go to Sully, and then we have to.
Thank you very much. I think it's time we start calling out the hypocrisy, especially as it's happening online. There's looking like there's a violent push, and it's not looking like it is. There's an anti-Islamic agenda going on right now, and I've always called it. And I've always. Can I please land, sir? Let me land. I'm not here for the idiocy. Please let me land. Let me. Rudolph, are you going to please mute them and let me start?
I don't even know who is speaking, but please, can you let him finish so that we.
Rudolph takes style like Bagbo, so it's okay.
So does my 3 minutes start? Let me start.
Okay, go ahead. As soon as I just one brain.
So there's obviously a violent push on Muslims all over the world, and one of the things I wanted to call out, and he knows why I wanted to call it out, and this is a fault I think AY and the brother that was stuttering that I just took over from, they made a mistake. Stop looking at forefathers like this innocent person. When he talks, he double speaks a lot, especially to AY. This goes to you. And I know because you probably have a soft spot for him. He double speaks a lot. When I came on, one of the things I was listening to in the background when I was doing my vicar, I'm hearing him. I'm saying he keeps mentioning they're going to take over. They're going to take over. They're going to take over. But then he hides it behind a facade of neutrality. All right. I'm not saying if you have any objections to anything, I am a very strong proponent of law and order and free speech. Anybody that knows me on here knows. I don't care what you say. That is fine. You can't beat me in real life, so that's out of the question. But whatever you say with your mouth, Yeah, whatever you say out of your mouth, that is fine. I applaud it. Let's all go at each other because I can give as good as I take. But this is the thing on him. I've called it out. There was something going on in Gaza for over 2 years, right? Regardless of how you feel about it, that's on you. You're for it, you're against it, fine. But what happened, and yourself, Dr. Rudolph, and myself, we've discussed this on several occasions, which in fact you even told me we were questioning whether PBS was for sale, if you remember. What's going on now is that there's an anti-Islamic agenda to take away from the atrocities Israel is committing in the Gaza Strip. So this is what is going on. Netanyahu, during the last UNGA, this is online. He came to the United States, told TikTok, he said TikTok needs to be taken away, which he has proposed numerous times. The social media needs to be regulated. And then we have to buy up all these networks, which is why Larry Ellison and his son and all these other people, Peter Thiel, they put the money together to buy CBS, to buy Paramount, to buy TikTok. He also said they need to change the narrative because what is happening now has not happened in the last 70 years. The disapproval rating for Israel is at an all-time high. So they have to change the narrative. And how do we change the narrative? We have to attack Islam. We have to attack Islam. So if you look online, using X as an example, what happened was you barely see anything about Gaza anymore, but all you see are anti-Islamic rhetoric. Now, Shaw said something in the comment section. He said, religion has destroyed people. I would assume he means Nigerians. But I would say my pushback would be, what do you expect the Muslims to do when lies are being fomented against them? When all these phobias are being addressed against them? There has to be a pushback. And in the case of Nigeria, I think there has to be a pushback. And why do I say there has to be a pushback? If there was a pushback from the start, when people were making up all these false allegations of, oh, only Christians are being killed, only Christians are being killed, there's an Islamic war going on, Muslims are killing Christians. If there was a pushback, not only from Muslims, but the Nigerian government, Trump would have never, the lobbyists that were engaged by these groups would have never succeeded in convincing Trump and his inner circle that Nigeria needs to be bombed. So, as for this station, I think, Dr. Damages, it is imperative. And I understand you have certain moderators that are biased, all right? But it is imperative, if we want to pretend that every other region in Nigeria is safe and only the north is conflagrated, it's just in trouble. I think we're doing the Nigerian citizens, the watchers and the viewers, a lot of injustice, because this past week and even the last week, come on, if we want to start pointing fingers like certain people like to point fingers at the north, a 13-year-old girl was married in Enugu by a 63-year-old man posing as a 30-year-old man, a 13-year-old girl. A 19-year-old girl in the same Enugu was murdered by her stepfather after it was revealed that he used to sexually molest her from the time she was like about 4 years old. A kidnapping ring was exposed this past week, I think on Tuesday, in Imo State. An organ harvesting ring was exposed. I think it was in Anambra or Imo State. So all of these things, we don't hear them on here. And when it is online, you don't hear people say, well, look at the Christians harvesting people's organs. Or look at the Christians kidnapping little girls and marrying them off. Something very important happened here in Nigeria. And I saw forefathers that video. Of course, they don't play because they have an agenda. there was, because we want to paint Muslims as these very evil, devilish, demonic people. There was a social experiment which also spread worldwide of how poor people are treated in a church compared to a mosque. You would think something like that caught on. It wasn't just one social experiment. It wasn't two. It was more than 7. The Nigerian Christian guy started this. And every church he went to, more than 30, they would beat him up and chase him out. And every single mosque he would go to, they would bring him in. What do you want to eat? What do you need? They would give it to him. Why don't we expose these virtues? Why? Because there's an agenda. And I think it's an evil one. So stop when Muslims decide to push back. Don't look at it and say, look, it's affecting me. Yes, it is. Because what you're doing is you're putting our lives at stake. That means if there was something bad going on right now, the Muslims are going to be chopped down because of the rhetoric evil people like yourself pushed out there. The evil rhetoric people like yourself pushed out there, you're putting our lives at stake. And you want everybody to just fall back. You're pointing one finger while there's like 10 freaking dragon fingers pointing back at you.
All right. Thank you. 2 Nigers, 1 brain cell.
Doctor, please, I would like 2 Niger to contribute. I'm talking the Fulani. I'm talking about the tribe, the Fulani, invading the Hausas. Because we don't have Muslim problem. In the whole Southwest, we don't have Muslim problem. The Fulani invading. I would like you to contribute.
Okay, hold on. No, we're not going there. What I think is anybody should frame whatever they want to say next as their rant. So let me hear from Sully, and then we take a break. We've been here for almost 4 hours, no break. Go ahead, Sully.
So what do you want me to speak on? Is it the Muslim?
I guess my guess is that you've been listening to us. If you want to say anything you want to say on any of the things we've been talking about. Otherwise, you can reserve your time, and when we do the rant, you can start the rant. Well, it's your choice.
Okay, let me just round up from the last person. Me and Yoruba, we don't really take religion that deep. It's Yoruba first before any religion. You are just fighting over, your previous slave master's gods, and you are taking it more serious than they are, but you will still not change. It's not the Nigerian way. But anyway, so Tinubu helped, Benin, nobody sent that message except for, his white paymasters, but he helped Benin to foil a coup so that they can continue to be imperial slaves, That's why they made him the head of ECOWAS, so that their boy, can make sure that there's no revolution in Africa, because revolution seems to be spreading. Now, he went to go and send, the boys that is giving Ankara as salary to go and spy on Burkina Faso. Those ones, they took the plane immediately now. Now, Nigeria, normally they will lie. They always try to save face, anything but making the country look bad. Even though it caused all the embarrassment. So they now lie to Nigerian people as usual that we've gotten our boys back now, nothing to worry about, which actually puts those boys in more danger. But do they care? They've never cared now. But Nigerians, think they care about them because they are rich. So they think the rich people care about them. But anyway, the Burkina Faso people still have them. They still have their planes. Those guys are suffering. They might even sentence them to pay, just because Nigerian government wants to save face. My problem is that they've hired a new chief of defense staff since, as the security gotten better. Normally now, Nigerians, they've hired somebody, they've brought him back, a man of competence. They will start showing you his wedding videos, wedding picture, his family. But as it started work, they love to celebrate what is going to happen. They've never celebrated what has happened. Name one thing that they've promised them that they've actually done. See, Dangote now reduced its fuel price, but these people, they have shares in this company. That was the plan all along. We're so grateful. Before we used to buy it 900, even though it came for 150, but now it's 600. Dangote is the best. You self, go and start your own work. Why don't you start factory? Why are you buying car? Why are you buying house? You can't be like Dangote. But Dangote gets government help. They will now say, must government help you? But the countries they are running to, the government is helping those people. Name one country where the people came out of poverty and the government did not help them. but Nigerians want government to not help you, but you must come out of poverty. That's why, you know, I think now in our Yoruba culture, we've now accepted criminality. This guy that came from US prison, our famous Yoruba musician, we're now celebrating him at a party, which shows this is a form of public approval. You know, this is now our the so-called Yoruba society that they are trying to protect from the Igbos. This is what we are now accepting into the society, you know, because we Yoruba people, we love ourselves so much. You know, we love ourselves like that. That's why we approve of Agberus. All the boys that they use for drugs, other people's Yoruba children that they used to scatter election and use for drugs, because we love ourselves so much. And we're just trying to protect Lagos from the Igbos that are spoiling it. Even though the current head of NAFDAC chairman is a Yoruba man, and the drugs that is getting into society is buying people. That's how much we Yoruba love each other. You know, is Emiloko or nothing. Let others suffer. So Nigeria will continue to stay the same because our Yoruba elites, they are comfortable with the way life is. They can afford things, they can do whatever they want to do. But, you know, Tinubu has not started stealing from their wallets now. It's January 2026. I will see how they feel by then. You know, but we love ourselves so much that some of our people are even saying it's better you protect yourself during this period because Tinubu has planned for 2027. You don't know. It's part of the strategy. You know, when you are a master planner, you know, Jagaban, master of politics, you have to have patience, you have to have your plan. You know, the insecurity will never come near us. Never. Impossible. Tinubu loves us. He loves us so much, you know. So, you know, Tinubu, Jagaban is not about 2027. Then it can capture the Fulanis, you know. You will see that Tinubu, you will find a way because the Fulani people, they are rich people that he doesn't like. A rich Nigerian doesn't like other rich Nigerians for poor Nigerians. That is what the Jagaban members believe. Now, I told the Edo people, secure your area. They say, hey, I don't know the Lagos. I don't know the Lagos. They called us fools as Lagosians. Why didn't we fight these people? They don't know that we've been fighting them for decades, not even years. We've been fighting. They just said APC is what we've been fighting in Lagos for decades, not years, decades. Port Harcourt, you cannot do that in Port Harcourt. We did not secure ourselves. You think we're like, see what happened to Fubad. Now, I told Igbo people that you people, you will see Igbo podcasters, you will see Igbo influential people, they will start campaigning for Tinubu. It will be like film trick. It will be like, you see, Tinubu is not the kind of
They are doing already. They are doing it already, Joe.
I told them, they said, no, it's a lie. This one, that one, it's Yariba, and we vote by the. I said you got 80,000 votes in Anambra. That should be a warning sign that you are being invaded. But you don't know. You think 80,000 is small. God Almighty. You say no, it's by the person. It doesn't mean anything. We don't choose by. Okay. You know, Tinubu is not the kind of person that you give Obi 90-something% votes and you think Tinubu will just sit down and rest. He has this. He's a Lagosian. He's not just going to sit down and let that go. He wants to prove a point. He wants to show that he's the Jagaban, not only a kingmaker, but can also be a king. And he will make sure that he gets more votes than any APC member has ever gotten in that Southwest. And it will be like film trick. And you will see people, not that you will read those votes, you will see people come out and they will vote for him. You know, so Nigeria is not changing maybe in the next, you know, because Nigerians are very resilient. I've never seen any kind of madness like that before. Maybe I wanted to say next 10 years, maybe they could be changed. But I would say maybe next 20, 25 years, you know, they need to see the countries around them improve and their country crumbling. That is when you accept reality. Now, people in Benin, they cannot accept reality. They sat down in their house, who is going on, they not go out to show. It's because they are still beside Nigeria. They are still enjoying some things. They are seeing lights. You know, they can still afford some things. They are like Lagosians. You know, it's not really a big country. But if Burkina Faso is able to pass 2027 with no hiccups, Nigeria will never be able to catch up with Burkina Faso in the next 20 to 30 years. Again, once they achieve their goals for that 2027, and they have international backing that actually wants their progress to prove a point on the international scale, they want to use them as an example to prove a point. and they will capture the whole Africa if they can prove that point. You are now fighting for Jagaban that wants to destroy you. Anyway, I want to see how they will behave in that 2026 tax thing. They think that it's going to be business as usual. This guy gets billions of naira from taxing transport in Lagos. Billion a day. You think he's not going to enforce that tax on you? My problem now is that he wants to now collect tax from the people living abroad. And everything is going through his company. It's going through his company. So he's collecting a share. He will now say he generated revenue for Nigeria. You know, the educated ones. Yes, now he's generating revenue for, yes, he's making the country richer, even though we are becoming poorer. So it's just tiring. Nigeria is not changing anytime soon. People don't want to change. People are very comfortable with reality. So it's just unfortunate.
All right. Rudolph, please, I want to ask for 1 minute. I'm not going to be here. Please, you know I've never done this. Please.
Just let me round up. The insecurity is not stopping anytime soon. What is going to happen is the Southwest is going to be kind of shielded from that insecurity. So, you know, the people in the Southwest, they will never really protest or ask for change, but they are going to ravage the other areas, and people will just become, it will just become normal. It will just become normal. That's it. This band, they are testing the waters. It's because if they don't strike USA, and the only thing that is working against Nigeria now is that they were unfortunate to come into a Trump era. Trump era is white supremacist Christians. So they have a point to prove also. They have an ideology. It's not just business as usual. You are not dealing with the liberals. You are dealing with conservatives who believe whatever they concoct in their head, as long as they believe that it's God that is telling them to do it. So if God tells them to wipe out Tinubu to prove a point, to say that they were helping the Christians in Nigeria, there's nothing you are going to do about it. Nothing. It will be like film trick. It will seem like, just like when they arrested Hush Puppy, people couldn't believe it. You know, that's how it will seem. So that's the only thing that can save Nigeria and change Nigeria's trajectory. But like this, as we are now, 20, 30 years, nothing is changing. If you think you are going to change anything, unless you want to do the groundwork, which is called grassroots work. And I love grassroots work, but Nigerians don't want to do that grassroots work. The only way you change Nigeria is through grassroots. APC has done grassroots for years. They didn't just reap their fruit today. They've been doing grassroots work for years, decades. But most people are not ready to do it. Unfortunately, grassroots work is sweet. It is sweet. You will enjoy it. If you are willing to join me, you know, let's talk. But, you know, I don't like talking. Action. And it's all about grassroots work. You are not changing this country easily. There's no quick fix. Quick fix is what brought Buhari. You know, so let's do some grassroots work.
Thank you so much, Solly. It's always good to hear from you. Femi, I will let you speak, but where is AY? Okay, he's gone. All right, Femi, go ahead.
Yeah, I was trying to avoid Solly before he deals with all of us, all these old men here, you know. But we do need his voice. So I didn't actually listen to most of what happened, what was going on, but I was happy to catch the points that were made, especially by the guys from the North, because, I mean, again, for me, I'm not here to compete with anybody for the trophy for who has the best argument or who knows better than the other. I have takeaways that I go with. I believe in the principle of I might not necessarily like the messenger, but the message could resonate if only I have the capacity to lower my ego and try to listen back. You know, sometimes I think I spew a lot of rubbish as well, and then I go back and I'm like, okay, you know, in the presence of evidence or newer evidence, there's nothing wrong with coming back and you know, trying to actually basically not holding on to one's position only because one just wants to be right. But that said, the little I heard, I got a lot of more information, even from things for someone that has lived in the North, because you can't know it all. I really did not know, and so for me that's a teachable or learning moment, you know. But that said, I think I would probably round off for now by saying that something the kind of development we continue to see around the world, which is the reason why personally I like your take on how, and I've mentioned this before, I like your take on how you kind of structure the program, even if it wasn't intentional, but subconsciously, especially for those of us that went to school in America as well. There's this thing that has to do with critical thinking that's fostered, especially when you're in the liberal arts here, that goes along the lines of there may not necessarily be a right or wrong answer, but at the end of the day, we want to see how your thought process is. And I employ this even in my own dealings as well. And I say this to say that even with the recent developments that happen in the rest of the world, because I refuse to believe that we're just by ourselves. There's a lot of things, if not most of the things that happen in the other parts of the world are interlinked. I'm a forever believer in it, especially as I continue to listen to much more informed commentators from the American side, for example, from even the French side, which I'm beginning to take a lot on board, as well as from the British side, the likes of Lester Crook. And he answers a lot of questions because, again, I would rather listen to people who see everybody, or whether you're on one side of the divide or the other. We like to think of both sides of the divide when sometimes it might actually be different sides of the same coin, who see everybody as equal opportunity offenders, whether at the global level, on the local level, or on the village or the hamlet level. And I say this to say that when you look at the development, for example, that's going on even as of last week in Venezuela, it gives you, and you think introspectively, no emotions. It doesn't matter what you believe in. If you're ready to actually accept that there's the other side that could actually be plausible, and if I'm able to change from what I used to believe in, then the job on my own personal level, as well as those that actually see saying things that a lot of us who have our biases refuse to see, is half done. You saw what happened with the seasons containers, right? Now, when you draw it back to home, especially with the issue of that other one, the Nigerian container that was seized as well, you begin to plot the dots. Doctor, I don't know if you've gone through that. What do they call that in that security? Whatever, I forget the name now.
Yeah, not yet. No, not yet.
Okay, I would ask you to, anybody that's interested, and I want to think everybody should be interested, to go through it. And if you have a chance, you can probably, I'm sure it's somewhere on the internet, go through the ones. It doesn't matter whether it's a Republican or Democrat. And even though we like to harp on America, look at what France, England, the M16, the British, the French, and the Germans are doing. And then if you like, you can also juxtapose it with what the Chinese and Russians are doing, and then go back home to Nigeria or even Africa and look at the Middle East. Try and trace the dots. Like they say, follow the money. There's a whole lot going on that's subterranean. It's beyond the surface level of what even we can even comprehend at some point. So it's okay for us to have our little squabbles and quarrels here, but the principalities and powers are controlling the world. There's somewhere else watching us.
All right. Thank you, Femi. Thank you so much. We'll take a break. When we come back, we will rant. So we'll give everybody 3 minutes to rant on any subject of that they're interested in. Whatever is making you pissed off, you'll get the opportunity to do that. All right, let's take a break. We'll be right back. right, welcome back, everybody. Thank you so much for being with us. It's been a long day, and I appreciate all of you. At this point, we are going to rant. We give everybody 3 minutes to rant on any subject that they care about and they think they will let off something off their chest. So let me see, where do we start? Let me start with Dexter. It's been a long time we heard your voice. Are you there, Dexter?
Oh, yes, Dr. Damages, I'm here. I'm right here. On the rant, I think one thing that is very clear, with the very opinions many people share on this platform, doesn't it make a very fair and good argument that Nigeria, this idea of, Nigeria is one visible entity, I think we have to kind of check it, because it's clear that there are some value systems that don't align. You understand? There's some the narrative is always more about. So what happens in Nigeria is the narrative is more about, if somebody is saying the truth, it's more like but there's this one there, or there's this one there. Instead of facing the reality that this is happening. Example: somebody says they are killing Christians in the north. Then we just want to change the narrative. The question is, as Africans, one of the things that pains me most, it's just like I was telling my friends this week. If you go around schools in the West, maybe in Switzerland, if you go around schools, you see kids, their pictures, but you see blacks, that thing is too white. There's no inclusivity. We want to see inclusivity. We want to see black kids around, I was asking myself this week, do we want to see inclusivity in Africa? Do we actually push for inclusivity? Do we go to the classes and say, we want to see white kids there? Do we actually think that way? To think that we cannot even have inclusivity among ourselves in Nigeria, because when we go outside, we'll be fighting for inclusivity. But among ourselves, we cannot even say, let us live as one. Why is somebody bothered about Israel? Sudan, they are killing people. You have Sudan, these are people from sharing the same religion, killing themselves, maiming themselves. Why don't we bring light to that is happening right in our doorstep? Why are we thinking about, they are trying to push the narrative? Let's say, I have friends that are Muslims, okay? But we have to face the truth about some things. That is, it's a typical example. Why is it that most of all the terrorist organizations, people that are going suicide bombing, why are they always from Islamic background? These are realities. These are not, these are realities. So what I'm trying to say is this: until we are ready to tell ourselves the truth and face it as it is, we are not ready to move forward. One of the biggest problems we have in Nigeria is when it is time to say the truth, people want to start deflecting. And it is the highest point is the Nigerian government of today, where the Minister of Communication, Digital Communication, the young man, was saying that calls are being jammed, that the bandits are so sophisticated that they are jamming the calls. Which, the problem is that you will have people that will back him up. That, yes, Daniel Boala said that the bandits are using Starlink. We cannot trace them. We cannot. Where do we do this kind of thing? Doesn't it get you? But look at the truth is that some of us here will be backing those things up. We will be defending it. So that's why let us tell ourselves true. Look, maybe this greatness of Nigeria is not for everybody. Maybe there are some sections of Nigeria that don't want to be great. And let us not force everybody to stay like, everybody must stay, Then let me ask you a simple question. Recently, I was thinking, let us take away the oil of the Niger Delta. Do you think that people will actually still be saying, we want everybody to be together? In fact, let us say, no more sharing. Let us just remove that oil. No more sharing. Remove the oil. Because if I remember correctly, the Western region was happy for Midwest to go because they didn't want to invest. They didn't want their cocoa They don't want to take their money from cocoa and invest in it. They were not interested in that. So they say, if you want to form your Midwest region, you can go and form your Midwest region. That's fine. Look, these are realities we need to ask ourselves. Because this idea of, was that you cannot see the picture of what somebody is seeing a vision that will take him in the next 50 years. Somebody has seen a vision. You don't see it at all. What you're seeing is a blackboard. Because that's exactly what's happening. You have people in Nigeria that want to invest in education, but you have some people that are not interested. Absolutely not interested. You have a governor in a state that is telling a reporter, bet me, this person cannot enter this state. The president will get 2 million votes. The same president will get 2.5 million voters, 2.5 million votes. Meanwhile, we also have up to 2.5 million voters. The question I ask is this: many people that come here, at least you can use the phone, you can use technology to a certain degree. I found out that it doesn't actually show the level of the value system of that person. And that's why I've been saying, Dr. Damages, look, there's a lost generation in Nigeria. Absolutely lost. Absolutely lost. Irredeemable. That is why you will have somebody that has gone high in the acting industry will be proud to say, yes, I'm voting this person. My teeth is better than your teeth. I said, it just shows you the value system that has been put into that person. So we need to save the next, because Dr. Damages, I don't want my children or my grandchildren to be saying the same thing I'm complaining about. No. What I want is that in the next generation, in the next 30 years, my children should be leading. We want to have a next generation of Africans that are pioneers, that are leading in global investments, leading globally, not pandering or still arguing, this person did that, this person, no. But until we come to realize that we have to invest in that education and dissociate ourselves from this primordial mindset. If people don't want to move on, leave them there. It's not compulsory. Look, the idea of one big thing, if the big thing is not going to work, drop it. Yugoslavia was one big thing. It was one very big thing. Today it is Croatia. Today it is Serbia. Today it's Montenegro. Let us stop deceiving ourselves and forcing this thing. If it's not working, look, you can't be saying you want to go to Sokoto, but you are in Calabar, driving eastwards. Then you believe, oh, don't worry, let me just be driving. Let me be driving. I will get there. You will never get there. You find yourself in Madagascar. You will never get to Sokoto. Thank you, Dr.
All right. Thank you, Dexter. I see Paul smiling.
Yeah, Doctor, if you can bring me in, please. I want to leave. I have an appointment. That's why. Please. Thank you.
All right.
Dr. Dexter make mention if just touch it a little bit about inclusivity. And sometimes it's good. And sometimes people keep it for their own purpose. Sometimes people can keep inclusivity. People may not do it. It varies. Sometimes it comes with culture. For example, the city of Atlanta may be richer than the whole southern states. You understand? Because probably some of them don't want anybody. They want to keep their culture, keep their music, keep everything. Don't want to see people of other color. You understand? And they are poor, and they are some good percentage of them can also be okay. Look at other places where you get all this inclusivity. They are the richest state or city. You understand? You talk about the richest state, if not in the world, California. You see all type of people there. You go to New York, you see the same thing. You go to Chicago, you see the same thing. When you even talk about Republican, when you want to see where Republicans are rich, are doing very well. Now we're talking about Texas and Florida, inclusivity. You see other people come there. You see London, you see Tokyo. But when you see people who keep to themselves and they're posted, like when you see the Midwest states, some of the states, you understand, you see all those things, and it's still okay. We don't need to fight ourselves. But it is when you want to also cost me like the way they want to tell me that I must not drink beer in Sokoto. You understand? But you will take beer tax money to fund the emir in Sokoto. That's where we started having problems. That's when you want to punish me that said it's an haram. and everything, but you take the proceeds that comes out of it. These are all the problems. But if we can draw these lines very well, where we can manage ourselves, I don't think we'll have problem. It's okay for you to do your thing that you want to do. You understand? It's okay for me to also live the life that I want to live. That's why we are different. And with that way, it just makes things work. It just makes us become happy people when we do things like that. So Dexter, I think it goes both ways. And from what you said, I think to some extent, I concur with you. I support you. It looked like today I am so strong with this Fulani thing. Two Naija, one brain cell. I will still say the same thing. I'm not really talking much about Muslims, because the Muslims that I know in the Southwest, and also the Hausa people that I know back in the days, my father worked with a lot of Northerners. My father worked 31 years, 7 months in Nigerian Ports Authority, NPA, where you see anything civil servant, you see ministries and parastatals. You see every facet of Nigerians. Good percentage of Hausa people, you can trust them, you can do everything. You understand? But the Fulani, they are far from us. And it's still okay. We can keep them the way they are, but the way the thing is going now and everything, if we don't put a check to it, I don't get it. Doctor, you make mention of Nigeria being the big brother in West Africa. That is true. But if a president of Nigeria will say, people are coming from Sudan, Niger, Mauritania, and everything, and you cannot even threaten the president of those countries, threaten them, and even threaten them like Trump will do, will remove you from office. You will even stop those nonsense from their own country before they even come close to the border to say they want to enter Nigeria. These are things that I'm expecting that our government keep failing us by the day. Threatening them. Talk about the Benin Republic. Benin Republic, 5 local governments in Lagos State. It's more than the whole population in Benin. Benin is like 14.2 million people. When you talk about Ajeromi, Felodu local government, Ikeja 1, Ikeja 2, Apapa 1, and Apapa 2, are more than the whole population of Benin Republic. You understand? But we also understand that the Yoruba have a great lineage, tribe in the Benin Republic. So to some extent, Tinubu might want to cave in and everything. But like they said again, charity begins at home. How are you managing home before you want to go outside? By the day, this thing that we call politics, they are losing it in Africa. All the nonsense, the shenanigan that is going on, that's why all these things is going on. And I don't understand when they will wake up and smell the coffee. But I will say this again and again and again. If we cannot make use of our best 11, we go nowhere. And if we cannot take care of our best 11s also, even when we have them, we also go nowhere. Look at the Super Eagles, couldn't make the World Cup. Even when we even play final, just yesterday in the Nations Cup, they will not pay them. They will not. Doctor, the abracadabra that they are doing now, I can't get it. In this age and time with technology, the era where we count on the so-called NTA, those days has come and gone. The era where we count on CNN and the Fox News, those days has come and gone. Look at Joe Rogan. Look at PBD. You understand? Those days, look at Very Dark Man. Went to Adamawa, go see soldier, kill 10 people. You understand? No, all the mainstream media didn't report the news. But guess what? The news still has its way to leak. You understand? So the government should understand that the time that you can micromanage all these things, you can threaten the media or rub shoulders with them so that this news will not come outside. Those days has come and gone. Just do the right thing. And the better it becomes for everybody. No matter anything. Look, when Trump do all the nonsense that he's doing and all the good thing that he's doing, if Trump talk immigration, yes, he did very well with immigration in terms of the border. You understand? His followers will like him. But when affordability, things started going up, it has nothing to do. When their health insurance will start going up, you cannot convince them about that. So even Trump too is having he can't even sleep very well. You understand? The way people are complaining that everything is going up. You can't hide it. Those days has come and gone. You can't use the mainstream media to deceive people. So our government should understand that it's time for them to work. It's a shame with the Burkina Faso thing and everything, the military. It's a shame. It's a shame, big time shame. That's my take. And thank you. I really enjoyed today.
All right. Thank you, Paul. We appreciate you. Let's go to KJ.
Thank you so much, Dr. Damages. I don't know whether you want to take from me before me because I have something in my mouth.
Oh, okay. All right. Let's go to Ovie if he's not sleeping. Ovie.
You man, if I sleep, no verse, because I don't understand this in our country, man. I'm in between Arizona, Nevada, and California. So by the time I wake up, the whole world is half already. They don't enter halfway gone around other part of the country. So I'm still trying to figure it out how things work here. Black Beauty said something at the conversation. We spoke to the act of what I want to rant about. She said that the problem in Nigeria is there are no shelter for poor people. So we have to see them all day. And I think this is at the core of what I said earlier. I touched on earlier on. I think Hassan quote me about the difference between westernization and modernization. It is the effect of westernization. That's why you think of shelter for Nigerians. That's not our way of life. We are a communal society. Family live together, waiting on could get around together. So you would never, the idea of being homeless is not in our DNA. But because we embrace westernization so much that individualism has taken the toll of us, everything a competition. So even the idea of accommodating your friend, your neighbor, and all that is seen as something as a failure. So hence you see people all day just roaming about. Because of that, the effect of westernization. So when we talk about what is coming in the world that we're living today, we speak from that aspect. First of all, what is modernization and westernization? The modernization is the process of adopting modern science, technology, industrialization, education, urban way of life, bureaucracy, economic growth, higher life standard, and all those crap, you know. We don't start speak English and all that kind of thing. Speak to the modernization we're talking about. Then westernization, on the other hand, is the adaptation of specifically Western culture, Western cultural value, institution, the way of life, e.g., individualism that I started with, secularism, liberal democracy, Christianity, or post-Christianity ethics, English language dominance. These are all westernization. And what you see the other part of the world that are not westernized already, what they are seeing them doing is they are navigating that understanding, because just like Eddie Kissinger said, better it's dangerous to be an enemy, but it's even worse off to be an ally. So either way you stand in terms of westernization, there's a consequence for it. But there's a way around it, talking about the world that we live in today. The real world example we live in today are China. China is our world's second largest economy, leading EV, AI, quantum technology through modernization. But increasingly, that their Confucius way of life, the cynic civilization as we define it now, they did not drift away from that. They are sub their nationalists under Xi Jinping. They reject Western political models. So that's where I think our leaders are caught in between that. India is another good example. They have a booming tech sector, space program, nuclear power. All are the extents of what? Modernizing rapidly. But with the rising Hindus, if you focus on their own internal problem, you will see that the Hindu civilization is taking two of them, is being the conscience of the nation, which is what those who argue among us, the two regional powers are fighting for. Then again, Turkey is a good example. Somebody mentioned it here. They're members of NATO. You go to ask why. Their way of life is quite different. Why are they? But they accepted that as a member with modern military industrial in mind. By shifting toward Islamic, now they are shifting toward Islamic Ottoman identity. They never let go of that, their identity under the current president. Saudi Arabia, I used earlier on as a clinical example. Their Vision 2030, the mega project that we are all seeing from afar. Women driving, entertainment hub, all that modernization, but without fully secularizing their way of life. So when we talk about that, that's what then. Let me finish with how AI fit into this. We had this argument a couple of weeks ago. As it is now, there are 3 segments in this AI. If you are in this world, you have to belong to these 3 groups.
Either you belong to those two tier, Chinese and America, who figure it out, who are the intellectual property beyond the AI. So in other words, they will be at the forefront of exporting it to the rest of the world. Now, I was arguing that a couple of weeks ago that yes, we lost out that owning the piece of it, but we have leverage, which is the resources, which is the second tier of those who are not going to be a vessel to either the Chinese way of AI or the American way of AI. They are using what they have, like the Arab nation. They are investing so much money, so much capital, so much space to build data center and all that. So there are just few countries who are in that category. And the rest of us are the mercy of however we want to go, whether the American way or the Chinese way. How we, as I said earlier on, how we govern ourselves is not of their interest. We go by the security, national security strategy. But then as far as they have that transactional dealing with you, that's what they care about. So when they talk Islamic socialism is in our future, that's what those people are talking about. And that's what Nigeria is talking about. Nigeria is not being is not out of point this time around. They are saying the two of them are saying two things that can be true. Nigeria say, come, yes, the people where then they vote for, we know them. As the guy argued now, we they vote for them, yes, but do you know why you are voting for them? That's a legit question, especially those that have this Western propaganda idea that the people who are running us have been selected or being empowered by outside. So why is it different that the people who are governing the Fulani sphere of influence in the north are also going through that the same strategy which Nigeria is talking about? So there are more nuances to all these things that we are seeing, rather than seeing it from headlines. I always accuse people the headline analysis. There is deeper than we see it. So the American no go spend billions to send Misa to one come your SPF just because you say you be Christian or because they kill you. That's not the point. It's more bigger than that. That civilization has to survive. How do you survive? You have to go out of your way to make sure you gather resources, whatever it is, to make sure your civilization survives. So for those of us who have the mindset of conqueror, that's how we survive. Because if we don't have that mindset, we will be conquered, whether we like it or not, either by the Islamic or the Christian as they've done before, they are doing it again, or the outside power. So, but for the fact that for me to survive, or my people to survive, I want to do the same thing. That's how the world works.
All right, thank you, Ovie. Femi, you're next. Femi. All right, KJ, you're next.
All right, thank you so much. Yeah, I will start from where my brother and friend stopped. Yeah, the next world, it's now that we'll have to put in place what's going to happen. And that's why people like us who follow and listen to most of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's broadcasts, we know that this is what he said 2014, that what Biafra was going to be selling is not mineral resources, it's brain power. We have the capacity as Nigerians to match that brain power, no matter where it's coming from, but we refuse to use it. So, if you listen to some of Obasanjo's interview last week, you find out that he said something, prior to that. At the end of the Civil War, they collected a lot of documents with people who were able to do these things, but those documents were either lost or for one reason or the other was never put into use. So we have people who can bring us to speed, but we refuse to put that in practice because those people belong to the Southeast. That's just the simple listen to it. And I want to say also, going in that same direction, people come here and think that Igbos don't want to be part of Nigeria. That's far from it. And I put it as a challenge to anybody who is here who is not Igbo. If you tell me any part of the country where you come from and you have any form of investment in the Southeast or even in the, any other place apart from your side of the country, please call me to a debate so we can talk about it. But if you go around Nigeria, the Igbos are the only tribe that go to a place and they seek to change the face of that place, either by their investment or by their contribution to the society in that location where they are. And that is why if you go to Igbo land, you find out that majority of what we have as development is community development, which we are still doing to tomorrow. So we already have a form of government. If we wanted to look for local way of governing ourselves, we already have it. So we can equally fall back to our local way of doing things and be able to make progress from it. And I want to say something. So, in other words, where am I going with that? What I'm trying to say in essence is that we don't have any problem with being one Nigeria. But one Nigeria has to have a modus operandus. What are the laws governing us, and how is it applied across board? Now, if you listen to the president of the MACBAN, who spoke sometime this week, he said something very ridiculous, but you see, people are running with that. That you see, if the people are saying, why should Fulanis why should they use government money to build ranches for Fulanis? Are they not international airports that are built with government money? Is it not private people using it? So how can somebody say building ranch for Fulanis is cattle rearing is private business? It's not private business that people are when government build roads. It's not private people that use it. That is the argument someone in authority and influence in the north is putting up for you. Now the person forgets that when the airport is built, you don't park your plane, whether private or otherwise, free of charge. The hangars are paid for. In fact, let me just not even go through the process of what you pay. Just last week, a publication was made. The actual cost of tickets from place to another in Nigeria is about 53,000 naira. The other one, 280 something thousand, is taxes they collect from people. Taxes that the federal government collect. What are the taxes that the Fulanis are paying? If you want to put it through that way, for rearing cattle and moving up and down. Now you also say that there are cattle reserve areas. There's never any, and if you want, you can show me, no cattle reserve area in the south. In fact, as far back as to the cattle reserve area, didn't even cross Benue, didn't even get to that point. So I don't know where those cattle reserve areas they are going to look for is going to come from. So these are the arguments that keeps us thinking, are we really interested in building a nation? Because if we're interested in building a nation, just like the previous speakers have said, we will sit down and look at those things that are problematic to other parts of the country and solve it. But you are not trying to solve it, but you are having meetings with terrorists, but you don't have meetings with people from the southeast. Okay, let me show you the contradiction in Nigeria. Bello, former governor of Kogi State, is accused of what? 100 billion naira of Kogi State money. He was accused of. He is still working up. In fact, he was given condition upon which he will be arrested. He decided to go to EFCC when he felt like. Nobody went to chase him. But Ngige, much as I don't even, one of those I want to speak for, but what is he owing? 2.2 billion, they say he embezzled. He's cooling off in Kuje prison. Meanwhile, the person who stole 100 billion is sitting in his house, enjoying whatever he needs to enjoy. In fact, he has married his fourth wife with the money he took. That is the contradiction. And you want me to accept that I'm being treated equal because I want to have one Nigeria? Look, we don't celebrate thieves in Igbo land. We'll say this on this platform. We'll say it again. And I'll give you an example of my community before I round up. I have a guy, when we were growing up, he was working for one of the banks for purpose of security. I won't call the name. Okay? And he went and stole the money from the bank and ran to the village. And when the news came the next morning that this guy was missing, had been declared wanted, and he showed up in the village. The very next day, the elders of my community called him and said, oh boy, we don't do that kind of thing. You have two options. One, you return the money to the person, or two, you leave this community. We don't want you to bring your bad character and teach our children. I'm telling you, this was during our secondary school days. That guy was, in that very day, they said they gave him 24 hours. And with that 24 hours, he left. We never saw him again. Just a few days ago, somebody called and said, do I know that guy is back now? When he came back, the village never celebrated him. Nobody ever asked him anything. They just ostracized him and left him like that. Nobody asked him, what did you do? What did you do? Nobody called him to a dance party. You have come back. That's how we are till tomorrow. So, having said that, I want you to understand something. If we are interested in building a nation, there are certain things criteria that must be put on the ground. And that criteria is the one of the arguments that we put up sometimes that looks very, it doesn't look good when we are the ones arguing that our people are dying and some people are saying, are they the only ones? Are they the only one? Look at the discussion that this other guy put up now. He said that he is satisfied the way things are being done in Kano. But if me as an Igbo man comes and complain, you begin to complain, I'm complaining too much. But you say you are satisfied the way things are going. I used to think that when we were learning history, we learned of the guy who is called the Talakawa guy, who was Aminu Kano, and what he stands for. I thought he stands for the equality of the full of their houses. But if you said now you are satisfied with what's going on, who am I to come and defend and say why should he be satisfied? But don't cry when I say I'm not satisfied how things are going. Don't say I because I want to complain too much. Don't say I'm using the social media to shout. That's what I want to do. You chose to keep quiet. I'm not complaining about you. I will not fight for you because I cannot fight more than the bereaved. I can't cry more than the bereaved. So if you say you are satisfied with that, it's okay. We have lost that can-do spirit which we used to have in Nigeria. Okay, that can-do spirit, except it's brought back, we are not going anywhere. Finally, I say this: if you listen to the broadcast of the Northern elders just 2 days ago, he said something that they watch how these things are going and that the intervention they want to do, if they don't even believe in it, but they are saying to whoever is going to intervene that they will not sit back and watch that come to pass. You will not remove those areas that we from the South are complaining about from the Constitution of the Republic of Nigeria. But you want us to be one Nigeria. How is that going to work? You don't want to have a discussion on that. It's not a go area. Nobody can talk about it. And yet you want me to remain as in that country. How do we even add it up? We should sit down and look at this things. Any country that wants to develop, even in the America here, it is one standard rule for everybody, whether in the Republican or the Democrat. No matter who you are, it's one standard rule. If the bendings are there, if the first court miss it, the second court not miss it. If the second court miss it, the third court not miss it. If the third court miss it, when you get to the appellant court, they will deal with the issue as it's supposed to be. That's how people who want to build a nation build it, not by lies and all kinds of jingoism. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, KJ. I will plead with everybody. Let's make it 3 minutes. You can compact your idea and just make it punchy so that we can leave sometime today. 2 Nigerians, 1 bronze cell. Go ahead.
Are we using the regular 60 seconds a minute or KJ's 3 minutes?
All right.
But nice position. I do agree if with what KJ said, most of it. But what I will disagree with, is whether it's $100 billion or $2.7 billion, we shouldn't be holding brief for any of these guys and its politics. Okay, Orjius or Kalu, under normal circumstances, right now should still be serving a prison term. He was released. Dasuki, on the other hand, if you remember Sambo Dasuki, the former NSA director, locked up for years, violated all his rights, and he was still incarcerated by the last administration. People complained, but I don't remember too many people saying it was because he was a Northerner or he was a Muslim. So in the end, these are politicians under normal circumstances, whether it's Yahya Bello or Ngige. Once they've been found guilty of pilfering funds meant for the development of the country, I would say we should do away with prison terms. Maybe they should be executed. But we know that's not what's going to happen in the game we call Nigeria. So in essence, I'm saying maybe we shouldn't be holding brief for them. For Paul is no longer here, but I don't remember mentioning him when he was speaking. He said something with regards to what I said. I think he thought I was alluding to him. I didn't even hear him speak. I'll have to go back to watch what he said. So maybe something I said was in relation to his position or opposing his position, and he thought I was speaking against him. I didn't hear what you said, Paul. As for people like Dexter, that I don't know if their position is we shouldn't be fighting for inclusivity. I'll tell you this: if Black people in America didn't fight for inclusivity, you wouldn't be where you are today, which is, I assume, Canada. So the civil rights movement here in the United States, led by Black Americans, and of course other minority groups, but led primarily by Black Americans, led to a situation where there could be an influx of Africans, Asians, and other non-white people into the Northern American hemisphere. So I think you should be very happy and grateful for that. He made mention of something. He mentioned Sudan. He mentioned suicide bombers. And this is a position I always take ombre to when forefathers makes the same position. You don't care about Muslims. Your utterance is safe. If you say these are two Muslim groups killing each other, well, unfortunately, and that is a slight on the Muslim community as a whole worldwide. You guys don't care about Muslims. You just, as usual, you want to divert attention and double speak when you make this kind of utterances. Because right after you said that, you made mention of, why are all the suicide bombers Muslims? Well, if you do care, and if you take the time to read, you will, if we want to start making it a religious thing, then you would realize that maybe, just maybe, Western Christian nations are at fault for destabilizing these people and making them into suicide bombers. This is the way they decided to defend their homeland. Because prior to 1948, I don't think you would have seen anything about terrorism being linked to Muslims in the Middle East. In fact, the world knew the Ergun and the Step Gang. They were all Israelis. They were Israeli Eastern Europeans that came and were committing terrorist acts against the people that habitated the Middle East. Where do you think Netanyahu comes from? Google the Ergun, Google the Stern Gang. Please Google them and find out their background and what they used to do. Find out about the King David Hotel. Find out about the USS Liberty. Find out about the bombings of British embassies. Find out all the terroristic acts they used to commit against Palestinians right from since the 40s, the 30s, up until the 60s. So back then you would not hear of a Palestinian or a Muslim suicide bomber. So I think it is imperative when I make mention of this kind of things, go and read instead of making what I would call or term idiotic and bigoted statements and targeting a group wrongfully. And this is why someone like myself, I will always push back when I see history or hear history being turned on its head. Now, if we want to go to Nigeria now, we keep complaining about insecurity in Nigeria. Again, I would say kidnapping rings have been exposed. This week alone, we haven't heard mention of it anywhere in the Nigerian online space. In Ondo, there was a kidnapping ring exposed, run by a preacher of a church. We haven't heard mention of these things. So I think it's high time. It's either we recognize that there's a problem all over Nigeria and stop finger pointing just one group just to ostracize them and stop looking hypocritical. Then maybe someone like myself will stop coming on this show to point it out and then make certain people uncomfortable. Now let's move to Benin Republic. I keep hearing this. This is my final take. I keep hearing people complaining about why is Nigeria intervening in Benin Republic? Well, duh, it's right next door. It's a security risk. I know people keep saying, well, if you want to intervene in Benin Republic and you don't want the United States to intervene in your own business, they're two different things. It's apples and oranges. Whatever happens in Benin will obviously affect the security of Nigeria. Whatever happens in West Africa will affect the security of Nigeria. Now, are they kowtowing to the French? Well, that is for those of you that claim maybe you have some intelligence reports that I'm not familiar with. I'll be glad for someone to school me. So finally, Rudolph, Nigerians keep worrying about the resources the mines and the gold and the lithium being taken. There's another precious resource that is being taken in Nigeria today that is also leading to the destabilization that Nigerians are facing, and this is deforestation. Large quantities of timber are being stolen every day from Nigeria and being transported outside the country. And this is affecting the ecosystem in Nigeria. There's a video online right now that shows between the Obudu and the Vandakia Road in Cross River, bordering Benue states, of truckloads of Chinese timber field trucks going towards the port of Lagos and going just straight out of the country, and nobody is stopping them. A lot of things are happening in Nigeria, and I think it is imperative people start looking beyond their biases, or people become more well-read or take advantage of social media. I've been calling on this since last year, and I think people have started to do that, at least on this show. Take advantage of social media. The news is happening in real time. And that way, at least sometimes when you come on places like this and you can speak on current events instead of usually sounding obtuse or out of tune with what is happening at that time.
All right, thank you, two Nigers, one brain cell. Let's hear from what used to be two Niger, who has 2 or 3 brain cells. Two Niger, forefathers, go ahead.
Yeah, that's how people like to, chase me left and right wherever I go. What can I say? Hey, regarding the comment from...
We are ranting now, so you don't have to...
Yeah, okay. Exactly. Regarding the comment from the other gentleman that I questioned about minority group ruling, having their elite class in the north. And he talked about governors, being from the Hausa persuasion. But if you check the data currently, out of 10 northern states or 12 northern states that are actually majority Hausa, it's mostly Fulanis that are their governors. And there are consequences to this, and this is why the first statement that I made was about how we configure ourselves. We seem to be deliberately trying to create unstable arrangements amongst ourselves that leads to our own extermination in the end. Because it's like, when you have a minority group that has the potential to become bigger, because Fulanis are not limited only to Nigeria, they are also in the Sahel. And they are the ones that control the country or the territory. Who says this is the paradigm that is going to remain? How do you know? Tomorrow they use it and they take more territory, they take more and they push people further south. Like it is happening everywhere. We are all losing ground. Everybody, they are coming from the north to the south, and you don't even see the pattern. When he mentions Israel, what do you think is happening in Israel? People are moving from the north to south. That's what is happening. They are pushing them south. While they are taking Israel, the Arabs in Sudan are taking over from Africans. They are all moving south. You don't see the pattern because you can't read it. And if you cannot read it, maybe you should just sit it out. Because these are people that give me trust issues, whereby it makes me start sounding crazy. Because they can't even get simple common sense. What am I saying? Am I saying that we should hate our fellow Africans? I'm saying we should use common sense, because I don't like unstable systems. The way we govern ourselves is so unstable. That's why Trump can say whatever he says, the whole country is shaking all over the place. Would he say that about Switzerland? Switzerland like, you can't be bothered. If anything, America has a lot to learn from them. What we are creating here is going to be unstable. Look at what happened in Rwanda, where a minority group was ruling, it blew up. It led to a massive genocide. In a representative system, like a democratic system, it's unheard of. It shouldn't be like that. It's not natural. It creates instability. If you think we have Muslim instability or religious instability in Nigeria, you want to have another ethnic instability on top of it. Who needs all that? You have to plan for stability. Things have to be equitable. Everybody has to be represented. If you want a stable system in a diverse state like Nigeria, and you want to run a democratic system, then everybody has to be represented. Otherwise, if you exclude people, the only way we can survive then is a strong, this is dictatorship that can whip everybody together. If you like, say whatever you like about this in the military leaders, they tend to be more dispassionate about tribes and anything, right? That's why you tend to see, like somebody mentioned Dasuki being jailed. Yeah, because they don't care. They don't care. They will jail anybody. Was it not that Abacha that removed the Sultan of Sokoto from office and jailed him? They don't care. Those guys don't play around. They don't care too much about tribe. They just act. And that's why sometimes I actually prefer them. If you look at the infrastructure they built in Nigeria, it wasn't based on who is in office and all that. They just did what they thought was right. Many of these politicians are so into, I don't know why. I don't understand it. Why is it that you are a little bit different from the military? Is it that the military, because they work together with other tribes and they are able to die for each other, so maybe that's why they're a little bit more, not tribally biased? Why is it that the politicians are so that way? If you look at the way Nigeria has been governed since 1999, you can see the patterns on the ground that these people are just being biased. Even the way they prosecute justice is also biased. This is why some people will complain about Ngige right now. Ngige is a totally useless man. He's the one that oversaw the ASU strike in Nigeria that I was complaining about. I think it was about 9 months. That guy sat there. What Nigerian university completely get paralyzed. And then they only to find out that he's stealing money on top of it. But politicians are still national resources. Personally, they should be facing the capital punishment. They shouldn't be mercy for these other people, because if you keep stealing national assets and you keep getting away with it, like the way Nigerians get away with stuff, it shouldn't. What do you expect to happen? In the UK here, 33% of men in the UK have criminal record. Do you know that? This is one of the richest countries in the world. They have criminal record. They don't play. You play the law, you get convicted. They don't play around. Can you say you have that in Nigeria? I doubt if 5% of men have criminal record in Nigeria even. Because there's no justice. If you don't have justice, you are going to have chaos. Again, instability. If you look at where I'm coming from, I tend to want our society to be stable, because if you're not stable, how can you make decisions about security? How can you make decisions about actually protecting your interests for the future? You have to have a system that is relatively stable. If people are busy fighting themselves, you are far more susceptible to foreigners coming to take over. We've lived through it before. We helped Oyibo people take our territories because we are so divided. Why shouldn't I talk against that? I will talk against anything that leads to instability within our societies, and we have to be more strategic about these type of things. That's basically what I'm saying. And if somebody wants to start pretending as if this is not true, then go and look at the data. And when people say they want to disagree with me, if you want me to take your position, show me evidence. Show me evidence. I will change my views. As a matter of fact, I've seen people that come here, they tell me, oh, I think one of them was about tax. I was giving the wrong figure. They corrected me. I took it. Why wouldn't I take it? Because there's evidence. Show me evidence, then I will take your position. Instead of you feeling so hurt that I called out a group that you're close to. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for the Simba. You're next.
Hello. Okay. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm just going to try and make mine as short as possible. Generally, my rant is going to be looking at the general picture on how we react. The fact that Nigeria is being manipulated and we are just standing there taking it, fighting ourselves over, pardon my French, bullshit. It's amazing. And I think it might be a curse, because look at what's happened now in America. I think now there's an attack towards Somalians, and I believe there was a Somalian politician was fighting against a white guy. And of course, we have many Somalians in Minnesota, I believe, or Minneapolis, one of those M states. And I think there are different clans in Somalia, and the white guy went to the opposite clan and he manipulated. He tried to speak the language, and he divided brother against brother. And those people voted for the white man rather than their statesman, you know, and he won. People are thinking like, that's amazing. And even if the fact that they left their country, they should be more educated, they should be more open, they should see the reality for what it is, they should know who their enemy is. They still went the opposite way. Look at us here in Nigeria. We're fighting over nonsense, absolute nonsense. We just, Fulani, Hausa, Igbo. My goodness me. We just have, they're just manipulating us, and we're just standing there and taking it and saying, my tribe is different. Oh, no, my tribe. Okay, what happens then? We have kids that are mixed. I am mixed like crazy. So which tribe should I take then? We're just stupid. Absolute. And sometimes I just have to step back. Before I was like really into that thing. And then I just step back. I'm like, why are we just hitting our heads over nonsense? They're just manipulating us. And if you should study what happened in that election. The white man went there, he spoke their language, he ate their food, play, he won. He played them, and it was like a movie. That's how they won Lagos, you know? Uncle against nephew, that kind of manipulation stuff. And we just stand there and take it. We should focus. We should know. I said the last time, we should focus on our common enemy. Know your enemy. Even if you're dealing with math, teaching my daughter math, divide and conquer works every time. We don't even know when someone is manipulating us. We're just staying there like, these people came and 200 years. What the? Okay, let me calm down. What we should focus on now is we should know who our common enemy is. And learn to, if we have an idiot in between us that tries to divide us or come up with stupid philosophy, we should shut that person down immediately. We don't have time for this nonsense. We don't have time. Yeah, you're proud of your tribe. Yes, Igbo. Okay, I have family there too. And I have family in the other place too. And what the hell? We just fight over nonsense. We're not focused on it. Even when we leave the country, we're still stupid. We still think the same way. I just think, I don't know. God help us.
All right. Thank you. I hope God is watching.
Dr. Damage, can I?
Yeah, concerns. You're next.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Damage, and thank you all the whole panelists. You see, the problem of Nigeria, all the time we're talking, the problem of Nigeria is not us here, or those that are speaking here today. The problem of Nigeria is that the foundation is bad. 2, we follow the wrong people, the wrong route. If Nigeria had followed like Asian, it could have been better for us. But we follow the Europe and start doing nonsense. In a place in Nigeria, I see people having 20 cars, 40 cars, government officials. But in Asia, you don't see those kind of things. Asians don't see their money and go abroad and invest it. They invest their money in their country and they work hard for it. Japanese work hard. Malaysians work hard. Singaporeans work hard. Even in Africa today, Namibians work hard. Botswanas work hard. Botswana still have the most strongest money in Africa is still Botswana. The problem we have in Nigeria is corruption is too much. Corruption, nepotism, and all the whole evil mostly are in Nigeria. If Nigerian government are less corrupt, Nigeria is supposed to move forward. We know the time we have shoe industry in I think in Aba, or we have shoe industry. We have some good industries. Before these civilians came and destroyed everything, if those industries are still there during the time of the military regime, if those with the corruption that time was very, very less. But these civilians we have now, these criminal civilians we have now, is what destroyed the country. It's not about the type of, it's not about whether we are practicing socialism We are practicing all these English people speak. It's not about that. It's about having the right people and removing tribalism, removing nepotism, removing all these sorts of nonsense. If those things are removed and Nigeria have good leaders, Nigeria could have been a very, very good place people to live. Let me tell you, in all the whole places I've been, honestly speaking, Nigeria have the hardworking men. All the whole places, people respect Nigerians. Even those in Nigeria and those in abroad, they work hard and people respect Nigerians. But then why is it Nigerians, the people in Nigeria are the problem? That's the problem we are having. We are too corrupt. We are too greedy. You see somebody having how many plane and cars, and he didn't work for it. And no, he's not been arrested. He's not been judged. But instead of that, they go through tribalism. And this man, okay, today, KJ was talking about the way they treated Ngige. Now, the other man came up. Hey, it's the same thing he told you. But you see that in the Igbo race, Igbos don't support corrupt. Igbos don't support the bad people. And when you look at the people who have served Nigeria, you can see that Igbo have the best people who have served Nigeria under corruption. But then, the Northerners, how many, or the Southwesterners, how many of them serve Nigeria that are not corrupt? But none of them have been taken to book. None. But if any Igbo man is corrupt, there's tomorrow that arrest him. I wouldn't support corruption. Even today, Oju Sokalo cannot come up to say he wants to rule Nigeria. Igbos will not support him. That's the last thing Igbos can do, to support Oju Sokalo to rule Nigeria. What this man from Imo State, if you come today to rule Nigeria, Igbos can never support him. But it's very, very bad that someone like Tinubu and all these Northerners who are ruling Nigeria, they come up, you see their people supporting them. But Igbos cannot do that. You see, so it's very, very unfortunate that in the East, in the South, we have good traditional rulers. But wherever they are going, the Nigerian government, they put Sultan of Sokoto. And this Sultan of Sokoto is the one that the Americans and all the rest are calling, what did they call them? They call him bizarre caliphate. So look at what we are doing to ourselves. A terrorist, that caliphate is the terrorist caliphate. The people there, and it's terrorist. But it's the one, which Nigerian can come up to them and say that's a caliphate. No Nigerian can do that. But that is where the problem lies. But you cannot look at that problem that lies there. Only the West, only people from outside can come out and... Gumi have been doing nonsense he's doing. Nobody can arrest Gumi. But Saudi Arabia deported Gumi. But in Nigeria, nobody can deport him. All the criminals in Nigeria, big criminals, terrorists, nobody can arrest them. And that is where you call a country. That's where we're heading. That's where we see. If somebody come up and say, I don't want to be a Nigeria, or I hate Nigeria, you say, why are you hating your country? If the government cannot do the right thing, if the government today decide to put, like say, they have the Oba of Benin, we have the Obas in Yoruba land, we have some Obas, they don't put them forward. They only put Sultan of Sokoto in forward. A man who is destroying the country. A man who have the agenda of putting Islam in the whole country, a man who is sponsoring that are killing the people. I said, AY came here before. What was saying? Many people are going to EC, ESN, this, that. Let me tell you, AY. Honestly speaking, the Igbos died more from the hands of the security agencies than this IPOB is talking about, than this ENS is talking about. Igbos are not stupid. If IPOB or ESN is killing us, we how many are they? We'll destroy them. But the people that are killing the Easterners more are the day Gulag died. DSS killed 4 people the same day. The day Gulag died. DSS went and killed 4 people. After 3 weeks, they said they have found the people who killed Gulag. They fired 4 people. Within a month again, they got 5 again, and then another 3 people. If any soldier dying in the East, you see the soldiers will go and you start burning on houses in the East. In that village, in that area, they start burning houses, killing people. In the other time, during the 3 years ago, in the market, soldiers were shooting innocent people. Where in Nigeria they have done that? If not this one that happened in Delta State. So you see, people must have their facts. We know that people are everywhere. There are many bad people. There are many evil people everywhere. But the way people come out and said people are dying, everywhere people are dying. The people that are dying from other places are even more than the one dying in the east. So what I'm going to say today is this. If there's a good government, if there's good people ruling Nigeria, Nigeria could have been a very better place. But we don't have. That's where we are suffering today, and that we continue to suffer. Because we can't put the right people in place. We want to put our brother, let that person is my brother, that person is my nephew, that person is my... Look at what is happening in River State. The people cannot, the whole country keep quiet. And today, every governor is running to APC. Everybody governor is running to APC. Because if you say anything, they can remove you. A whole country like that, keep quiet. For me, I believe, and for me, Dr. Damage, sorry. You see, for me, when the military was ruling, it was better for us. Because in military, when military are treating people, people can rise up and protest. If they are killed, the other countries can say no. But in civilian regime, civilians are destroying you, killing you. Your people cannot protest. If they cannot do anything, because if they do, the other country, the European countries, you see that, but they are practicing democracy. That's the problem we have. And this is the kind of democracy we are practicing. Military junta, military regime is better than this civilian regime we are practicing 100 times. Because we cannot do anything. Even if we rise up now, they kill. And when they say the country is practicing democracy. When the military were ruling us, we are better off, 100 times better off than now. Than now that one man has taken over the country, he's ruling his people, and the people, everybody is keeping quiet. His people are happy because the home resources are going to their people. The people that have these resources, the South, they can't do anything. They can't. The resources are being wasted.
Thank you. Thank you, Constance.
Thank you, too.
All right. IQNS.
You can hear me?
Yeah. We still hear the party music.
Yeah, that's the point. That's the point.
So are we going to skip you?
If you want, you have been skipping me. After all, I told you that before there was party going on.
No, go ahead. I want to hear your voice. That's why I brought you in. Just say something, in 2 minutes. We don't have much time anyway.
Okay, because I wasn't here. Is this still talking about Nigerian going?
No, we are ranting. Anything that you are not happy about or you want to rant about, that's it.
Anything I'm not happy about?
Just help me say my candidate. Say Monday, Paulo.
Is there any genuine and honest Nigerian that is happy anywhere? Whether you live in Nigeria or you don't live outside Nigeria, is there honestly, any genuine, sincere Nigerian that will tell you that he or she is happy with what is going on in your country? I mean, the only thing I know that God give me life. Yesterday, God added another 1 year into my life, and I have to be grateful to God because there are so many of my classmates in CMS Grammar School who are no more living today, and there are so many people who are of my age that never lived to get to 63 years. So I am grateful to God. It's not about Nigeria because there is nothing to celebrate about our country called Nigeria. The only thing I'm going to rant is about people who come online to pretend that all is well in Nigeria, either because you are eating from the crumbs of the government or because you are pretending to say you love Nigeria more than other people who are speaking out what is going on in Nigeria, right? So what is going on in Nigeria is heartbreaking, right? We went to Benin Republic in a twinkle of an eye. We went to go and invade another country, all in the name of trying to protect democracy. But you have destroyed your own democracy. We don't have democracy. You have captured every system and every institution in Nigeria. Nobody says anything. Now we're automatically going to one-party state because they have decided to capture everybody, and you're going to Benin Republic to go and, show big brothers, I think that there is nothing to be happy about what is going on in my country because December is coming. You know what it is. If you have three members of your family in Nigeria now, 4 or 5 in Nigeria, You know what that costs for you as somebody who is living in diaspora, what it is for you. You have your friends, you have your family, you have your village people. There are a lot of people you know that are waiting for you and telling you December is coming, right? No matter how far you say, no matter how bad it is for you, wherever you live, you will still at the end of the day try to do something for the people that is in Nigeria, right? So the people who goes everywhere they go to praise this government, pretend that all is well. The guy who spoke the other time, in as much as we welcome people from different opinions, he was trying to let us know that the North is preparing for the people of the South. I stand with Odi. He was threatening everybody. But I think the people, the majority population of the North should be ashamed of themselves, because the politicians in the North have turned them into beggars. They have no future. They have no say. On the time of election, they go back and share them and give them 1,000 naira, and the rank a day they will show meet their babariga, and they say rank a day, and at the end of the day they give them 200 naira. Why they're living an affluent life in Abuja and the overseas. Their children are overseas. They have been ruling Nigeria for all these years. What has been their benefit? What are they benefited from the people that are ruling? They have benefited nothing. They are suffering more than any other part of this country, and they don't want to recognize it. Now that the power has shifted to the South, only 4 years, they are angry, they are frustrated, they want power by force, they want the power to go back to the North. It's not going to go. In as much as that I don't support this criminal in Asorok, that power will never shift. It's never going to shift to the North. We must complete our 4 years. As long as it is 4 years, and we have endured the 2 years of this mad government, we can also endure the next 4 years. But anybody from the North that is thinking and dreaming that the power must shift for them, because after 8 years, the man that left this power destroyed this country with so many things. And now, because just 2 years and you want the power back to yourself because you were born to rule other people. No, we're going to rule you for 8 years. And it's going to happen, because if it doesn't happen, these people from the North think that they have Nigeria, they own Nigeria. No, they don't own Nigeria. They are the people that have destroyed this country, because they believe they are the only people that have the power to rule Nigeria. In as much as I have no business with this government in power, but this power must remain in the South. Anybody from the North that is dreaming to go back to Asorok in the next year is making a very big, because he's not going to. Instead, this man and his group and his gang, they will remain there for another 4 years, because Nigeria is not even better, and it's not going to be better in the next 4 years. But it is better that we respect that gentleman agreement. So for him to come here and say the North are waiting, the North are preparing, we are hearing, it's laughable. Because we, the people from the South, owe no apology to anybody from the North, because you people have been in power. You are the owners of the military. You are the owners of political power. You are controlling what is going on in Nigeria, and still you are not happy. You are suffering. Your people are being killed, and you are protecting them all in the name of your religion. And your people are being killed every day. You are protecting them because of your religion. And because now power has shifted for 2 years in the South, you are crying. You are crying. The North is waiting. The North is preparing. We are watching. What are you watching who? You don't give nobody no food. You produce the food you eat, but you are suffering. You allowed your politician to use you like a cow. Now you are crying because the power is in the South. No, it has to remain in the South. It doesn't matter how it's going to happen, but it must remain in the South. So I don't care whatever anybody from the North says. This gentleman agreement, we must respect that. After 80 years, if they say we don't want to respect that anymore, to your death, all Israel, everybody goes. You go and do your campaign. If you win, you win. If you lose, you lose. But as long as this present one is concerned, we must complete that 8 years. And after that, anybody from the North looking for political power, then in 2031, if you decide that after 2027, we are no more going to do that gentleman agreement, that it is yourself, go and sell yourself to the Nigerians. If they vote for you, you win. Fine and good. I don't have any problem with that. That is even going to be better. You know, it's going to be better than every time a little power shift to the south, that my brothers and sisters in the north will begin to cry. They want the power the next day. Are you more Nigerian than anybody? You are not more Nigerian than myself. You are not more patriotic as a Nigerian more than myself, because you believe that the power belongs to you. You believe that only you can rule Nigeria. You believe that Nigeria belongs to you. You believe that everything you want, you get. And everything the people from the south want, they will have to come and beg. But we are not going to beg, right? So I am one of those people who believe that we want people to come from every part of Nigeria to come to this platform, share your opinion, say whatever you think. It is welcome and it's allowed. But I just wanted to tell my brother from Borno State, crying about power, crying about whatever is trying, he should go back to his people. He should go to his political leaders and all their top men who has used them as a tool. They should rise up against their own people, right? They should leave people from the south, because we didn't contribute to their problems. You know, it is their political leaders and their military men who has been ruling this country all this year, who decide what happens in the country. They are the people that have turned Nigeria what it is today, with the help of some of our criminal people, some of people who have sold us to the people of the north. Because it's not all of us in the south is enjoying what is going on. It's few of us that have decided to use them. They decided to use them against the people from the south. But you see what I'm telling you? Everybody go choke the breakfast. It's all of us that are here. You are not eating the breakfast now. Your family is eating that breakfast in Nigeria. Somebody you know is eating the breakfast. Somebody from your village is already eating the breakfast. All of us is going to eat that breakfast. It doesn't matter where you think you are living. You're going to eat the breakfast. Even you're going to eat it in December. Because if you don't go to Nigeria, somebody will ask you to send them money. Somebody will tell you, I don't have money to buy a bag of rice during the December time. So all of us are eating the breakfast. It's not better for nobody. So, but I am happier because I'm not suffering. And I'm not going to suffer because of people that have decided to destroy a country that belongs to all of us. Right? So I believe that what I have earned in life, I worked for it. The government, the so-called government in your fucking country never gave me anything. I have never benefited nothing from the so-called government you have in Nigeria. Whatever has become in this life, I walked my way. I suffered. I walked. And I suffered as an Igbo man, and I survived. I was able to survive everything that went on the way to become what I have become today. I wasn't waiting on government of Nigeria, because we waited for so many years for government of Nigeria. What has they done for anybody? What has they done to anybody? As long as you don't belong to their clique, what would they do for you? So whatever I have today, I work for it and earn for it, and I can say whatever I want to say. I can do whatever I want to do, because nobody has ever, nothing has I benefited in the government of the so-called Nigeria. So anybody who is crying about power shift to the south, sorry, you have to think twice, because you must remain in the south. Last, if this government decide that there is not going to be any political party, fine and good, remain in power for another 4 years. But after then, 30-31, the people, my brothers and sisters from the north, can begin to aspire to come back to rule Nigeria. But in this 2027, they should go and sleep, because it's not their turn. God bless you.
All right. Thank you, Ike. That was delivery, in terms of delivery. But Femi, did I miss you? I don't want to be in trouble. Did you rant?
No.
Oh, no? Okay.
Technical issues at the time.
Oh, okay. All right. Femi and then Tony will round up. I have something to say too. But let me say in general, starting from next year, we have to be disciplined. I can't do more than 3 hours. We can't do 3 hours or anything more than 3 hours. It's too much for me. Femi, go ahead.
Yeah, and I hope your New Year's resolution on this stands. You said the same thing last year, Doctor.
You see, but this one is doctor's order. I can't. Yeah, go ahead.
That's why some of us will stand to be, in this case, Consumer Protection Agency, and monitor you.
Yeah, please. Right. Somebody will drag me out from here if it's 3 hours and I'm still sitting here.
Yeah, and we also watch out for undue favoritism as well. So there's a lot of things to put in place. We'll check you. Now that said, just a couple of things. I don't know if you may have mentioned earlier, and of course it's part of my rant. It's just that I cannot rant like Mr. Ike. It's too much. I give it to him. But I don't know if you mentioned earlier about the Wole Soyinka.
Yes, that's what I wanted to talk about. But you can go ahead. I have it.
Right. So that plus even the aforementioned issue or mini squabble between Remi Tinubu and Adeleke.
Yeah.
It's part of what shows you the drama where sometimes it appears our priorities are in Nigeria. This in the midst of the ongoing myriads of situations that we have, insecurity, the American threats, and just the myriad of issues that we're supposed to be dealing with versus what continues to take up the headlines. And it only shows how serious we are, even if, like I previously alluded to, we're not in the world alone. There's all kind of moving chairs taking place. And as much as I look away from comments, I saw some comments it makes me laugh sometimes. Because me, I do not care. I'm not one of those people that react to comments. Everybody has a right to say whatever they say, depending on their own understanding of situations. It's normal and it's well taken. Now, of interest to me continues to be what I advised earlier, that whoever cares to read it, I would prefer that we take a look at the 2025 National Security Strategy of the United States. I believe somewhere on page 13 or thereabouts, one of many contradictions that you'd see there, and as I've often mentioned, points to what the various powers, the principalities and powers that dominate the world, depending on what side of the divide you want to choose, the kind of games that they play and how they influence the rest of the world, depending on how you want to be influenced. Because again, even in previous months and years from now, I have always been of the opinion that yes, we do play a part. Individual nations play a part in their own destination, but that doesn't take away from the fact that there are powerful entities that are involved, depending on where you're pandering to. But again, that doesn't take away the fact that we still have our own individual roles to play as countries or communes or what have you. So that's on one hand. And then something I also wanted to address as part of my rant, or mini rant if you will, is this issue of Bosun Tijani speaking to the fact that they were finding it quite difficult, challenging with the kind of technology in quotes that's been deployed by the bandits. Because not just because I play in the technology space, but I think it's I think it was, in a way, part of it was taken out of context. I don't know if you can still hear me. Hello.
Keep talking. It's probably on the phone.
All right. Yeah. I wasn't sure if. Anyway, part of it was taken out of context because when you look through what it was saying, after all, basically, I do not agree with government officials necessarily coming to tell us the problem or the challenges. They're there to fix issues. But and I wasn't aware of this previously, so I went back to look at a transcript of what it said, and I realized that it was something. There was more substance to what it was saying. It was speaking to a question that was asked, and it had to do with and even provided a solution, because it's one of the 2 or 3 ministers I follow that I see that they're really doing what they have to do within the challenging environment, because whether one likes it or not, Nigeria no be country where easy to rule, irrespective of whether you have good intentions. So he and the Minister for Interior, 2 of those one can even celebrate, even if we don't. Some of us may not necessarily like the president. There's things is putting in place, and I usually encourage those that do not necessarily dig deep to know exactly what some of these guys are doing to actually pay attention. I mean, there's a lot going on in his ministry, and one thing though that I kind of just disagreed with is because sometimes again, for those who are not initiated, for the uninitiated, there's nothing that's special about trying to intercept some of these telecommunications if we really want to be serious. And that's the part to which we spoke, I believe a couple of weekends ago, about how security in itself, especially in the modern world, is multifaceted. And even when you go with the fact that we may have manpower shortages, as far as I'm concerned, the various states I've lived in America, they have manpower shortages if we have to do comparisons as well. But what they normally would do is and it's not as if there's no challenges, there's no racial and other challenges that come with it, because I do know, let's not pretend as if there's even perfection in a lot of these other domains as well. They have their own unique challenges as well, irrespective of how far they've come. But that said, there's also the issue of how we still do not have a proper database. It's still a major challenge. And even when we do have those, there's a case to be made that humans will still have to be in charge. There's always biases. So I want people to understand that I've gotten to a point where I want to start adding data, in not just in numbers, but technical data, qualitative data, to my own participations as well. There's a whole lot of other things that come with these things. Then again, just to round up on this aspect of my rant, there's nothing that cannot be detected if people really want to detect it. So there's this thing that has to do with the IMEIs, IMSIs, and the origins of a call session that can be intercepted. Again, it just speaks to the political will, amongst other things. So it's not just about what's it called? And of course, are we also speaking to the fact that the same military and the police and other security agencies that are not even being taken care of as things stand right now properly, they are not being catered for. We don't even have how many helicopters or how many police pilots or helicopters we even have. It's not just about humans. It's difficult to just cover security the way we might have done thousands of years ago. Populations have increased. The kind of sophistications that we're dealing with is changed over time. So we have to move with the times. We can't be living like we're living in the 16th century. It's not going to work. And of course, that's alongside the other social, cultural, ethnic, religious situations that we've put ourselves into. It has to be done pari passu. You cannot just work on security without looking at the other side by side or underlinings that are resulting in it. What are we going to say to the prospective Boko Harams of tomorrow that we're already breeding when it's already bad enough as it stands? So I'll stop there for now.
Thank you, Femi. Tony will be the last. Tony, go ahead.
Good evening, Dr. Damages. Greetings, everyone on the panel and those who are listening. Well, my rant actually would do with the state in which we find Nigeria today. And there's a lot of reasons, in my opinion, for what we see happening in our country. First of all, I would like to draw attention to North African countries, whether it's Morocco, Egypt, Algeria, even Libya, that is in trouble. You know, they've all gone through, if you go to history, they've all gone through their own struggles, bitter experiences. But most of them have managed to get out of it. And today, if you look at Africa, North Africa is virtually the most stable. I'm talking about political stability. If you are looking for the strongest militaries in Africa, you find some of them in North Africa, first, second, and maybe third in North Africa. The economy is the same thing if you're looking at the economies. I mean, from what we gather from IMF and, you know, all the rating organizations. Sports, they are doing very well. And there's a reason for that. You know, the problem, the challenge that we have in Nigeria is that we can identify what our problems are. But in terms of articulating strategies to deal with these problems, that's where we fail. And there's a number of reasons for this. One, lack of political will. We haven't had a government that is decisively ready to deal with the challenges that we have, playing down on ethnic, religious, and all those cleavages that have been bringing us back. To have corruption. In Nigeria, you have a lot of ungoverned spaces that allow extremists and people colonists and non-state actors, to take control and to do whatever they want to do, like we're seeing today. You have extremist ideologies festering, because there are a lot of spaces. If you go to the north, for instance, you see quite a lot of areas unpoliced. You find the local government, there's hardly, large expanse of land, and there's really no activity. So you allow these spaces for whoever wants to do mischief, to thrive. And then, of course, part of the reason is that we have a weak government, and then we have failing infrastructures, whether it's legal, whether it's security, whether it's executive, whether it's even in terms of political culture and economy. And then you have unpoliced borders. Our borders are so extensive, almost 5,000 kilometers. And out of that, you have over 1,400 unpoliced places where people can sneak in. And the excuse usually sometimes is, ECOWAS protocol and so on. But Nigeria is not the only country in ECOWAS. So how have other nations who are in ECOWAS been able to handle their borders in such a way that, they don't allow this inflow of arms, inflow of people who are not screened and so on and so forth? So that's a challenge. And that's why the former CDS, General Musa, was talking about, taking a deliberate long-time vision or plan to begin to fence our borders, with various means, whether it's physical, whether it's technology, there's so many things that you can use, to safeguard your borders, because if you know that the topography is different, stretching from the coastline to the north, different type of technologies so that you can use to deal with that. But that has to come with a government that has vision, that is planning. And this is not something that's going to take 1 or 2 years, but it's going to be a deliberate measure, intentional, with a vision that you want to achieve. Then, of course, you are going to look at, talk about lack of long-term vision and planning. I think it was Femi that talked about data. Of course, we know that that's one area that we fail. If you don't have enough data, you can't plan. So that's why planning is a problem. Our planning has always been on the short term, because we are running an economy, a country where it will be difficult for you, even as an investor or a government, in a country where there's so much instability in policies and so on and so forth, to plan on the long term. And part of the critical issue here is data, because without data, you cannot plan. And then, you talk about insecurity. Insecurity is related to some of the issues that I've mentioned. But I say that to say, if you look at a small country like Mauritania has had a lot of problems. Used to be one of the poorest countries in the world. Today, if you look at the GDP, there's a gradual improvement and growth. In fact, the person who replaced our own additional is a Mauritanian. You have to go and look at his CV and look at the reason why he's been appointed. Mauritania is supposed to be in ECOWAS. In fact, it's in West Africa, but it's not in ECOWAS. And in 2000 and late 2000, he had these problems of insurgency and so on. But today he's been able to deal with that using even the Sufism, the Sufi ideology, which frowns at extremist ideas, Islamic ideas. So Mauritania has been relatively peaceful, but it was a country that had gone through a lot of struggle. So Nigeria has to be deliberate, has to be intentional. The leadership has one that is purposeful, that is serious, and that wants to deal with these issues. Otherwise, Nigeria is going to this situation is going to get worse. But even the one that is more troubling is that today, there is the external factor. As we speak, you have French, US, Russian, Chinese, and Islamic ideas. I mean, all struggling and juggling for a space within Nigeria. Okay, and then of course it's been compounded now with the AES, also troubling Nigeria, which is another factor that is added into relations, because some of them are bordering us. So if you put all that together, Nigeria has just become a tough for all these issues, and it's a mismatch, and I think that if we don't have a government that is deliberate and intentional to deal with these problems, I don't think that we're going to go anywhere. Let me stop there.
All right. Thank you, Tony. Thank you, everybody, for the rant. I want to say that one of our editors is getting married today in Abuja. So, Ola, I thought I would get a picture to share with you guys. These are people who are behind the scene who help us to do some of the things we do here. So, Ola, we say congrats to you, and hopefully we'll get the picture and share with people next Saturday. Tomorrow's show is still up in the air. My guest is not responding in the last 28 hours.
Sorry, Rudolph, what were you going to say about what Soyinka said about Tinubu's sons?
Yeah, I wanted to, but I was thinking we don't have time. But the point is this. This is what I wanted to say. Soyinka won the Nobel Prize in 1986. He's now 91. And a lot of young people, they've been, very expecting a lot from him. I always think about my grandmother, or my aunt, or my uncle, people who are that age. What are they doing? How are they contributing to society? What do we expect from them? So there've been so many reactions in terms of his role in this at this time, especially with his friend being the president of the country. We saw what he did during an event where he now told the story or how he felt about Sheyi and the kind of security he was moving around with, and how that changed. There's a change that people didn't notice, and that's what I wanted to bring up. Immediately he said that, Punch newspaper wrote an editorial, kind of building off what Soyinka said, that this shouldn't be happening. But they've been seeing it. They've been seeing Sheyi at events doing things, and they couldn't find the courage to speak up. Sometimes that's what happens. There are people in society who we depend on them, even when they are getting old, when they are tired, when they've put in the mileage, they've done the work, but they are the roles they play that nobody else is able to play. The fact that Soyinka said that clip gave a lot of people who were afraid of speaking up and saying this shouldn't be happening. So it's very important that as a nation, we build new leadership, people who will have that kind of influence. Because what people say, especially people like that, what they say is it opens the space for other people to be able to say, oh, this is not right. They knew it, but they couldn't say it before then. Well, the fact that he came out was what made newspapers now to start writing editorial. You see people on TV saying that, but they were afraid. So there's something I think we need to learn from that. We need to groom new leaders, people who will have that moral authority to be able to say things, and then people will go along and key into that. And that's how society is changed. So I think, I don't know, I'm not close to him. I know some writers who are very close to him. Maybe there's someone who was close to him that whispered something to him and he was able to come out and say that. And that was refreshing. I think it's a new, a change in the way he was being perceived of recent. And I think it's something that we have to be looking out for. There are many, when I was at Sahara Reporters, there were many instances where I would go to Nigeria and I would meet some reporters in the traditional newspapers. So they would say to me, even though initially they were very critical of Sahara Reporters, but they would say to me, thank you for what you guys are doing, because you guys are giving us space to touch on things that we couldn't touch on in Nigeria. Because the moment an online media that is maybe not based in Nigeria publishes something, it becomes, gives them permission now for the traditional papers to follow it up. So let's say we publish that somebody stole money, but they knew this person was stealing money, but they couldn't publish it or they didn't have any backing for that. Immediately now they can follow it up and then start publishing other things. So there's a connection in all these things. So I think this is something that I think our people should be aware of, and I hope that people who are talking to people like Shoyinka, who they've tried, they are tired. Most of them they've been dealing with Nigeria. Like we have been talking about this for 3 years. A lot of our people are tired, 4 years. But these people, Shoyinka, if you look at it from 1966, even beyond then, before then, he's been involved in the Nigerian politics. So the role he played and he's playing is very important, and I hope that people understand that in that context. That's the rant I wanted to talk about. The other one was about Tunji, the minister. I think you mentioned it. These are people who are supposedly the best that we have in this government for the kind of excuse he's giving about what is happening and with the terrorists and their being able to track them is disappointing. And for me, and this is something that most people don't, I look at I'm not interested in people I know, like the Minister for State for Defense. People they don't know anything or they are not going to do anything. I'm interested in the people we have hope that they are the people who will change society. We have to hold them accountable more than the people we know they have nothing to offer. Because if they fail, then we are screwed, Anyway, especially if they are young people.
So Rudolph, just to add, not because you asked, as much as I was disappointed about, and it was actually a Bosun Tijani now, it's more to do with the fact that in a very difficult and most likely corrupt government, he and the interior guy, they're doing their best within the limits. Because, for example, he doesn't allocate the budgets, and you need to see the kind of pressure he's working under. So they're actually making advances, but again, they're not politicians, so he can only do his best.
But Femi, I have to push back on that. That guy took us for a ride. The least thing anybody can do is tell the truth.
Yeah, exactly.
This is part of the reason that Nigeria is not progressing.
No.
Hold on. Hold on, guys.
The opportunity for them is not significant. So we want to go there and invest in towers so that we can connect our people and ensure that no one is left behind.
Quickly, let's close on this. Sure. And I'll take you on the issue of how your ministry, the intersection between your ministry and national security.
Absolutely.
There are reports of kidnapping and using unregistered or fraudulently registered SIMs. Why do these SIMs still exist in the system despite the NIN SIM linkage policy of Nigeria?
I cannot. So what you've put to me is whether it's fact to you, I don't know where you're getting that from. And I don't know who has that evidence that there are people with SIMs that are not registered.
We just imagine that with BVN, with NIN, these guys are making calls. We should be able to track them with some level.
It's more technical than that.
Communication.
It's more technical than that. There was an exercise that was conducted by the telcos to clean out all SIMs. The reason why the president actually pushed us to invest in towers in those areas was the fact that we realized that there was a special kind of technology that they were using to call. They weren't using the normal towers. They bounce calls off multiple towers. When they leave, that's why they enjoy living in areas where it's unconnected at all. And when we're talking about these things, is why we're upgrading the 2 satellites we have, that if our towers are not working, our satellites will work, because Nigeria is the only country in West Africa with satellites, with communication satellites. We're now bringing new satellites to upgrade the capabilities of those. Is why we're investing in the fiber. Is also
guys are brandishing the amount of monies that they received as monies that, as ransom. They're everywhere on social media. The intelligence agencies are unable to track and trace those guys, but they're easily able to pick up an average Nigerian who's frustrated and angry at what the Nigerian government is doing.
Let me give you one scenario. There is a regulatory body in Nigeria that has the database of Nigerian people and their phone numbers, right? There is also a body that deals with internet service provision, where if you are using an internet service that is covered within the sphere of Nigeria, we can trace through the IP address where you are. Isn't it? If you are using Starlink, we cannot trace it because Starlink is not registered in Nigeria, it's in the space. That's the problem they have in Ukraine and Russia. These terrorists, they are most of the times, they are using cellular service and internet from the neighboring countries, not Nigeria. So it becomes tricky.
How convenient.
That they are using
How
it?
convenient, Mr. Boala.
That they are using
that
it?
they're using Starlink. When did Starlink come into Nigeria?
Starlink?
Did he come after the Tinubu administration or before?
Well, I know Starlink. I've been using Starlink before President Tinubu was before he was sworn in as a president.
All right, so you guys can see.
Dr. Dameji.
Rudolph, let me just explain something technical he said. Let me just, and this is under normal circumstances, I wouldn't want to get into it. But there's a method, there's an investigatory method you use. This is why he's mentioning the towers. Okay, when you want to track a call, it's called, I don't know, someone might know on here, I'll just maybe Tom. It's called triangulation.
Triangulation, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So with triangulation, this is how you can actually pinpoint without the use of other more sophisticated mechanisms. You can actually pinpoint up to, now it's good, up to like 10 meters. What's that noise? The position. What's that noise? Can someone mute themselves?
I'll find out where it's coming from. Please, if you're not speaking.
Yeah, it's distracting.
Okay.
So with that, in a nutshell, you can actually use triangulation to pinpoint the location of an individual, insofar as the phone is sending signals to the towers, maybe within a 500-meter radius. So it's very easy to do that. This is why they're proposing, and that's where I get where they're coming from. This is why they're proposing more cell towers, because every phone, as far as there's a battery in it, and every phone sends a signal, a ping, it's called a ping, to the closest towers, the closest 3 towers. So you can actually triangulate and figure out where a person is. But this works very well in densely populated areas. So now if you have one tower here and one tower 20 miles down the road, it becomes more difficult. What the terrorists are doing, it is obvious what they're doing. They are, if not Starlink, and I'll take their word for it that they're using Starlink, they're using satellite phones. So take, for example, if you log on a computer, and let me just round it up here, there's a way, without giving out too much, there's a way you can actually hide your location, not just using VPNs this time, and it bounces through multiple connections in different parts of the world, and you never know exactly where that person is. So it's the same with the phones, and this is what obviously the terrorists are using, and this is the problem the Nigerian security institution is definitely facing. So I don't think ostracizing them or condemning them when they say, listen, we have a problem locating these people because they are using more sophisticated means than we can track is right. I think they're actually correct in what they're saying.
Sorry, Doctor, please, let me just say something.
Hold on. Just hold on. If you want to learn more, there is a site called Redacted. They just had 3 days ago or 4 days ago, they just had an expert explain some of these things. They're not explained in relation to Nigeria, but they explain in relation to what is to come. Every phone reports back to base almost every 5 minutes, and every app that you have, one way or the other, have what is spying on you. Now, let me go back. I want to believe what Tunaja said for believing's sake, but let's go back. The people that you kidnap, you use their phone to contact their families. So immediately you collect their phone, do you now activate their phone to your system? It's not possible. Okay, so these things, look, there's not even Starlink in Nigeria, so I don't know why I'm saying that. But if this is even near true, it's not possible, because it's just like following the trace of money. Once the phone can make contact, you can trace where it is. No, don't tell us that, man.
right.
Dr.
All right.
Dr. Damages, please, can I just
Where
chip in?
does it
Please.
fit in that the same time
Please.
we shall
Oh Lord.
On your mandate, on your mandate, on your mandate, we shall stand. I'm not going to let you down.
There will be another show coming up. Forefathers we host, so you have opportunity to finish up this conversation. Let me thank everybody.
Tell your money was Jagaban. On your mandate, we shall stand. Jagaban. On your mandate, we shall stand. Jagaban. On your mandate, on your mandate, on your mandate, we shall stand. Jagaban.
Yes, sir.
On your mandate, Jagaban. On your mandate, Jagaban. On your mandate, we shall stand.
All right, let me use this opportunity to thank those that supported us. Faye, thank you so much. Guy, thank you so much. Choma, thank you so much. Let me show some of them. One Man, thank you so much. Oscar Blackbone, thank you. It's Christmas, and I hope show, thank you so much. CJ Okonkwo, thank you so much. Rieko, Top A, thank you. And Ibo Basic, thank you so much. I really thank all of you for joining us. I know this conversation could continue for a whole day, but we have to go. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Two Nigerians, One Brain. Thank you for being here. Ovie, thank you so much for being here. Simba, thank you so much for being here. Ike, thank you so much. Tony, thank you so much. Forefathers, thank you. KJ, thank you. And Forefathers will continue with the next stream, which should commence immediately. I'll see you tomorrow. I'll see you tomorrow, hopefully. We are preparing an alternative to the show if our guest continues to, this is a holiday period and many people are traveling, so there's something that is not very clear about what will happen tomorrow. But there will be a show for you guys, one way or the other. We'll produce a show for you. Thank you, everybody. I appreciate all of you, and I will see you tomorrow.
Dr. Damages, you don't want to join on your mandate. River State is giving us. They are giving us. They are giving us something to celebrate. That's Nigeria for you, my dear.
I know
your mandate.
I know. All right.
If you are looking for a guest tomorrow, you can't find one. I'm available for $5,000.
All right, no problem. Thank you so much.
Tó fẹ́ kú torí ẹ̀ o. Ọwọ́ ẹni ló ti ṣàánú kọ́. Ayé la bá, ayé la fi sílẹ̀ sí. Lọ́nà èyí yóò.
Thank you so much for watching. Thank you. Have you subscribed? Yes, you. Have you subscribed? You. Yeah, before you go, click. It's free. Click. Just that's it. Have you subscribed? You are laughing. Have you subscribed? Have you subscribed? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, madam. Thank you so much. I can see you. I can see you. We have to get to 100,000 subscribers. By the end of the year, how are we going to do that if you don't subscribe? Yes, you. Yes, you're about to click off. Why? Have you subscribed? It's free. If you don't, ask your son, ask your daughter how to. Just one click. Thank you. Thank you. I see you. Aha. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'll see you tomorrow.
Tinubu didn't have to send the Air Force and the military to deal with this particular insurrection, this threat to our own sense of security and equilibrium. No. There are easier ways of doing it. Let me tell you where Tinubu should have looked for forces to quell that insurrection. Right here in Lagos, right here. Or in Abuja, perhaps, I don't know. But there was no need to call the military or the Air Force. I'll tell you what happened. On one of my home visits,